Hey, what's going on, guys? Meteorologist Jonathan Kagas with you. We are streaming live as we track a line of very nasty thunderstorms that have already been extremely destructive. Several confirmed tornadoes in the Panhandle. Unfortunately, so far it's playing out as anticipated, and that is not the best of news, of course, as this line moves from the Panhandle through the Big Bend and eventually into Central Florida. We are going to track all of this. We're going to pinpoint. We're going to take a look at those storms that are ongoing still in the Panhandle. I first want to just say welcome, everybody. We are live on the News 6 YouTube page. We are live on News 6 Plus, and we are live on clickorlando.com. So thank you guys for being here. If you are watching on YouTube, post in the comments. We're going to have that interaction there. And if you are watching on clickorlando.com, then the story there, you can post those in the comments, and we'll take a look at all of that as well. So thank you guys for doing that as well. Okay, we have a lot of people saying that the audio is not good, so we will check on that as well and figure out why that is the case. So stand by with me for just 1 second.
Audio's not good and they can't hear you?
It says choppy, it's crappy. Hey guys, test 1, 2, 3. Does that audio sound a little better? If you are watching in the comments, please post. Sorry about those technical difficulties there. Not sure what happened, but I think we have it all ironed out. All right, so if you're just joining us or if you've been hanging out watching the live chat, thanks for sticking with us. I'm meteorologist Jonathan Kegas. We are watching, again, this line of very nasty thunderstorms. Just going to work all my comments so that I can get all this stuff back up so that we can have kind of a conversation here together as we track these things. Thank you guys for posting in the comments there to let me know that the audio is a little better. That was weird. It sounded like an alien there for a little bit, but anyway. All right, let me just get some things rocking and rolling. Perfect, thanks. All right, so we are back live. Meteorologist Jonathan Kegas with you on News 6 Plus, clickorlando.com, and of course the News 6 YouTube page where we have a lot of people tuning in, so I appreciate you guys sticking with me. All right, so right off the bat, let me get to the high-resolution radar here. Let me change all of this around. Stand by with me for just 1 second. I'm going to go to Super Res in Tallahassee. All right, so here is where we have a tornado warning. So what I want to do is, let me get to the velocity mode right on in there. And let me take the lightning off. Okay, so what we see here is, this is kind of a hard spot to see, but it does appear like we've lost some of the tight rotation. You're going to hear me a lot of times say couplet or tight rotation, all of that stuff. It looks to be a little more straight line. We had some, it was likely right here. Whoops, that was going wrong button. Sorry, guys. We're going to go back in. And this all looks to be a little more straight line right now. Again, the threat is not over with this. Tornado warning continues until 11:30, so that's 2 more minutes. We will see if the National Weather Service does carry that over. So to just get you guys off the bat, as we're going to be doing this for a long time here. All right, so what I was just going to say, off to my side, you might see me kind of look over here. I have a direct link to the National Weather Service. They are the entity and the only entity that issues tornado watches, tornado warnings, severe thunderstorm watches, severe thunderstorm warnings. So a lot of times they're going to give us a heads up when they are about to push that trigger to issue warnings. So we will see. There's been no indication if they are going to continue that. But what they just said, monitoring the rotation northeast of Moultrie near Norman Park. They have a tornado warning prepped in the event the rotation gets a little bit stronger. So we are going to watch that come into play. The one thing that I want to show you is, let me get my little dabber out. In addition to the tornadic potential, especially in the Panhandle right now, we are going to see these intense straight line winds, potentially on the order of hurricane force or stronger. So that's kind of the deal that we are watching at this current time. I'm just trying to go up the line here, and Moultrie is outside of Florida, so I want to be kind of clear about that. That's what they were talking about. The National Weather Service in Tallahassee they encompass a large area, so they were referring to the rotation around Moultrie, which was right here. But it does not look like we'll see what happens if that tightens up. The one, since we are kind of focused on Florida, and to be clear, if anyone's tuning in from the News 6 viewing area, we are based out of the Central Florida area. When these severe weather events come, we like to break down the entire state of Florida and kind of track and pinpoint the line all the way through. So that's what we are focused on now. So if anybody tuning in from the Central Florida area, we have a severe weather risk too. We are getting out ahead of this and tracking this line, watching how it behaves on approach. So what I want to do now is I want to kind of go over some things as to kind of what the threat is for any of my Central Florida viewers that may be in play. I first want to bring up the latest risk from the Storm Prediction Center. and I have to switch my sources here. So let me bring up my other weather computer. This is the severe weather threat. So we have that level 3 out of 5. From a Florida perspective, that is some of your higher end severe weather potential. For those that are in the Central Florida area, the last time that we had an enhanced risk, that 3 out of 5, that orange shaded color, which is pretty much just north of the I-4 corridor, was, remember back last spring, the crazy hail event, especially in Brevard County and Lake County, where we had baseball-sized hail. Now, I'm just using that as a reference that when we have these level 3 out of 5 events, it's typically uglier than normal. So again, it gives you that heightened sense. If you've been watching Florida Forecast on YouTube or hanging out with us on News 6 Plus, we've really been talking about this system for the last 10 days. And these bigger ones that you can see that far into the future typically end up producing something. So I kind of want to show you what is going on. We're going to bring up the water vapor imagery and this beast of a storm. I mean, look at this thing. There's a blizzard on the cold side of it. There's a ridiculous flood threat through the mid-Atlantic and Northeast. And then we are on that severe weather side. So we're on the warm side of this, where all of this jet stream energy, I don't know if anybody's happened to, well, you can likely see the wind or feel the wind out there. But if anybody's happened to just look up at the clouds, where it's not raining or thunderstorming right now, but you can kind of see the dynamics that are in play. Somebody mentioned on the chat earlier that it feels different. I mean, yesterday it was kind of crummy. It was cloudy. It was kind of cool. Today, especially through the Florida peninsula, it is muggy. You can feel the wind. It's gusty. We were talking about that. But if you look up and look at the clouds at how fast they are moving, that's how you can tell that dynamically that conditions are favorable. That is the wind shear that these thunderstorms thrive off of, and that is the byproduct of El Nino. And again, we talked about that at length. Let's take a look at some of the wind gusts right now. Some reports coming in of 40-mile-per-hour gusts being reported at Orlando Executive. I have Orlando International there, 33-mile-per-hour gust. Leesburg just reported a 40-mile-per-hour gust. Daytona Beach, 36. We had a report from New Smyrna of another 40-mile-per-hour wind gust in play as well. For those that like nerding out, Weather Service out of Melbourne, Air Force or Space Force out of Cape Canaveral had mentioned that they are going to do an afternoon 18Z, that's 1 o'clock Eastern time, a special balloon launch. For those that aren't aware, twice a day, the National Weather Service at select Weather Service sites release balloon launches. That's where we get all of our real-time data, and that we derive our forecast data from those upper air soundings from the balloon launches. They're going to do a special one to kind of sample the atmosphere. So at 1 o'clock, we're going to get a lot of good information from the atmosphere as to, is this line that's in the Panhandle now going to hold together? And is it going to materialize even further and with the potential to create, again, tornado? So I'm just going to update this here. This is going to be a tool. This is a forecast model known as Helicity, or the product, I should say. And what this does, if you see stuff pop up, this is where the model is kind of forecasting rotation tracks, for lack of a better, to not use the scientific term, meteorological term, helicity. And you see right here, there's 4 o'clock, and things get really, really ugly with that line. It looks like there's like a little lull in the tornadic action through like west of Jacksonville. Let me zoom this out real quick. Let me get all of these names off so that I can better illustrate what's going on here. So let me get out of this. I'm just kind of updating these graphics in real time, so bear with me again as we kind of do all this together. But look at all this, and I'll do this to kind of stop, and I'll bring out my arrow. Anywhere you see the blue and especially green, that is the model kind of hinting at, okay, these things could spin. through the course of this show, this live stream, I should say, we're going to keep on checking up on. We'll get that 18Z balloon launch together, and I just want to double check to see if they continued that warning. So let me switch my sources back over. That's the whole big thing, and let me bring up. All right. So I don't want to say good news, but as we were kind of talking about, with the Tallahassee thing, they did not continue that warning. It looked to be a little more straight liney than tornado-y at that time. So they continued with a severe thunderstorm warning. So we're watching now the radar out of Tallahassee. There's also this little guy right here. Let's see the direction that it's going. Let me put that into play mode. Just look at the nasty stuff. Okay, so this is going to be kind of an early heads up. These are moving straight out of the north and east. And you see this little bright flare up here right in the middle of your screen? That's kind of a road. There's likely a water spout out there. That's in the North Gulf of Mexico. Now, here is Perry in the Big Bend. Let me zoom this out to kind of, we'll put a timer on that for you. But that is, we could have some issues with that as that kind of works its way toward the shore within the next 30 minutes or so. So we're going to be watching that closely for the Perry area and parts of the Big Bend as we could have these embedded. And there's another one down here again. We're getting really far away from the radar. A lot of times in this live stream, you're going to hear me throw out a lot of meteorological weather jargon and stuff. I'm going to do my best again to kind of explain what is going on. But you see that tightened up here. So we have embedded rotation, and there's another one down here. Again, we're getting far away from the radar at this point, but it's the environment, and that's where you have to watch. So we will see. We're tuned in with the Weather Service, the entity that is responsible, the lone entity responsible for issuing watches, warnings, things like that. And of course, as we get that information from them, we will pass it along. But again, we will be talking likely at length through at least 7 o'clock tonight as this happens. And again, we're going to break this down meteorologically. Again, this is not to scare people. This is not for clicks. This is not for hype. If you guys have been on this live stream when we've had these severe weather events, hurricanes, tropical storms, things like that, you know that by now. This is the place where we get to have a conversation together as we track this line of thunderstorms together and to give you the best meteorological information possible so that we can turn that high-level science stuff into how that's actually going to impact you and what you need to do to stay safe if it comes to that. So obviously we're hoping it doesn't, but unfortunately it has already produced several tornadoes in the Panhandle. There's been some big-time damage in the Panhandle. Panama City Beach got rocked as a strong tornado. Waterspout 2 tornado kind of moved on through. So, but anyway. Just looking at any kind of reports to see if anything else is coming in from... Okay, so everything right now is all straight line winds. We are going to be watching this line of thunderstorms here, though. So let me get back to the actual radar. Got to bring up my other screen. Radar, level 2 reflectivity. Super res. We're going to go to the super resolution. All right. So, and this kind of shows the same story. What the deal today is, and this may change a little bit into the Central Florida I-4 corridor area a little bit later on. I'll show you a high-resolution model that shows what I'm talking about. It's starting to bite on the potential for some stray supercells to pop ahead of this main, what we call QLCS, quasi-linear convective system. That's what that is known as. It is working through. But every now and then you're going to get a little embedded supercell. So there's one right there, there's one right there, there's one right there. And those on the leading edge of that have the potential to produce tornadoes, as we've seen already today. There's been, again, kind of supercellular structures make that up as it works through. So what I'm going to do now, I'm going to switch back to my other weather computer. We are going to go and kind of time this out real time. To the high resolution future radar. I was showing you some of the rotation tracks a little bit ago. All right, so here we go as we move towards 2 o'clock. That's when this line of thunderstorms is going to start to get close to Gainesville, just outside of Fort McCoy into Marion County, and then this starts to slide on through. There's 4 o'clock, looks to be around the villages, Bushnell, closing it on Claremont, Groveland, Eustis, Mount Dora, Daytona Beach, Palm Coast. There's 5 o'clock on Tuesday, close to the I-4 corridor. So again, be careful. If you have to work today, if you are working today, it'd be a good idea, again, to check the radar. If you need a good handheld weather app, I'm biased, but the Pinpoint weather app is great. You're going to get updates from us. The whole meteorology team is here. The whole weather team is here. Kind of updating our different platforms here, of course. We're going to be streaming live through the event as this comes on through. And all that jazz. So Pinpoint Weather app is a great tool. I see a couple of questions on here. Let me get my... All right. All right, so I want to address this one, and this has been the case the last couple of times. So, Alex, this is a really good point. This is a really good question here, or comment. All right, so hot off the press. Stand by. You are right. It's a little bit different today. Long story short, we have a little more wind dynamics today to kind of keep this going, and we haven't had as much instability. So that's why the warmer water of the Gulf kind of helps to increase the instability a little bit, and that's why they kind of had that weakening trend. Today, we're going to be able to generate a little more instability. It's a much more powerful system to be able to fuel the wintertime thing. So that is a great point. By Alex, so thank you for that. All right, hot off the press, a new tornado watch has just been issued here so far. That includes Flagler County in Central Florida. So let me get my tornado watch graphic up and see if we did that. And this is going to go. This is in real time. I've not updated the banner, so this is now until 6 o'clock tonight. Brand new tornado watch. This is going to roll until 6 o'clock. I'm going to update the time as we speak, and I'll show you basically it's for all of North Florida. This includes Jacksonville, St. Augustine, Palm Coast, Bunnell, Gainesville, just north of us, and Cedar Key. So what the deal with this is that, and let me just change this so if anybody doesn't have the volume on, this is going to go until 6 o'clock tonight. So, and again, also important to note the difference between a watch and a warning. A watch means that conditions are favorable, okay? A warning means that whatever the warning is for, whether it's tornado or a severe thunderstorm, means that a damaging storm is imminent or is already occurring, and then that's whenever you take action. So again, a tornado watch has been extended for pretty much all of southeast Georgia and then all of North Florida. If you're watching from the News 6 viewing area, Flagler County, we are, of course, in the News 6 viewing area. Welcome. This is going to include Flagler Beach, Palm Coast, Bunnell. All of Flagler County is in that tornado watch until 6 o'clock this evening. What happens here is we may see that it kind of expanded, and we likely will see some watch issued for the Central Florida counties gradually as the day rolls on. So we will obviously wait to see that. in addition. So let me check. There's a couple of things. I'm going to see if the Weather Service has, if you are a checker of the Weather Service page, Storm Prediction Center page, they issue these what we call mesoscale discussions. And it's basically their little discussions so that we kind of get their thoughts of what they are thinking. And if they give us a heads up again, if they're going to issue the watch again, they are the entity that issues all of the watches. So let me just see what is in effect. And basically there. Okay, so yeah, their last one there was all that for, again, basically for what was just issued there. So at this time, nothing coming for. You are correct. That was thankfully allowed to expire. Awesome. Thank you for that heads up as well. You got it. Hey Tiffany, good to see you again. Sorry that your daughter is anxious again. I know we keep on getting these severe weather events. We're going to be here with you guys though. Get you through this. Bob said the winds really picked up yesterday evening around 5 p.m. in Daytona Beach shores, and that's a response to this. Let me. I'll show you the big picture here, and then we're gonna go check in on that line of thunderstorms that are sliding through. Here is the system itself. I mean, it's massive. It's a beast. There's a blizzard on the cold side of it. There, and then all of this, what we call the pressure gradient, was tightening. So it's a difference between if there's a larger difference in pressure over a shorter area, that's when the winds really crank up. So I mean, now we're gusting to 30, 45 miles an hour and all that stuff. Okay, so let's get back to it. Appears that line is nasty, potentially producing up to 70 mile per hour winds. So let me switch back to the radar computer, and all that red that you see on the screen right there is the tornado watch that has just been issued. So that's what that is. All of these boxes or polygon-looking things, that is, those are the warnings. So a yellow is severe thunderstorm warning. A red is tornado warning. If that red turns purple, that means that it is a confirmed tornado. We had a lot of purple around this morning. So Tallahassee, you guys are now in the clear. It is going to stay gusty for a little bit, but you are in the clear for severe weather. Panama City, again, I know we had a lot of bad weather around. We had a couple of bigger tornadoes around. Quincy, Wright, Crestview, into Pensacola, your severe weather threat is over. Again, that was expected and moved on through overnight and early this morning. So now, I mean, I know we had a lot of damage, but we are at least in the clear right now. Perry, heads up, we have nasty storms coming toward you. Let's put a timer on that. Let's see how fast these bad boys are moving. So look, if you see the speed there, you can see that east-northeast at 54 miles an hour. So this is not the day either. I know everybody loves to get the weather photo, take video of if a tornado is spawned, but these things are racing. These are pretty much highway speed if you're obeying the speed limit in a 55 mile per hour zone. I guess maybe a little bit lower than highway speed. It's probably more like 60 or 70, but you catch my drift. These things are flying right on through. All right, so let's get in here. Let's try to dissect. We're still on the... There's a tornado watch, so let's get out of that. And let me bring up... Sorry, I talk to myself a lot. And I also want to let you know what I'm doing, because there might be just... I don't want to have dead air around. So what I'm doing now is I am going to switch back to the velocity mode, the reds and greens, looks like Christmas. You never like to see this up because, I mean, that means we're tracking something potentially tornadic. Here is that spin out there. That's going to continue on to land right about there. In terms of, look at the wind. Okay, didn't want to do that. I want to get my dabber. I want to look right in there. Look at that. So that is the radar estimating winds at the surface of 74 miles an hour. Now, this is right along the Georgia-Florida line, just southwest of Valdosta into Thomasville. This is now northeast of Tallahassee. Again, here is the state line right up there. The most intense stuff is just over the line. This is pretty good radar data too. The beam goes away because of the curvature of the Earth, so the beam shoots up. So there is the Tallahassee radar. We're looking at a pretty good level though, so we're not shooting that high up. So I mean, most of that wind is likely reaching the ground with that line of thunderstorms. So again, that's one of the things that we are watching for going forward. This guy continues to brighten up. So let's get real tight in here. Again, if you're in and around Perry, you're going to want to make sure that you are thinking about getting to your safe place. Make sure I'm still on the Tallahassee radar. Okay, so actually just got a ground truth report of a 70 mile per hour wind gust. So again, the radar we just were estimating there, and now we have ground truth to kind of back that up. So again, this is one of the things, and this is why we were talking about earlier, right off the no, it is seltzer. I'm not pounding a Bud Light. Okay, so that is don't worry, we are
Glad people are concerned.
wow. Actually, a lot of people think it's a Bud Light. No, I promise. I promise. Pollard is not sponsoring this live stream, by the way. That's just what I happen to be drinking today. But no, we're just staying hydrated. All right, someone mentioned severe thunderstorm. Let's see. Ashlyn had asked, are we still under a tornado watch? It depends where you are. So, Ashlyn, if you want to give me your location, we can look at that to see if you are exactly, if you're still in there. Ashley in Cocoa. Right now, it's nice and quiet. It's just a little windy out there in Cocoa, 40-ish mile per hour wind gust, but it's going to be later on, 4, 5 o'clock. That's when we're going to start to see the risk area for you. I think it's a little bit lower, relatively speaking. But yeah, you want to make sure that you are weather aware later on this afternoon, especially. And again, just be careful out there now because there could be some branches coming down. A 40 mile per hour wind will take down some of the smaller branches. Nothing crazy, but it's a little crazy out there, a little nasty. I figured you were, but at least we can try to lighten the mood a little bit. So thank you for that and for being on the live stream as we kind of watch this nasty line of thunderstorms. Lake City, Florida. Okay, so the worst has not come to you yet. Yes, you are in that tornado watch in Lake City, Florida, until 6 o'clock. It's going to come down. It will be allowed to expire a lot sooner than 6 o'clock because it's on your doorstep. But Lake City is still in the severe thunderstorm or in the tornado watch. So there is Lake City. Let me turn on the actual radar here. Look at that, Dade City. Thank you for the report. Recorded a 42 mile per hour gust holding steady at 20 miles an hour. So again, Dade City all the way away from that line. It's that massive storm that we showed you earlier. Let me see if I still have that out. Look at that thing. I mean, it's a beast. It's huge. Blizzard on the cold side, severe weather on the warm side. Um, Paula says in Lake County, already heard some tree branches crack. We had a couple of light wind gusts in Lake County. That'll do it. Let me pull up. Do what I said I was going to do first. I want to show. Freddie Cash says windy and Perry. So it depends. I'm sorry. I forget where you're located. So the weather boy, if you can put your location, I apologize for that. I know that you said it, and I know we've talked in the past on live stream. So thanks for hanging out with us again on the live stream, and thanks for being here. So my apologies. It's possible. It is possible for a couple of stronger tornadoes along the Florida Peninsula. Here's why. Let me try to break this down. Let me get my other weather computer back up. And I want to show you, just move some things around. Let me switch. Okay, so the good news, this latest update doesn't pop individual supercells like this is the high resolution model. It was popping a couple of stray supercells ahead of that line. One of the things that if they can get by themselves, and again, we'll be on this as this line comes through, but one of the things that we are going to be watching for is if we get any isolated cells ahead of this main line. The environment is ripe for these things to spin. There's a less of a chance for them to do that when they are embedded in a line, although we can get what we call QLCS tornadoes. This is a quasi-linear convective system. That's what these are known as. But in a situation where we do have this kind of wind shear around, we can get these embedded supercellular structures, or at least these things to spin a little bit on a leading edge. So those are the couple of things that we are going to do that. Austin, my nothing burger guy, what's up? I don't know if you saw the Panhandle, but there's already been like a handful of tornadoes that have caused significant damage. So please respect the people that just had their lives uprooted for a short time, my man. So please show some respect if you are going to say something like that, because unfortunately already in the first few hours of the event, it has done exactly, unfortunately, what it was expected to do. So I just want to call you out for that, because, again, this is a really nasty day and all that. And, again, we've already seen several confirmed tornadoes do significant damage in the Panhandle. They will start to go down. I'll show you the forecast. Let me see if I have my model loaded up. Let me see here. It's loading. It's thinking today. All right, so here we go. To answer your question and to kind of show you through the state of Florida, because I'm not exactly sure where you are, Jim. So thank you for the question. There's 11 o'clock tonight, so we are still going to keep things really windy. There's 20 to 30 mile per hour winds, not as windy. Getting into tomorrow, there's 4 o'clock. It's breezy, but it's not as gusty as what it is. So it's not going to be like storms come through and then it shuts off. But it's not going to be as gusty. So there's tomorrow at 4 o'clock. All right, so new severe thunderstorm warning just issued for We're in Dixie, Lafayette, Madison, and Taylor, Florida for the potential and likelihood of 70-mile-per-hour winds. So there's that high-end wind potential that we've been talking about as that system slides on through. Let me back this up. Let me get to let me get through, and we're going to take a look at that. I have a couple of timeline questions. Let me just get the updated warning, show you where the updated warning is, and then we'll go over timeline stuff if you guys stay with me. And if you're finding this helpful, and if you like to stay updated on weather stuff in Florida, hit that subscribe button for me. And if you're finding this helpful, hit that thumbs up button as well. All right, so I'm going to go over here. So there is the new severe thunderstorm warning, and that includes that line that we've been tracking that's out in the Gulf. So again, Perry, heads up, some nasty winds are coming to you. Again, Taylor, this is going to go till 1:30. Lafayette until 1:30. Further down into Dixie, 1:30. Back to Taylor, 1:30, and then that includes the rest of Dixie as well on the southern end. So there you go. Again, this is what we were talking about. I know that there are severe thunderstorm warnings, but a 70-mile-per-hour wind gust, wind gust can do the same amount of damage as an EF0 tornado. The National Weather Service put it best. It doesn't matter which way the wind is going, whether it's straight or twisting, it can still do damage. Obviously, the higher-end tornadoes certainly do a lot more than straight-line winds, but you get the picture. So here we're watching on I-10. Look at this. So I'm trying to see the reference with that. So this little bright spot here, look at that, near Greenville. So if anybody's watching from Madison or Greenville, it is about to get really nasty in Madison, Florida. It's already really nasty in Greenville. The radar is estimating 70 to 75 mile per hour wind gusts right now in Greenville. And that is why, again, we talked about the warning was for 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Again, hail not really a main threat. Let's see. So, and this is the crazy thing too. So, a new report just came in. This is in Georgia, in around Claytonville, sorry, a 62-mile-per-hour gust. That was not from a thunderstorm. That is just from the overall gustiness and overall wind of this thing. I have a lot of people putting in the comments that it's really windy in Daytona Beach shores. It's really windy in Oviedo. It's really windy along the Space Coast. That is the non-thunderstorm wind gust that we were talking about into that 40 to 50 mile per hour ballpark. Some of those are even going higher in Georgia right now, and that just goes to show how much wind energy is in the atmosphere. What happens in a situation like this? And again, we were talking about this earlier. If you happen to look up and see how fast those clouds are moving, that is the atmospheric dynamics in play that are fueling this severe weather threat today. And what happens when you get these stronger updrafts and downdrafts and then the thunderstorm, it brings down all of that strong wind that resides a couple thousand feet above the surface and can really cause some damage. And we've seen that already, unfortunately. So just kind of looking at a bunch of stuff, checking out seeing if the Weather Service is thinking about issuing anything. So Ben Travels TV just asked, the basements are not common in Florida, and this is a good point. We'll touch on that. He says that because of the soil and flood risk. It's 100% because of the soil. The water table is sitting a little too high there, and the soil composition, and that is the main reason why that you don't have basements in Florida. So it always adds that risk, and that continues to the deep south as well. There's not a lot of basements into Alabama, into Mississippi, Georgia, things like that, where unfortunately we've been getting a lot of more tornadic activity over the years. So all that stuff. And Joe just mentioned it there, reinforcing that kind of all sand. So thanks, Joe. Already getting some bad gusts in Deltona. Thank you that. Thank you for that report. Thanks, Joe. I appreciate that, my friend. All right, so we're watching this nasty line of thunderstorms come through. Let me turn on the reflectivity, and the reflectivity is kind of what we are, kind of what we. It's that normal radar, what you are used to seeing when you pull up a weather app or something like that. That's what it is right now. So again, Perry, heads up, in just a couple of minutes, there's a really nasty thunderstorm on your doorstep. I'm sure sure the winds are already picking up. It is really dark outside, and there's a lot of lightning. So there's the lightning we just overlaid that. Sometimes it's hard to see some of the features, so I'll turn the lightning on and off. Embedded in this are 121 strikes just in this little frame that we have in. So highly electrified again, and it's one of the other reasons why I know a lot of people are going to go back to a few weeks ago the severe weather threat that we were talking about. That threat was highly, highly, highly conditional. There was a lot of wind energy, but the instability was basically zero, especially coming at the time of night that it did. Severe weather happens at all hours, so I want to be clear about that. But in that kind of setup, there wasn't enough instability kind of pushing through. And the National Weather Service, way ahead of this. Look at this. They just issued a warning that includes the outskirts of Live Oak. And again, this is way out ahead of the line. So they are giving tons and tons of lead time. So if your bells and whistles are going off on your smartphone, and if you don't have a weather app that you like, the Pinpoint Weather app, it's a free download. You can just search WKMG in your app store, and you can find that there. Even if you're outside of the Central Florida area, if you need a quick thing today, it's a good download because it will latch on your location if you turn those location services on. So make sure that you do that and make sure the alerts are set. It's a good idea to do that. Also, a good idea to kind of charge your devices right now. So you can, if your power goes out from a nasty storm, you can still get updates from us on clickorlando.com and on the News 6 YouTube page. All right, so I promised that we're going to keep a close eye on that. Let's see. That was coffee, just FYI. I feel like I have to announce it now. um, So Wanda already reporting trees down in her yard in Reddick, Florida, and that's again out ahead of the main line. We've seen 40 to 45 mile per hour wind gusts already in the Marion County, Ocala, Reddick area, and again out ahead of the main line. So let me just go down this real quick, and then we're going to go over the timeline. Let's bring this back out. This is a brand new severe thunderstorm warning for Suwannee, Florida. I always mess that one up. And then Hamilton, Florida. This is going to go until 1 o'clock. So, again, it shows how fast this thing is going as well. We've had a rough go of it in Tampa. Joe had just mentioned about that the buoy is cresting 2 feet over the prediction. The wind is still south. And it's likely going to stay south for the next there is our front right back here. Well, the front's back here, but the line of storms associated with it, obviously, right there. So we're going to keep the wind kind of pushing straight up for the next couple of hours. And, again, that wind is really, really strong. Don't need me to tell you that. All right, so I keep on talking about I want to go show you future radar, but it looks like we may have some ground truth that we have winds in excess of 75 miles an hour up in for us in Greenville. We were just looking. Let me turn. I'm going to turn the velocity back on. So again, if anybody's watching from Lee, right on 90, Madison certainly, Perry, make sure that you're in your safe place. There's not a tornado warning right now, but on a day like today, when you're, I mean, basically hurricane force wind gusts right now out of this thing, greater than 74 miles an hour is considered to be a hurricane force wind gust. Again, this is not from a hurricane. This is not tropical in nature by any means, but we all know I feel like we have a lot of experience with hurricane force winds here. So, just for perspective purposes, the wind gusts are about hurricane force right now. It's not going to be as long lived as a hurricane. It's going to be there and get on out of here, but it's going to do some damage. So let me get back to. I'm going to switch my radar source again. There's the wind advisory, by the way. Um, I love Joe. I love his comment. He said, lineman truck just turned around in my driveway. Now there's a confidence booster. Yeah, no kidding. All right, shout out to Jacksonville. A couple of people joining us from Jacksonville. You guys are in a tornado watch until 6 o'clock tonight. I am going to turn back to the velocity mode, and this is what we were just talking about. Let me get rid of the lightning. This little patch here, it's kind of drifting towards the Georgia and Florida line. Look at that. Look at the estimated wind gusts in this thing. We're pushing 80 miles an hour. Again, we're getting a little bit further away from Tallahassee, so we may not have all of that coming down into the surface, but we've had in this line of storms ground truth of 70 mile per hour winds being recorded. Again, not estimated. So we're talking about the potential for 75, 76 mile per hour winds reaching the surface. So that is no doubt going to do some damage up in here. Let's back this up through I-10. We may be, I mean, these are certain, look at that. I mean, 50, 40, 50 mile per hour wind gusts coming through. So again, heads up in Madison. If you're watching in Georgia, Lake Park, just over the state line, that little patch of nastiness is coming in your direction. So again, that's a big deal. That is a big deal. All right, just checking this line for any kind of turn on the relative mode. Looks like there could be a little bit of spin around Valdosta in Georgia. Let's go back to. So again, Madison, this is right on top of you guys. All right. Hey, good to see you, my friend. He's asking about Miko. We got some people asking about I-75. And then Juan is asking about I-75. And had a couple of questions about Lake County. So now we're going to get into the timeline. I just wanted to get back to that line because it looked like it was getting more intense, and it is. So let me change my weather computers. We're operating off of two weather computers. So you'll hear me kind of switch back and forth or to go between the two because it kind of get different data on each one, and so we have a bunch. Hey Jennifer, yeah, make sure they still have fallen trees, and they said already lost power hours ago. So Jennifer's talking about Madison. where they are right now. And again, that is just we still have the live radar on Madison as that's coming down 90 right there. And again, the potential for 60 to 70 mile per hour wind gust right through. For the weather app, it's called the Pinpoint Weather app. It is You can search WKMG in our app store. Oh, I got you. So they still have the downed trees from the hurricane. Yes, Madison. Gotcha. All right. What about Lake City? Lake City right now under a severe thunderstorm warning. If you could hold out for a little bit of time, give yourself some time for this thing to go. So let me zoom out. If you left Lake City now, you're not under the warning. So excuse me, I was thinking of Live Oak. Depending upon when you leave, if you left right now in Lake City, you'd be able to get there with just some light rain, maybe a couple of downpours, rumble of thunder. The main line is still back to your west. I don't know what time you're trying to leave. Maybe you said that, but Gummy Nap 2.0, I'm not sure how many confirmed. We'll actually have to wait till tomorrow to see. I know that there was at least 3 purple boxes, different purple boxes, and when they turn purple, the polygons like that, that's whenever it's confirmed, either by somebody seeing it or the radar able to confirm it. We can see the debris and stuff with that. So let me get back. All right, so here we go. Here's the line coming through. So we're really just going to start watching for this. It's 12:17 right now. And by the way, if you are watching from Central Florida, WKMG News 6 is on the air right now. Meteorologist Candace Campos is in our noon show. She's going through the timeline as well. Here's what that looks like if you're
4 or 5 o'clock, right along the I-4 corridor, just in time for a lot of evening commuters out there, and then starting to push out towards the coastline by about 8 and 9 o'clock. But there's going to be a whole lot of weather along this front with more of those impacts as meteorologist Samara Kikinis.
That's right, Candace. And as we take a look at the severe risk today, you'll notice that the northern half of Central Florida is in that enhanced risk. That's a level 3 out of 5, saying yes, you're more likely to see more coverage of severe thunderstorms with varying intensities. Areas in the yellow, a slight risk, and we're talking about that's the rest of Central Florida. Tornadoes, high winds definitely are on the higher scale or moderate to high, and then hail and flooding a little bit lower. We're not expecting a whole lot of flooding, but look at this damaging wind threat for today. You'll notice our northern counties in the hatched area. This is that 30% area. That's where you could see wind gust potential up to 75 miles per hour in thunderstorms as they pass by. Looking at the wind gust models, though, you'll notice as we
and what that means is wind gusts in excess of 74 miles an hour. So again, that hatched area, and we can go over that in a little more detail, and all that stuff. Oh, sorry, I guess our audio is still going through. My bad. I forgot I had the audio coming through. Sorry, guys. All right, so we are still watching that storm coming through, the line of storms coming through from west to east. Here is the timeline. So there's 3 o'clock. Let me get to the other weather computer. Okay. So there's 3 o'clock. So Reddick, Ocala, Denellen, this is when you guys in that 2 to 3 o'clock ballpark need to be on guard for the potential for 60 to 70 mile per hour winds or greater. And then that line kind of moves east. There's 4 o'clock. So from the villages into Bushnell, Coleman, Groveland, Claremont, Eustis, Mount Dora, Umatilla. I know I had a question about Umatilla a few minutes ago. Into that 3 to 5 o'clock ballpark, that's when this is going to arrive. Lake Catherine, Astor, Bunnell, Palm Coast. And again, we're going to be watching for all those little purple isolated dots kind of embedded in there. And all that stuff. Tampa, you guys are going to be under the gun from about 3 to 5 o'clock. That's whenever your severe weather risk is going to be there, and all that stuff. So just keep that in mind. Your tornado threat is going to be there as well. Let's take take this focus down a little bit into the 4 to 6 o'clock time ballpark. Nasty line of storms right through the I-4 corridor from Daytona Beach into New Smyrna Beach, Sanford, Oviedo, DeLand, Orange City, Deltona. We're going to be under the gun. Apopka, Winter Garden, Pine Hills, Orlando. The metro area is going to be right around there. Down to Lakeland, into Kissimmee, St. Cloud, Celebration, into that same time frame as well. So let's take this further into the future. There's MIMS, and again, where you're seeing the darker red and purple, that's where the more intense stuff is going to be. All right, so there's 6 o'clock tonight. We'll keep taking this out further in time. Some nasty stuff working toward Kenansville, Deer Park, Yeehaw Junction in Osceola County, Melbourne, Titusville, Mims, Rockledge into Sharps, Cocoa Beach, West Melbourne. And then finally, kind of that last gasp into that 7 to 8 time frame. So I do think that this line is going to try to weaken a little bit. As it moves and sinks southeast of I-4. Just a little bit, though. Again, we could still have some really nasty storms, again, in southeast Brevard County toward Mico. Let me zoom this out for you. And we'll kind of do this thing again on a widespread scale. So there's the kind of Tampa, Sarasota area. There's 4 to 6 o'clock. Okay, and someone a question about the beach. If a tornado warning is issued and you're on the beach, again, you just need to make sure that you're in a sturdy structure. If you're in a mobile home, you need to evacuate because a low-end tornado will destroy a mobile home. Lowest level of your house. I always tell people, I know this sounds kind of weird or funny, but on a day like today when there's the potential for tornadoes, have the bike helmet inside because that's an easy way to just like strap it on. Most people get seriously injured or unfortunately die in a tornado not because it got sucked up, but because they got hit in the head with something. And if you have like a mattress you can pull over, I know all of this sounds scary, believe me, I know, but we're just had the question about what to do, so we want to talk about that. Just keep the bike helmet around. Seriously, it'll protect if you fall on your head on the pavement. It's going to protect your head a little bit if there's something flying through. So all that. And it looks like the Weather Service just reported, unfortunately, a fatality in Alabama as these storms came through. So these extensive damage in Cottonwood, Alabama. So one of those tornadoes, unfortunately, went fatal in Alabama as it worked on through the North Gulf Coast. So, again, it's something to take very seriously. And, again, just hoping that the line weakens. So far, there are no signs of that happening. It has gotten a little less tornado-y. That was to be expected, at least for a short time. I think we might see a pulse up, though, of that tornado threat as it gets closer to the I-4 corridor. I'll show you why in just one second. Let me get my other mouse and take this further out. So there's Fort Myers into that 5 to 6 o'clock. To the Fort Myers, Naples area, kind of extending down through Osceola County again. And then closer to Lake Okeechobee, you see the line kind of fizzling out. Although, notice these little structures, these little kidney bean shapes, how they're kind of like, look like little kidney beans. Those are supercells. Those would have the opportunity to spin something up. So we're going to be watching for that late into our evening. So Paul's asking a good question, and let me see if they have issued any new mesoscale discussions. That's what they do to kind of give us a heads up, and they have not. But he was asking why Is the Orlando area not under a severe thunderstorm or tornado watch yet? This looks nasty. They typically do it in 6-hour increments, so I think they're going to wait just a little while longer, and I think they want to see the line materialize. I would have to agree, though. It looks nasty, and this line of storms does not look like it's weakening anytime soon. So, yeah, I'm with you. There may be one coming shortly, though. But yeah, likely in the next couple of hours because they want it. Though I'm sure they'll have it contain a large area, so they have it covered for the next couple of hours down to Flagler County, and then as the line kind of pushes, then they're gonna reevaluate. We actually have a weather balloon launch coming up, a special weather balloon launch, and I'll show you that data in real time once it comes in. We can kind of dissect the environment to see if the Central Florida area is going to be under the same kind of threat. Miami, you guys have a low-end severe weather risk tonight, Ariana, but it's not going to be as bad as what it is to your north. What's going on, Dan? He mentioned about he's getting 30-mile-per-hour wind gusts in Palm Bay already. Crazy. So it's windy. It is windy out there. This is a big deal. Are you talking about in like the high resolution model? So that's a great question. He's asking what caused the cold front to be chaotic, and there's a huge, big blast of cold air coming. It's going to turn colder in Florida, but like there's going to be a ridiculous cold outbreak in the plains, like again in Texas, Oklahoma, behind this thing. Certainly the coldest of the season so far. And these mid-latitude cyclones, as they're called, again, they're not tropical. But they're driven by these big upper lows. Let me see if I have the thing up. So what we have going on here, what's today? Today's Tuesday? Is today Tuesday? Yeah, I don't even know what day it is. But it's because of this big upper low. This big thing here, right there. And what it's doing is it's kind of mixed up with the subtropical jet stream that's kind of blasting right here. If you guys have followed us at News 6, we talked extensively. We broke down what we thought the winter was going to be like way back in September. Because of El Nino, we thought it was going to be active with rounds of severe weather and heavy rain and clouds, and unfortunately, so far, it is coming to fruition. But this subtropical jet stream is kind of blasting across Mexico and the Gulf right now, is helping to kind of invigorate the system further. So as that line of storms comes down, it meets up with all of that added wind shear from that other jet stream that isn't typically as prominent because it's when it's not an El Nino season. So this big upper low here, and again, if you haven't seen here, you haven't been on the stream with us for a long time, this is the whole storm. I mean, blasted in the plains. Iowa's getting super heavy snow right now up to Minnesota, Wisconsin. A lot of flooding coming towards like Virginia, the Carolinas, into New York area. And then we are, of course, laser focused on the severe weather threat that continues for Florida for the rest of today. Tallahassee and west, our severe threat is over, but we've already had a ton of damage with several confirmed tornadoes touching down earlier this morning. So just keep that in mind. Miguel, thank you for that report. It says Lakeland, partly cloudy, heavy winds. Appreciate you. All right, so if you're watching us from the Panhandle, because the severe weather threat is over like clockwork, we just said that the tornado watch has been allowed to expire in Franklin, Leon counties because the threat is over. The threat has passed. Let's see. Let's go check in on Madison. The worst should be over now. Let me get back to my other computer. All right, so the worst is just going through town right now. Let me get back to the wind and estimate that. All right, so there's that little flare up. See how the colors, those little pixels get a little brighter? So there's winds pushing 70 miles an hour. There's the update because that little parcel thing just moved, that little patch. So it piped down a little bit. That is still a nasty storm. Winds pushing 70 miles an hour as that rolled through Madison. So they might have power outages going through. Let's check to see here. So all these different colors are the power outages. So let me get rid of the percentage and look at what happened here as that kind of came through. So watch what happens. You see all those boxes slide through and then the colors change. That means that storm just created a ton of power outages. So let me stop this loop. There's 22,000 people without power. Oh yes, no, I'm just not. Sorry, I just haven't talked. My bad. My bad. I was just I can't walk and chew gum, so that's why there was no audio. I wasn't talking. I was just I was just looking off to the side of the screen. All right. So anyway, okay. Thanks, guys. Yeah, that's all that happened there. Probably because I backed away from the remote. All right, guys. So I was just looking at some different things, some different products off screen here, and the worst of this is still closer to Madison, in Madison County, and then also into Taylor County. Severe thunderstorm warning extends to Lafayette, and then also Dixie. And I mean that is way out ahead of the line of storms that is sliding on through. Right now, the Panhandle, Florida, entering the Big Bend, and then eventually into eventually into parts of Central Florida and into South Florida, although the line should be weakening once it gets to South Florida a little bit. I'm just going to be working on changing my sources, and then we are going to do a timeline deal coming through. Alrighty, guys, if you are watching on News 6 Plus or just got the push alert, we're hanging out on Take 6 right now. It's if you're from the Central Florida area, you know what Take 6 is now. It typically happens every day after the noon show at 12:35, where we talk about what we're doing on the newscast a little bit later on into the evening. We're just rolling our severe weather coverage right on through Take 6. So this is a severe weather special edition of Take 6 on clickorlando.com and News 6 Plus as we venture through this. So we're going to give you the updated information here. Here's what's going on right now. We're going to go over the timeline from a Central Florida perspective, and then we're going to get back into tracking that line that's actually ongoing right now. Ground truth producing 70-mile-per-hour winds, radar estimates closer to 80 miles an hour around Madison, Florida. So all of that stuff coming through is going to be working its way into Central Florida throughout the afternoon and into the early evening. So hot off the press, well, I guess not hot off anymore. About an hour ago, tornado watch issued for Flagler County. That is the only one of our Central Florida counties that are under a tornado watch at this time. That is likely going to change as we get deeper into the afternoon and into the evening. There likely will be some kind of watch for the Central Florida area, whether that's a tornado, whether that's your thunderstorm warning. That's going to be up to the National Weather Service and Storm Prediction Center. Nonetheless, we're going to be live streaming this all the way through, so we got you covered. But right now, anyway, Flagler County, that's going to include Palm Coast, Bunnell, Flagler Beach, tornado watch until 6 o'clock. What that means is that the environment is conducive to producing tornadoes. So we are watching right now. It's that extra sense of vigilance that if you're out running errands or anything like that, you want to make sure you're paying closer attention to the weather, because there could be some really nasty storms a little bit later this afternoon coming down the pipeline. I want to show you the latest timeline. This is going to be the high-resolution future radar, and you see what happens coming through. We're really going to be on guard here, on focus, into the Central Florida area by around 2 to 3 o'clock. So that's about an hour or two away. I guess it's almost 1 o'clock now. So in about 1 to 2 hours, we're really going to be watching all that slide on through. Here we go into that 3 to 5 o'clock ballpark. Still dealing with southeast Marion County, closer to Ocala, just trying to slide into Palm Coast, the villages, Bushnell, Coleman, Lake Panasoffkee, Nobleton. We're going to see all those nasty storms kind of push in our direction. We'd be on guard for Mount Dora into Eustis and into Umatilla, Lake Catherine, Astor for us in Lake County, extreme northwest Volusia County. All right, now this is like the I-4 corridor line of storms at this point. It's kind of oriented right along Interstate 4. Daytona Beach into DeLand, Orange City, Deltona, still hanging around Eustis, Umatilla, Apopka, Zellwood, Tangerine. We're going to be under the gun for this. Into Sanford, Lake Mary, Heathrow will be under the gun at this point. This is into that 4 to 6 o'clock time frame. Pine Hills into Winter Garden. We're going to be watching for that. Mineola, Montverde, Coleman, Claremont, and Groveland. That's going to be our time to really be paying attention, okay? Same for us in Lakeland, Winter Haven. We'll be sliding on through. So that's super important to be paying attention to. Still in that 4 to 6 o'clock ballpark. Moving a little bit now to the Orlando metro area. Celebration, Kissimmee, St. Cloud, Point Siena, still around Winter Haven. We're under the gun. This is now through Sanford. This is going to be Oviedo, Edgewater, Oak Hill, Port Orange, and the New Smyrna Beach. Sliding further as we get deeper into that 6 to 8 o'clock time frame. I think by 7 to 9, we're going to see this line get out of here. But we do have, these supercellular structures still hanging around Mico and then into Indian River County as well. So into that 7 to 9 ballpark, we're talking West Melbourne, Mico, Sharps, Yeehaw Junction, Kenansville, Deer Park, all that stuff. So that's what we're going to be watching for. Overall severe weather risk for today. We have that heightened alert level, that level 3 out of 5 for the northern half of Central Florida. That is an enhanced risk. Now, I'm using this as a perspective. Hail is not the primary threat today. It's damaging winds with the potential for tornadoes. But the last time we were in an enhanced risk, that's when we had that ridiculous, baseball-sized hail that was, covered I-95 in Brevard County. It made it look like it snowed out there. So when you get these level 3 and above, that's really when you start to think about, okay, I really need to pay close attention to the weather. And that's something that we have going forward for the rest of today. Level 2 is nothing to play around with either. That's kind of south and east of the I-4 corridor, and there's still the potential for high-end wind gusts greater than 70 miles per hour in that line, and the potential for a few tornadoes. There's also the potential, if these cells can get a little isolated out of the main line, for them to become a little bit strong. So that's something that we are going to be watching closely. I wanted to show you what is causing all of this. Look at this big swirl here. This is the water vapor imagery. We're looking at the motion about 15 to 20,000 feet above your head, and all that orange there kind of blasting up through Tennessee, Alabama. That's the dry slot that always develops with these things. On the cold side of this, huge blizzard going on in the plains. For us, all the darker purples and blues you see there, that's the moisture associated with these big thunderstorms that have erupted and caused a ton of damage already. Let's kind of show you what is going on here. Look at all the lightning strikes, and these are powerful lightning strikes. You saw the kind of little positives there. Those are those powerful positive strikes. That is kind of sliding down. While I have this up, everybody kind of knows, and if you've been watching the YouTube stream for the last however long we've been on, since 11 o'clock, a lot of people have noted the wind with this. It is really windy already. That's something that we were talking about. It was kind of the precursor to this. If you look out, as I posted on my Facebook page, Jonathan Kegas News 6, if you want to go over and like that, that'd be awesome. We can continue that conversation and have it pulled up right here. If you have a question, if you're not watching on YouTube, again, that is Jonathan Kegas News 6. Give that a like. If you have any photos, you can post that as well. Clickorlando.com/pin it, /pins, I should say, the best way to get your picture on here or on News 6. It's the easiest way to do. Only do that when you can do so safely. Okay, so there's that line of thunderstorms going through. I want to show you a live look now at Port Canaveral. There's a little bit of sunshine breaking free. The palm trees are going nuts. Look at the camera here. Not a good beach day. The beach conditions are going to be pretty dangerous over the next day or so. That is a live look in Daytona Beach, and then that is a live look in downtown Orlando, kind of the relative calm before the storm. You can see the clouds, and again, if you look up at the clouds, you can just see how fast they are moving throughout the course of today. All right, so we talked about the tornado watch. That is in play until 6 o'clock tonight. I wanted to also pass this by, too. If you are kind of in the tornado watch zone, to know the difference between a watch and a warning. And what a watch is, it just means we're watching it. That literally just what it means. The ingredients are in place to create tornadoes. It means to stay weather aware, to be extra vigilant. A tornado warning means that there is one occurring or one is expected very, very shortly. So again, you want to make sure that you are paying close attention to all of that. And it's important to know the difference. And again, when I mean take action, that's going to be the lowest level of your house. That's going to be away from windows. If you're in a mobile home, you got to leave. So look at this. You see this black box here that's kind of blinking? This is up in Georgia near Douglas. The Weather Service does this whenever there's considerable damage expected. And I mean, look at the radar signatures on this thing. That's likely a little hot, okay? We're looking way, way up in the atmosphere, but the radar is estimating 110 mile per hour winds. I can assure you here that not all of that is reaching the surface because we're likely about 4,000 feet up. That's where that beam is shooting. But we're not that far away. There's the Tallahassee radar. Look at that. That is why that box is blinking. The Weather Service has, oh, so there it is. It actually says it on the thing. Let me pull that over. It says destructive. So they highlight what they think the damage level is, and they highlighted that with destructive. So when we talk about on a day like today to treat the severe thunderstorm warnings like tornado warnings, this is why, because we are seeing things like that. And again, that's the radar estimate. Insane. That's likely, I mean, even if you shave off 20 miles an hour, you're still talking about 80 to 90 mile per hour wind gusts. Let me see what the Weather Service in Jacksonville, potential for 70 to 80 mile per hour winds, considerable damage. And that was as of 10 minutes ago. And they upped they called it considerable before, and now they upped it to destructive. So again, that means business. That is crazy. That is a big time damaging line of thunderstorms there. Now that's up in Georgia. Okay, so that is in Georgia. What's happening with the bulk of the wind energy is kind of pushing now into southeast Georgia. So that's one of the reasons for this. Let me bring up, I'm going to kind of update. Let me bring up the regular radar again, and I'm going to update something for you to show you the different threat levels here. So there is the reflectivity mode, and I'm going to pull this back up just to kind of show you this line, and we're going to bring back the high resolution nature of it. There we go. As we kind of get ready to transition away from the Tallahassee radar and move closer to the Jacksonville radar. I wish we kind of need a radar, like right here. We just don't have one. They're very expensive, but that's your tax dollars at work to supply the National Weather Service radar sites there. All right, Flagler County, shout out in Flagler County. A wind report just coming in from emergency management. That 40 mile per hour wind gust was reported about 20 minutes ago. So when we're talking about the non-thunderstorm wind gust, that is ahead of the main line. Again, we obviously don't have any storms around right now anywhere in Flagler County. We're still a couple hours away from the main line of thunderstorms kind of blasting on through. Let's check out. I was going to do something, and I completely lost my train of thought because we were looking at that. Oh, I know what I was going to do. I was going to show you the risk area and talk about okay, so while I'm going to keep this on here, and again, that blinky box, that's going to be for Bacon, Georgia, right around Douglas. That's for that ridiculously strong wind gust. But wow, I'm going to keep it on that, and then I'm going to update. This one graphic to kind of show you here. All right, so we're still watching this line of thunderstorms. Thank you to everybody that is tuning in. If you're finding the live stream helpful and you're watching on YouTube, hit that subscribe button for me. Give it a thumbs up, too, if you're finding it helpful. If you want to stay updated on the weather in Florida, we give a lot of the Florida weather perspective, as well as, even though we're based in Central Florida outside of the Orlando area, for the Orlando area as well. What I'm doing, I'm pulling in a graphic here that is basically going to show the different kind of threat levels and what the Storm Prediction Center has kind of broken down. Let me go here. I'm just updating some things in real time. Yeah, and people are bringing up good ideas here to bring things in. If you're out ahead of the main line, like if that storm is right on your doorstep, don't go outside to move it. It's a little too strong now. It's a little too late to do that, but be a good idea to bring in the porch furniture. If you still have some of those inflatables out there from Christmas, if you've not taken your stuff down, if you keep them up all year long, now's a good time to make sure that those things are anchored because they're going to be blowing all over the place, if not from the non-thunderstorm winds that are out there right now, but from the actual storm, the line of storms itself as they come in. All right, so this is what I wanted to show you guys. Where we're talking about the main threat for these destructive winds, 70 mile per hour plus wind gusts. It's northwest of I-4, so Jacksonville, St. Augustine, into Cedar Key, Ocala, the Villages. We're looking at that red area, and that red area means that we have a higher percent, greater than 30%, chance for destructive winds in that red area. But where you see these lines, these little black lines, we call that a hatched area, like that. That is the potential for not only for winds to happen, but for significant winds greater than 65 knots, that's 74 miles an hour, which is hurricane force. So if you're highlighted in that hatched area, that's going to be the best potential for these ridiculously strong winds that are going on across parts of central Florida, across parts of North Florida, southeast Georgia right now. Anyway. Okay, so the Weather Service we're going to go back up to that one in Georgia real quick. The Weather Service just issued a tornado warning on that, and they just said in the chat, too, measuring on the lowest elevation scan, which we were just looking at, 100 knots. Again, that's well over 100 miles an hour, which we were just looking at. So it was super, super impressive storm moving through parts of Georgia. We're losing kind of the radar look at this point as it's working away, but a significant storm, considerable damage likely. This is one of the things that we are watching for the potential for really, really strong thunderstorms. Again, and on a day like today, it's not just about the tornado warnings, and again, we saw the destructive tornado warnings earlier, but the straight line winds with this are just absolutely insane. Okay, so that tornado warning has just been triggered. Just looked at the chat spots. You likely are going to see this turn red momentarily, that blinking little polygon box there. So Atkinson, Georgia, Bacon, Georgia, Coffee, Georgia, Pierce, Georgia, and Ware, Georgia, that is going to be a tornado warning for you. You'll see the computer update in just 1 second, but a really dangerous and nasty storm near Douglas, Georgia right now. Clearwater, we're still a couple of extra hours away from that coming through, but we could have some nasty storms around. Let me see if there's any chatter from the Weather Service about issuing a watch. Now, we do have a new mesoscale discussion likely coming, so let me pull that up. I'll share my screen. So basically, they are saying here, a line of storms will move quickly eastward, which is what we've been showing you, posing a threat for severe damaging winds and a few tornadoes. So that severe watch is likely. So let me pull that up for you. I know a lot of people like to look at that, and I'll bring that over for you. If you give me 1 second. Okay, so here is that mesoscale discussion, and I just wanted to kind of bring that over to show you where the Storm Prediction Center has drawn that a watch is likely. Since they say a few tornadoes, we can infer that they're likely going to hoist a tornado watch for most, if not all, of Central Florida. That would include Tampa, Sarasota, Orlando, Leesburg, Ocala. So this is something that we talked about a little bit ago on why they didn't issue the watch, because now this is going to take away, roll into the rest of the afternoon and evening. So just keep that in mind. A watch issuance is likely there. So that is right from the Storm Prediction Center, and those folks, those meteorologists, are the ones, the lone entity responsible for issuing your watches and warnings. So again, that is likely going to come, I would imagine, very shortly, because that line is not going to wait much longer. Laura's asking, will South Florida, Miami area be affected by the tail end? Yes, you guys will. The threat level, though, is a little bit lower, really a lot lower than what it is through Central Florida and certainly North Florida into the Panhandle. I'm going to zoom the map out for you, and I'm going to show you the risk area for Miami. I'm going to switch my computer source back to that. There it is right there. So in the tiers of severe weather land, if you will, the severe weather outbreak, severe weather outlook, we're in that 1 out of 5. So the threat isn't 0, but it's on the lower end. Then from about Lake Okeechobee up to Orlando, we're in that slight risk. Slight is, I hate that word because it's in level 2 up, so it's a little bit heightened risk. And then when you start to talk about the enhanced risk, that's where we have the potential for this ridiculous stuff that's going on with these bigger tornadoes that are out there and these 70, 80-plus mile-per-hour wind gusts that are occurring in parts of southern Georgia and that we likely had around the Madison Panhandle area as well. Craig in Snow with Adam brought up a good point. I want to bring his comment over here once it comes up on my little comment generator. From Sanford, shout out to Sanford. Anybody watching it from there, post in the comments for me where you're watching from. Very windy, no rain yet. Please charge your phone and emergency device. Great advice. Again, we've already seen this unfortunately come through as forecast. Into the Panhandle, we had nasty tornadoes. We have those 70 to 80 mile per hour or higher wind gusts ongoing right now in parts of southern Georgia and in the Panhandle of Florida. So those are the two things that we are really going to be focused on going forward. Another good idea. Another really good idea. You guys have been awesome with these ideas here. Let me bring my comment section back. Let your dogs out to pee. This is a really good one because you don't want to be caught outside in it. There's going to be lightning around. The winds are going to be really strong. So just stay focused. Pinpoint weather app. Search WKMG in your app store. You can track those storms right to your phone. And, of course, we will send you push alerts and everything like that to update you on the storm if you're watching and have to step away here. And all that stuff, but we're also live on News 6 app as well. All right, I am going to hop off for just a little bit. I'm going to keep the stream live here, and I'll let you know when we come back. We'll have the countdown timer up. It'll be about 30 minutes. Then I'm going to just step away. I'm going to get a drink. I'm going to make sure I don't lose my voice because we're going to be watching this storm kind of ramp up. That line of storms coming on through here. So just want to make sure I don't lose my voice as we will have to really get in and likely dissect all that stuff. Okay, we got reports of power trucks riding by in full force. No rain in Pinellas or Clearwater just yet. That is coming. All that stuff. Thank you guys for the reports coming through. I just want to take one last look just to make sure here that what's going on. Let me switch my radar source real quick. Let me bring up. All right, so here we go. There's that nasty storm back up in Georgia. 2 tornado warnings in Georgia now. All right, so we'll leave you with a severe thunderstorm warning in Dixie County until 1:30. Again, make sure you're paying close attention there. Also, this one's about to expire. It's just expired. And severe thunderstorm warning, this is going to continue to Keaton Beach as well. And again, we're going to be watching this line come through. So a relative kind of, I don't want to say law. I mean, there's some 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts there. It's crazy whenever whenever you call 60-mile-per-hour wind gust a law in the action. Another 43-mile-per-hour gust reported in Flagler County as well. Alrighty, guys, we're going to be back at around 1:30. If something pops before then or if something looks extremely concerning into the Panhandle of Florida, we will hop in just before that as well. We're going to not leave things alone, of course. Balloon launch likely just went up. The Weather Service is going to launch a special one here from Cape Canaveral, Florida at 18Z, which is 1 o'clock Eastern time. So we will be dissecting what that says. That's going to give us a very, very, very good idea on what is going to be coming this way as we roll through the rest of the afternoon. So hopefully by 1:30, probably 2 o'clock, really, that data is going to start flowing in, that we can be able to read that and assess the severe weather situation almost in real time. We'll do that right here again. Keep it right here. We're going to keep the stream going. We're going to keep the radar rolling. If new warnings pop up, you'll see it right here. And again, talk amongst yourselves. We'll be monitoring the chat and everything, too. I'm just going to try to save my voice for a little bit as this storm gets ready to roll through Central Florida over the next couple of hours. Thanks, guys, for watching the stream. Again, I'll be back in about 30 minutes. have to unmute it. Mic check. This is a mic check, guys. All right, so hey, wanted to hop on here early. I said we talk again in 30 minutes, but we did kind of have some breaking news happen over the last 5 minutes. Everybody now in Central Florida is under a tornado watch. That's going to include Marion County, into Volusia County, Orange, Seminole, Brevard, Osceola, Polk, Sumter, and I think I mentioned Marion, Flagler. We were already under that, but again, they extended into Marion, and now we have the tornado watch for everybody. This is going to roll until 9 o'clock tonight. So again, now everybody in Central Florida is under a tornado watch as this line of thunderstorms, very nasty thunderstorms, continues to work their way in from the Panhandle into the Big Bend, and then from the Gulf of Mexico into the Gulf Coast of Florida. So Tampa, we are included in that. That's going to be Hillsborough and Pinellas until 9 o'clock tonight. Manatee County, Sarasota included in this. Sarasota County, DeSoto in the tornado watch. Highlands, Florida. Polk County again, Osceola. There's Brevard all until 9 o'clock. This does include Fort Myers into Cape Coral as well. Port Charlotte, I should say, into Venice, Bradenton, St. Pete, Tampa, into Palm Harbor. We are all under that tornado watch now until 9 o'clock. So just wanted to hop back on here to talk about that in case you're wondering why all those red boxes or that red shaded area just popped up over the last couple of minutes there. So just wanted to hop on there for that. So again, officially now tornado watch. We were talking about that before, that we would likely see the Weather Service go ahead and issue that tornado watch for everybody. And again, that's kind of the fresh breaking news with us. All right, so real quick, let me bring back my radar tools, and we're going to switch our radar now to Jacksonville as we are starting to get a little bit closer to the Jacksonville radar. That's how it looks from the Tampa site. So now that we are in kind of the vicinity as this thing is moving, you're going to see me kind of really go through different radar sites, bouncing back from Tampa. Before it was just all using the Tallahassee radar. So now we're going to be working off the Melbourne radar, the Tampa radar, and the Jacksonville radar. That's because, again, because of the curvature of the Earth, the beam shoots high into the sky, and we could be overshooting some of the data. Just a couple of things here that we are watching come in. Notice these guys here, these kidney bean shaped. These are embedded supercell thunderstorms in this quasi-linear convective system. We call it a QLCS. So all those guys are going to have the potential to spin as they come ashore. Let me see what they are actually. It's still too far away to really determine what is going on, but there is a little bit of spin right there, reds and greens together, right there and right there. That radar data is not reliable. We are so far away from the radar site, but we can see the supercellular structure of that thing as they're starting to come on shore. So again, that's just something to be mindful of. And again, with the issuance of that tornado watch, there is kind of the confirmation that we've been talking about all morning and really for the last several days, that not only was the atmosphere primed for intense straight line winds like we've already seen this morning in the Panhandle in southern Georgia, but also the potential for a few tornadoes as a result. Okay, so a report coming in from National Weather Service in Tampa Emergency Management. 60-mile-per-hour wind gust reported in Pinellas County. That is a non-thunderstorm wind gust. So the winds continue to ramp up as well. It just goes to show, I was talking about this earlier, we have the most significant of the severe weather right now is kind of right here in southeast Georgia. It's nasty where we have severe thunderstorm warnings to the Panhandle and Big Bend. I think there's like a little donut hole kind of right in this area because we have the upper level low with the strong winds blasting this way right here, fueling that. But then we also have the subtropical jet stream with other strong winds blasting right across the peninsula there. So I think these storms here are going to be invigorated as they are interacting with the subtropical jet and the extreme strong winds in that area. So that's just something to keep in mind. I mean, there is some really nasty weather going on in southeast Georgia right now, west of Savannah. We got tornado warnings. We got destructive tags on severe wind gusts. We looked at those again. Some of those were pushing 70 to 80 miles an hour. Okay, just getting up to speed. These storms are coming in from a very large system moving in from the west. So coming out of the Panhandle of Florida, coming out of Alabama, Mississippi, and then into Georgia, and then into Florida. So that's where these storms are coming from. And then they are going to be moving from kind of that west to east motion over the next couple of hours. All right, so let's just check in on some things here. That balloon launch went up off of Cape Canaveral. Data not in yet. Probably have to wait another hour, give or take, for that fresh balloon data to come in. If you're just joining us or just new here, every now and then I'm gonna glance over to my left. I have another computer over here. It's kind of a direct line to the Weather Service, so we get kind of an early heads up on what their thoughts are. They are the entity, the issuing entity for these watches and warnings that you see and that make your phone buzz. So we can sometimes, if they're thinking about that they're going to do it, they'll sometimes let us know. But we can kind of dissect ourselves in here to see if something's looking a little ugly. We'll obviously let you know about it. Hey, Mr. Martin in the Villages. Hope you are doing well. So this is a really good question. Are they going to die down once they hit land? So the last couple of these, certainly the one that pops in my mind was 3 weeks ago. It was a similar setup. This one's more vigorous. But we lacked instability with that. So it was a super conditional threat that when they moved out of the warm Gulf water that, again, had the instability is generated by having cold air on top of warm air. The warm Gulf of Mexico kind of helps to fuel those thunderstorms a little bit. It's not the same thing as what it is tropical system or hurricane. That's a story for another time, but it kind of generates an instability for those storms to work with a little bit. There was pretty much zero when they moved on land. They ran into a very stable atmosphere and kind of collapsed. We have much more instability this time around, which helps to grow those thunderstorms, and then the wind shear to help sustain those storms and invigorate them further. So that's what we have going on this time. It's kind of a twofold thing. I always like to say that it's just like making a cake. You need kind of the eggs and the flour and the milk and all that stuff to come together to make the cake taste good. When you are missing one of those, you still have a cake sometimes, but it doesn't taste really good. And that's what happened a few weeks ago. And that's what we were kind of expecting again with that conditional severe weather threat, although it was really windy and it was a lot of rain and all that stuff. But yeah, so just keep that in mind. It's a little bit different this time. Not expecting the line of storms to just fizzle out once it hits land. We're actually already seeing that because we do have that line of thunderstorms alive and well in West Florida and Panhandle, Florida. And again, that all came in, moved off out to sea. So right now, just a hodgepodge west of Jacksonville. The good news is I don't think that severe thunderstorm warning continued for Lake City. Gainesville, dark skies and windy. Thank you for that report. Yeah, if you're in Palm Bay, I would 100% put the car in the garage. Hail is not a primary threat, but certainly a branch could be knocked down and cause damage to the car. So, yeah, I would recommend if you have cars outside and you have a garage or have the ability to park it under something or in something sturdy like a garage, I would 100% do it. Very windy in Ocala. Thank you for that report. Thank you for the report in Wildwood. Windy and dark. All right, so let's get in here and see what we have going on. I mean, we have really terrible radar data in this part of the state, unfortunately, because we're kind of in the dead zone of 3 radars once we get into the Big Bend area. All right, so if you're just joining us, again, we hop back on here a little early. I'm probably going to, again, do the same kind of thing, head back just to kind of rest the voice a little bit, but just wanted to hop on here again to kind of update with the breaking news, hot off the press news, that now all of Central Florida is in fact included in a tornado watch. This is going to go until 9 o'clock tonight. Again, newly issued tornado watch from the National Weather Service. Remember, a watch means that the conditions are favorable for the development of severe thunderstorms and tornadoes, and that is going to roll until 9 o'clock tonight. Alrighty, guys. We'll see you in a little bit. Tornado watch until 9 o'clock. What's going on, guys? Meteorologist Jonathan Kagas back with you. We're coming at you live on clickorlando.com, News 6 Plus, and of course the News 6 Click Orlando YouTube channel. Thank you to everybody who's been sticking around and trusting us with your weather information. We appreciate that. To get you up to speed on where we've been, a destructive morning in the Panhandle. Several tornadoes touched down. There's been intense straight-line winds east of Tallahassee and across the southern border, the northern border of Florida and Georgia on the Georgia side. And right now we have the line kind of ramping up as the southern end moves from the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf Coast of Florida. North Florida and all of Central Florida remain in a tornado watch. Central Florida will be in a tornado watch until 9 o'clock tonight. And one of the things that we were pointing out before I took a short break here was that all of these little guys were kind of embedded supercell thunderstorms. Supercell thunderstorms are thunderstorms that rotate, that have made up this quasi-linear convective system. We call this line a QLCS. It's kind of quasi-linear rather than a whole straight line. Somebody noted that they see red things flashing on radar. That is 100% correct. We talked about that these are rotating out there, and that is what's going on. We have a tornado warning for Levy County, Florida. This is going to go until 2:15. Let me try to remove some of this noise out of here, and there's exactly what it is. So if you're watching from Chiefland right now or Bronson, you're not in the actual warning just yet, but if they continue that, that is where it is. Let me change the color of my telestrator. So there's the rotation, and that is going to be moving towards Chiefland probably in the next 15 to 20 minutes. These things are booking going on through. So we're going to keep on watching this cell. There are a lot of cells that we're really going to start to focus on now as the bigger line associated with this very strong storm as a whole continues to ramp up. So we're going to go further down. And again, right now we're kind of in like radar dead zone area. So we don't have the best radar data. And what I mean by that is that we have a radar site up in Tallahassee. We have a radar site in Jacksonville, then a radar site in Tampa, and then in Melbourne. We're kind of like in between all of those, and we don't get the best radar data. I also want to talk about here for my friends in and around Jacksonville. We're going to turn the Jacksonville radar back on because we also have a tornado warning kind of right in the heel, right in the boot on the Georgia-Florida line. Kind of a nasty storm here. The rotation is not that impressive at this point, but still a tornado warning that you need to take seriously. That's kind of straddling the Georgia-Florida line here. This tornado warning for Baker, Florida rolls for the next 10-ish minutes until 2:15. Where Georgia, we are in that tornado warning until 2:15 as well. From the same cell as these intense storms continue to move. What I want to do is I want to back this up. I want to turn back on. We're on the Jacksonville radar. And I mentioned this earlier. Okay, so somebody mentioned that the 18Z sounding from Tampa was loaded gun. All right, so loaded gun sounding, it's what that means is that there's a cap in place or an elevated mixed layer place. And what that does is it suppresses thunderstorms from developing until there's enough oomph or enough push to get through that layer of stable air. What happens above that, though, it's called a loaded gun because you got, with a loaded gun, you obviously have a bullet in the chamber, is a lot of convective available potential energy. And once it breaks through that, it's called potential energy because once it realizes and it grows up and gets really big, it can take advantage of all of the atmospheric dynamics that are in play. If you've been outside, it feels different than what it did yesterday, and that is the environment that is kind of here in there and everything. All right, so let me just check a few things. We're gonna break that down. I'm gonna see if I can load up some of those soundings for you, the upper air data. Cape Canaveral did a special balloon launch. Tampa did a special balloon launch. Typically, we launch these balloons. The Weather Service launches these balloons twice a day. It gives us vital weather information, not only in real time, but also to kind of be ingested into our computer models. They do those on severe weather days to sample the atmosphere to see if it's coming into how it was forecast. So we're gonna do SPC sounding upper air data. I have to talk to myself because I can't. Upper air data. All right, and okay, so the Cape Canaveral one hasn't come in yet. but we have the Tampa one. Let me change my, there's going to be a lot of crazy stuff getting ready to come on your screen. All right, so here it is. So this is the 18Z, 1 o'clock Eastern time balloon launch here. And what is going on at this point, this dashed line here, the area in between, really from right there, there's our little elevated mixed layer, that warmer air aloft. That's what's keeping things at bay right now until that front comes in and blasts through. There's all the cape that comes out to be, and again, you need like calculus and integrals and all that stuff to determine the area in between there, but it's also listed out here nice and for you. The computer does it. So the surface cape is nearing 2,000. That is not good, just to say the least. You don't want that instability to be that high. This is the difference between the last few weeks, the storm system a few weeks ago, where the storms were rocking out at sea, and then just kind of Thanos snap went away when they hit the land because there was the lack of instability. They need that fuel. So they didn't have it. They petered out, which is awesome. There was the wind energy there, but those storms never could reach that wind energy to take advantage of. So that was the good news. That was a different story, though. What we're also looking at here is, I mean, these wind barbs that you see on the right-hand side of your screen. So we have what we call veering with height, counterclockwise flow with height. We have the winds out of the surface, out of the southeast, and then we have strong, quickly southwesterly winds at 850 millibars, about 1,000 or 2,000 feet above your head. And then we have winds out of the southwest and then west. So we have a lot of deep wind shear in play. So if the storms get going, they're going to have the potential to rotate. We can notify that here, or see that here. The surface 3-kilometer shear. This is a lot of meteorological jargon here, but it's up to 568 meters squared per second squared. That is significant in the lower levels. That is something that you need, that low-level wind shear to be strong to really tighten things up within the thunderstorm and to get that tornado to touch the ground or that rotation to touch the ground. So that is what's going on in Tampa. Let's go up the road to Jacksonville. They also had an 18Z. Now, here's the other thing, too. They've been closer to the other thing, so notice that their instability is not as significant. It's less than 1,000. It's still enough to generate some things, but certainly the further southwest you go, it appears that there is much more instability to be had, which is something that we were talking about earlier in the time. So we're going to go back to the actual radar computer now. So that was a little bit of real-time analysis. Okay, so real quick, in Inverness, it's not going to miss you. A lot of the times the radar can be deceiving. Watch what happens. I'm going to turn on the Tampa radar. I'm looking out of Jacksonville. So now that we're on the Tampa radar, we were monitoring that storm that was up closer to Gainesville, so we needed the Jacksonville radar. So now we're working out of the Tampa Bay radar, and there are the storms. So in Inverness, you're going to get something. Just so it's kind of deceiving. So when it doesn't look like there's anything there, there's something there. It's just kind of hidden from the view of the radar that we are on. So just keep that in mind. All right, so I'm just kind of doing I'm just looking off our other screen here, just looking at some things. Okay, all is quiet there. So nothing coming in from the Weather Service about any kind of watches or warnings, but these guys are really, really concerning. Of course, he has one of them like working their way on shore, but that is going to be an embedded supercell. That is going to be an embedded supercell, and these are all moving in kind of this direction. So if they hold together and maintain their intensity, and judging by that, judging by how that Tampa sounding looked, the atmosphere is unfortunately super, super primed to be able to spawn something. All right, report just coming in from Dixie County, Florida. Some trees blown down there as that storm came through. So again, these storms also have a history of producing damage, and again, which is why we're hanging tight with you guys through the duration of this thing. All right, so there's the timeline. If anybody's watching from the Big Bend area, this tornado-warned storm, Chiefland in about 10 minutes. Again, we're not in the warning, but that may need to be adjusted if the rotation kind of holds together. Newberry in about 18 minutes, Trenton in about 10, 15, Fort White in about 27. If this holds together, this will be around Alachua, Gainesville area in about 25 to 30 minutes. It's already raining there a little bit. All right, so first severe thunderstorm warning for Central Florida has just been issued. This is for Marion County, so kind of fresh breaking news here. Marion County, we're under a severe thunderstorm warning here. This is going to be until 3 o'clock in the afternoon, so this is going to be kind of a longer duration one. The Weather Service getting way out ahead of this, keeping that in mind that, again, they're doing a really, really good job. Again, the National Weather Service is the sole and lone entity that issue watches and warnings here. So that we're passing that along, again, these warnings, because they are doing a great job at getting way out ahead of it. Obviously, they know the situation. They're expert meteorologists. But these things are racing, and the wind is going nuts. So let's see what they have to say in their warning. I mean, we've been talking about 70-mile-per-hour winds pretty much all day. The hazard, again, is 60-mile-per-hour winds with this system. And then they also remember to say watch for the potential for tornadoes in this. So there is the warning for Marion County. Unfortunately, again, we're just in the radar dead zone area, but it's going to be for all this garbage coming in from the west. That red color you see on your screen, you might see that red shaded color. That is a tornado watch. We're in that tornado watch until 9 o'clock tonight. Marion, we're until 6. Flagler, we're until 6. It'll blow through within the next couple of hours and be out of here. But we are really concerned with this line of thunderstorms. No, and someone brings up, too, Trenton's already getting slammed, and that's a good point. We're under the severe thunderstorm warning already. What I was timing out there was the part where it could be tornadic. So that's a good point to bring up, is that was the tornadic portion of the storm that I was timing in, but it is already nasty in Trenton and Chiefland and Bronson. The darker reds indicating the really, really heavy rain. Let's check out and see. I mean, the velocity signature there. Look at that. I mean, wind gusts of 71 miles per hour being estimated there just south of Chiefland to the west of Marion County in Levy County, Florida, just north of Cedar Key. So again, these storms mean business whether they're producing tornadoes or not. So again, just keep that in mind. Today is a day where you want to treat any warning that is issued like a tornado warning. You want to make sure you're getting away from windows, getting in the lowest level of your house. I know that kind of sounds crazy, but you never know when these gusts are going to come through and that downdraft is going to happen within that thunderstorm. So again, just keep that. That's keeping on. Yes, in Mitco, you are safe to take a quick power nap. These are going to be coming down the pipeline for you like 4 or 5 hours away, like not until late this afternoon, early evening. So yeah, you can take your power nap. Just going to be a little windy outside. That's all. So Debbie brings up a really good point here. She says that we are going to get high winds, and that happens in most thunderstorms. It does. She is correct about that. What's different here, though, that there is the potential, especially if you're north of Orlando, for these to be much more intense than what your regular run-of-the-mill damaging severe thunderstorm is. We're talking about your typical severe thunderstorm warning being issued for winds in excess of 58 miles an hour. That's what we consider a thunderstorm to be severe, capable of producing damage. We're talking about the potential, though, for winds greater than 74 miles an hour. And unfortunately, we've already seen that happen in the Panhandle, and we've seen that happen in South Georgia. Winds even over 100 miles an hour estimated by radar right along the Georgia-Florida line or just north of that. So that's the deal here. That's why this is a little different. It's more of a higher-end severe weather threat than your typical. So, yes, you are correct that all those strong thunderstorms produce strong winds, but we're a notch up today. We're a notch up today on that. All right, Bronson, Florida. What's going on, my man? Let's check this out. We're going to get back into the Bronson area. Right now, we're not in a tornado warning. We are in a severe thunderstorm warning. Let me see. It's just really hard to estimate. So, all right, the radar is estimating winds of about 74 miles an hour in Bronson. Now, we're working off the Jacksonville radar, so I want to be clear about this. The radar is like pointing several thousand feet into the sky at this point, so we're likely not getting 74 miles per hour to the ground. It's probably closer to like 55 or 60. Regardless, that can do some damage. So that's something to keep in mind, but that's the best estimate that I can give you right now, not actually having instruments on the ground at that point and not having a radar right close to us to get to see what is actually happening on the ground level. But it's certainly nasty. We are in that severe thunderstorm warning for a little bit of extra time. Same for us in Trenton. It looks like actually they just pulled that warning down. Let me get back to the Tampa radar. Okay, so they just let that warning expire. So in Bronson, we aren't in that severe thunderstorm warning anymore. Same for us in Chiefland. The worst of that weather has kind of pushed to the east of us. Good question about rainfall amounts. Haven't really talked about rainfall amounts much. Maybe a quick couple of inches, but these are going to be moving by so fast that we're not really talking about a flood threat. So if you're under the darker red or anything like that, you can pick up a quick couple of inches of rain and certainly some ponding on the road, stuff like that. But it's not going to be anything significant where we're going to see like some major flooding like they will like in the Northeast or Mid-Atlantic where there's big-time flood watches up. So that great question. Great question. Yes, so we'll get you a look at Levy County. The tornado watch, again, continues for us until 9, although I think that's going to come down a little bit quicker. There's Cedar Key. The heaviest of the storms are coming onto Cedar Key area and kind of working towards Bronson, Chiefland, Williston area. That's where the darker red is. Right up in here. So that's some nasty stuff, probably 50 to 60 mile per hour winds in that. All right, so just looking at some of the things here. All right, let me just see. I'm going to clear off some of my telestrations here, and we're going to kind of reset to watch this line come in. I believe we're on the Tampa radar. We can go take a look at the Jacksonville radar real quick. Kind of shows it better. Right now, there's just a hodgepodge of kind of thunderstorms around. The wind is really strong still. I mean, we're still talking about the potential for 60 to 70 mile per hour winds within those storms. So Tommy has a question about prediction whether Levy's going to get any tornadoes. You're in a tornado watch until 9. I will say that it does appear that the worst is going to be over for you. So here we go, Levy County. I'm going to play this for you to kind of show you the motion. And really, next hour or two, I think our threat is going to be coming to an end in Levy County. So we're going to keep that around because all that's going to be sliding up here. And then I think the worst of the weather then focuses on Marion County and then points to the south. We have this really ugly line of storms out in the Gulf of Mexico that mean business. Some questions about Orlando. For that, I want to I'm going to show you the latest timeline. Let's look at the high-resolution radar here. Let me switch my computer. That is the severe weather threat for today, as designated by the Storm Prediction Center. And here's actually a good illustration. When you see the hatched area like that, the hatched areas, that is where the Storm Prediction Center believes that significant wind event could happen. That's what we're talking about, those greater than 74 mile per hour wind gusts. 74 mile per hour wind gusts embedded in those thunderstorms. So again, when you see the hatched marks, that's that extra level up. So different than that run-of-the-mill thunderstorm that we were kind of talking about earlier. What I want to do now is I kind of want to give a timeline of this high-resolution model, and I think it's doing a good job on the timing. Let's just check there. It looks like we're at, 2:23 in the afternoon. It's doing pretty good. So if that continues to do a good job on the timing, there's 4 o'clock. We're talking about eastern Marion County rolling through the villages, down into Bushnell and Coleman. Inverness going to be in there, getting into Groveland on the doorstep of Groveland and Claremont. Into that 3 to 5 o'clock ballpark, okay? Now we're going to fast forward out closer to the I-4 corridor, more like that 4 to 6, maybe 4 to 7 o'clock time frame that these storms kind of blow through. And then what we are talking about here, we're watching for anything that gets strong like these little cores of purple here. That is whenever that's what we're going to be dealing with over the next couple of hours. So now we'll go forward in time. There's 6 o'clock kind of rolling right on through downtown Orlando. And then that last kind of push as it gets out of here by about 7 to 8 o'clock. Okay, I guess there's no hope for Debelin to understand what I'm trying to say here, that this is, again, higher up than what you would typically see out of a round of severe thunderstorms. That, again, damaging winds is categorized as about 60 miles an hour. These could be up to 70, maybe 80 miles an hour. So that's going to do a heck of a lot more damage than your run-of-the-mill strong thunderstorm. No, there could be teeny tiny hail, but not anything super crazy. Yeah, 72 mile per hour winds. It's pretty close to Cat 1 status. 74 miles per hour is whenever you classify something as a hurricane. When you're talking about a tropical system. The land near the St. John's. Let's back up the time frame, and then there we go. It's going to be in at about 4 to 6, so in about 2 hours. And I'm just looking out the window behind me. It is getting really, really dark outside of Orlando. And that line of storms isn't even that close to Orlando just yet. Seminole County, kind of same timeline. We're in that tornado watch until 9 o'clock. The potential is going to be there for a tornado to be spawned, if you will, later on tonight and later on this afternoon into the early evening hours. The primary threat with these are going to be the crazy straight line winds and all that stuff. For Gainesville, let's check. I mean, it's pretty much right there for us now. The one thing that it appeared to me anyway, I mean, relatively speaking, that there was going to be like a little break. Let me bring out kind of the wide view here, or a little, I don't want to, like a little lull in some of the intensity. I'm going to show you what I'm talking about. Here is the widespread view of this whole system. So again, giant area of low pressure kind of spinning right up into here. The associated cold front right about there, and then the storms moving through. The main jet stream energy from the northern branch is sliding right on up there. So that is why it's like going nuts right in here right now with these super strong winds and the tornadoes. We have severe weather down in here, but we're kind of like in like a gap between the main upper low, which is kind of rolling right on through here, and then the subtropical jet that's blasting across. You can kind of see, look at the wind here down in this area, moving right to the east. So notice how everything's kind of moving up that direction and then to the west to east in this direction. So as those storms move back down closer to the I-4 corridor, that is where there's going to be that extra invigoration, and we're going to have the potential, I think, to spin some things up. I showed this product earlier. Let me bring it back. This is called the Helicity. Also, you can kind of call this like forecast rotation tracks, where the model's kind of taking some of the environment and kind of showing where it thinks we could have rotating storms. That's all it's showing. In order to get tornadoes like this, you need to have the storms to be rotating. So we'll take this out in time here. It's not 7 o'clock in the morning anymore. But there's 5 o'clock. And notice we have these little blue and green areas. That's the model picking up on cells trying to rotate as they move through central Florida. Again, this is 5 o'clock, so that's what we're really going to have to pay attention to. And as we saw from that sounding out of Tampa, the SKU-T that we looked at a little bit ago, we are certainly going to be primed for, again, for tornadoes, especially if we can get the cells kind of broken out of that line a little bit. If they are individual, that's going to be a concern, and we are watching that closely. But even if they stay embedded in that line, and then notice we have a few of those tracks still there, not as intense as right there. So I think really in between Ocala and then probably Melbourne, that's going to be our main shot, I think, in Central Florida. Appreciate that, Savannah. Thank you so much for being on the live stream. All right, just checking to make sure there's no other damage reports coming in from up north or anything else that the Weather Service is kind of pushing out. That was one of the things that we've been on for a couple of hours now. And if you missed earlier, one of the things that we are tied into here is the National Weather Service chat. The Weather Service, again, is the agency that rotation. Thank you, Devlin. Appreciate you. We're tied in with the Weather Service chat there, so if there's a watch coming out, if there's a warning coming out, we can sometimes get a heads up on what they're thinking. They post that in the chat, and we can kind of relay that information to you as well, if anything's coming. All right, so let's get back to, let's see. Let's pull that up there. There's the scope of the entire storm. Appreciate that, Janet. Thank you for being on the live stream. All right, Citrus County. We are let me bring up the high resolution, the actual radar again. We should be working our way out of Citrus County. The worst of the weather anyway. Let me just switch my computer sources here. Get you back to the radar. That's what I wanted right there. All right. So here we go. All right, so the worst is yet to come. I think I was thinking of Clay County in my head. My bad. So here we go. For Citrus County, we were talking about 9 o'clock. A tornado watch continues. Really, the worst of the weather is coming in over the next couple of hours with these really nasty storms just off the coast. So, I mean, Crystal River, we're starting to get some of that heavy rain right now. The worst of the weather, though, is with these guys out here. Let's check to see if we have any kind of rotation. There's a little bit. So we got something right there. We've got something right there. So we're going to have to watch again as these kind of work in that general direction if they hold any kind of rotation. Otherwise, we have some pretty strong straight line winds embedded in that line of storms. Longboat Key, yes. You guys are under a tornado watch until 9 o'clock. Same for Hernando County. There's a tornado watch until 9 o'clock. Flagler County, yep. I think Bruce and Flagler County, I think you are right on the money with that. It's 2:30 right now, so about 2 hours away. Let me get to the Jacksonville radar. And there you go. I mean, there is a severe thunderstorm warning about a county and a half just to your east. Putnam County, there's a severe thunderstorm warning in place. We're under that tornado watch, and again, we're going to be watching this line of storms. It's really a hodgepodge. It's really not a very well-organized line, like northwest of Ocala, towards Lakeside, towards Stark, toward Gainesville. With that said, there's so much strong wind a couple thousand feet above the surface. All you need is a very strong thunderstorm downdraft, and that mixes it down. So again, the storms itself don't need to be that intense to kind of bring down all of that strong wind to the surface. Okay, so really good question here about what to do in a tornado. I'm going to bring that comment over. Let me find it again. You guys are commenting so much. I appreciate the comments. Thank you guys for being with us. All right, here it is. By the way, they said to get an interior bathroom, but I live in an apartment on the second floor, so is that safe? If you can, if there's a tornado warning issued for your area, the best kind of thing to do is to actually probably leave your room and get out to the stairwell and get under the stairs of the lowest level of the apartment. If you are in the second level, though, just getting in an interior room, covering your head, hanging out in the bathtub. I know that all sounds weird, but the main goal, what you're trying to do is put as many walls as possible between you and the outside, and then to cover your head. So the bathroom in the second floor, if that's the safest place in your place, that is going to be your best bet. Getting under the stairwell, though, those are typically the strongest reinforced areas of those apartments because you got people going up the stairs. You need to have it hold on the first floor too. So that will also work. No, I don't think you should evacuate. I'm doing well, Anthony. Thank you for being with us, my friend. Yeah, no reason to evacuate Longboat unless you're in a mobile home, unless officials are telling you to do that, or if there's a tornado warning that pops up in your area. That's the only time I would tell you to evacuate something like this. You don't want to try to outrun a tornado or anything. This isn't like a hurricane where you have days to prepare for something coming through. They just kind of pop. I mean, we've been telling you about this system for days, but tornadoes are so finicky; they're impossible to predict where they touch down. So that's why you really can't evacuate from a tornado. And I don't care what anybody tells you. I know some people say get on the road, not run it. Don't do that. That makes it way, way worse, especially when there's a lot of heavy rain around. Don't do that. Hey, what's going on, Paul, in southeast Ocala? All right, so we have a question about Orlando from Melanie and Deltona as well from Serenity. So we're going to talk about that. Right now, Orlando, it's nice and quiet, relatively speaking. It is very windy. Let me pull up the live camera here of downtown Orlando. It is cloudy. It is windy. Otherwise, though, we're doing all right. Give it a couple more hours. I think in that 4 to 6 o'clock ballpark, maybe closer to 5 or 6, we're going to start to see those storms pretty much focused right along I-4, so in Deltona, in Orlando, and all that in between, DeLand, Port Orange, Orange City, like right in that I-4 corridor, some really nasty weather. I'll show you again the timeline. Let me pull this up. So there's the actual storm itself. So we're getting the worst of the weather in Jacksonville, especially on the west side of Jacksonville as we speak. The worst of the weather just trying to get into Marion County right now. And then starting to get towards, we were talking about Citrus County and then eventually Pinellas, Hernando County on the Gulf Coast of Florida. Let's take a look. There's Daytona Beach. The wind is going nuts. There is Port Canaveral, gray with the palm trees blowing in the wind. That's a really good point, too. We were talking about this a couple of hours ago in the stream about somebody did ask about why there are no basements in Florida, and she mentions the comment gets cut off because it was kind of a longer one, but the water table. You dig down and there's water. The soil is just not conducive to having basements in Florida. That's just why it's almost do the best you can in the Deep South, and that includes Florida. All right, so we're checking in on Micanopy, McIntosh, Reddick, Ocala. We're in a severe thunderstorm warning. It's really hard to kind of estimate the wind at this point just because we're so far away from any kind of radar. It's really hard to get a ground truth there, all that stuff. Okay, so coming up with some. Let me know if that audio keeps on doing that stuff. Maybe because I keep on smashing the microphone. One of those like. Okay, keep me posted on the audio. I'm gonna try not to move that microphone. Yeah, I think the cord is screwed up. Hey, Brandy. All right, good question. She says, I don't have any interior walls on my place, even if authorities do not say to evacuate from mobile. Should I? Is that being, let me see it, cut off her thing. Let me find the, being that it would be 2. Okay, so yeah, if you are in a mobile home, yes. If the tornado warning is issued for where you are, the best advice is to leave mobile homes. A weak tornado can do significant damage and destroy a mobile home, Brandy. So I don't know if in the mobile home area if they have a built-in shelter. I hope that they do. If they don't, if you know of any place that you can go, but I don't want you kind of outrunning it either. So it's kind of like that catch 22. All right, we did just have a new tornado warning issued. This is going to be for the Gainesville area. So now this is going to be in Alachua County. New tornado warning just popped up, hot off the press. So if anybody's watching from Newberry in Alachua and into Gainesville, tornado warning until 3:15. So let's get in this thing and let's break it down. Again, really kind of difficult to tell what is going on in here because Alachua, Marion County, we're just in this zone where we need some extra radar. What's going on here and what they're likely highlighting is this dropout right in here from yeah, it would be right in there. So let's okay, so all right, it's thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado located 10 miles southwest of Jekyll Island and then just east of Woodbine and moving northeast at 55 miles an hour. Okay, so this is the other thing that we were talking about today. Like, don't go out and try to find a tornado because they are just moving so fast. So just keep that in mind as well. I mean, this is just a big mess. I think we're looking right in here. It's going to be just south of Newberry. Look at all the strong winds. All right, so people, okay. Palm Bay, your threat is going to be coming up in a couple of hours, so we'll get into you. Sorry, I'm not even showing you the. My bad. Next time I don't have the radar map on, just somebody yell at me in the chat. Forgot to switch the sources. There we go. That's what I'm trying to show you. All right, so here's the deal. This is going to be southwest of Gainesville. Gainesville, we are officially included in this tornado warning. That is showing through. It's really hard to determine because it's the worst possible spot to kind of dissect where the thing is at this time, just because we're so far away from all of the good radar data. Okay, so back, we're just watching this cell here. So I was just reading some things. That's right. So your thunderstorm also goes until Gainesville at 3:45. So the storm that we're most concerned with here is going to be the tornadic part. So that's what we're going to track. Again, there's nasty stuff with this. Let me get back to the Jacksonville radar. So now what we have going on, this tornadic thunderstorm, it's going to be Newberry. So that's right where we were talking about. There is where the rotation is, right in here. It's not that strong, but it's rotation nonetheless. This thing is moving northeast at 80 miles an hour. 80 miles an hour. Not a typo. Storm is flying. So don't go out and try to see this. So, again, right now we're looking at this storm to potentially be close to the University of Florida pretty much right now. And in addition to that, we also have potential for 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts embedded in this thing. All right, so let me just... This warning goes until 3:15, by the way, so we're under that for the next 30 minutes. And the Weather Service also noting that it's broad, so that's what we've been talking about here, that it's not that impressive. It's not that impressive in terms of a rotation standpoint, but with the environment being so good for tornadoes, they issued that warning as it approaches Gainesville. Again, you don't want to have certainly a tornado anywhere, but approaching. Look at that, 87 miles an hour. Here's the deal with this. We'll caution that again, that this is going to be several thousand feet up in the sky. So a lot of what is happening here, I'm going to do a quick little check here to see exactly how far. So we're about 4,000 to 5,000 feet. The beam right now is about 4,000 to 5,000 feet around Gainesville from the Jacksonville radar. So about 4,000 feet up, we have winds of about 80 to 90 miles an hour. Not all of that is being brought down to the surface, but some of that is. So we're probably talking about winds at about 70, maybe 75 miles an hour rolling through parts of Alachua County right now. So again, this is pretty crazy stuff. And all this is, it's just very, very powerful cluster of storms. Nothing's too terribly organized here, but the thing is that there's just so much wind energy, a couple thousand feet above the surface. It does not take much as well. Yeah, Paula, you are correct. Yeah, strong winds do not have to rotate to be dangerous, especially on a day like today. Nick, if you let me know what you are seeing if you are in a safe spot in Gainesville. Again, don't go to the window or anything like that. If you can hear stuff or whatever, I just I don't want you to go look. But if you just happen to see what's going on, let me know if you're seeing some of these winds or hearing anything outside and all that stuff. In Miami, it's gonna be late tonight, early tomorrow morning. They're not going to be as intense, but you could have a few strong thunderstorms. Late tonight, early tomorrow morning. You're welcome, Mark. Thank you for being on the live stream. I appreciate you. So if anybody is watching from Gainesville, let me know what you are seeing. Again, don't go look for anything. Don't go looking for anything. That's not what I want you to do. Be with me on that. But if you are hearing something or happen to be like walking into your safe place, let me know what you saw. Because I'm just interested to see what the ground truth is here, because it's looking like in at least parts of Alachua, especially to the west of Gainesville, and now just to the north of Gainesville, that we could have 60 to 70 mile per hour winds. Again, what you're seeing on your screen now is what the radar is estimating 4,000 to 5,000 feet up. So again, you're likely looking more toward like 60 mile per hour. Still a nasty line of thunderstorms. Really a cluster. It's kind of like a broken cluster of thunderstorms. This is brewing in Ocala. Lots of low and high winds. So yeah, we're seeing those gusty winds in Marion County. Hema, be safe. Lightning just struck her backyard. So there is a lot of lightning. Let me turn the lightning tracker on. And that's what we have going on. So all those little tick marks there, those lightning marks, that's where the lightning's being detected by our lightning detection system. And here comes the nastiest stuff now, really just moving in to southwest Marion County. So again, we've been in this kind of severe thunderstorm warning for a while now in Marion. I would imagine that this is going to be extended because they were giving an early heads up. The line kind of slowed down. The line itself kind of slowed down. So the strongest of the weather now is moving into Denellen. And our friend in Inverness said it wasn't coming his direction. There we go. There's some strong storms getting ready to move into Inverness. So just be careful. Okay, so this is something here that we are going to be watching very, very closely. I mentioned this earlier on the live stream for the tornadic potential. Anything, there was a few high-resolution model guidance here, but anything that starts doing this, we do not want these guys to be by themselves. Okay, and we're seeing a couple of those pop out ahead of the main line. Those are your supercell thunderstorms. And when they are isolated like that, when they're discrete, they have all of the dynamics to themselves. They don't have to compete. They don't have to deal with like cold inflow coming in to kind of choke them out. And they can take full advantage of the wind shear from the surface up to 6 or 7 kilometers up. So we're going to be watching this development here. We don't want those to start happening and popping. It was a potential for that to happen. And then just south of Inverness. So we're going to be watching that closely. And there's no sign of rotation. That's just a very teeny tiny one in the early stages, but we're going to watch that closely. All right. Awesome. Thank you for that report. That is super helpful, Paul in Newberry. Please thank your friend for me. He says, relaying a friend in Newberry, the wind is bad but doesn't sound tornado-y. Which news broadcasts say that? Obviously, that's just hearsay at this point, but I've not seen anything. Okay, so let's go check out the. All right, so a couple people asking about Tampa, so we'll go down that way. The worst is still yet to come in Tampa. The main line of storms is hanging out to sea. Let me turn the Tampa radar back on, and then there it is. So there's a lot of nasty weather coming in your direction, probably a couple hours away as that slides in. It appears that the main line itself might be slowing down, and that's likely as a response from the main upper low that's kind of digging down here, starting to transfer back up in that direction. You see on a wider scale, all of these tornado warnings and severe thunderstorm warnings up in the Carolinas and southern Virginia into Georgia, also a result from the same storm. So this storm is insane. It's huge. And that's something that, again, that's unfortunately going to continue. Sorry for hitting that mic. Hopefully it didn't pop. All right, into Bellevue. Let's get down because that's coming in for us into Marion County. So we're going to go into Bellevue. And we're technically in that severe thunderstorm warning. It's going to be interesting to see if the National Weather Service out of Jacksonville, that's who operates our warnings in Marion County, extends that. They should, because the worst of the weather now is starting to come in. I'll do a little 15-minute lapse of the data here, and you kind of see these popping up. And again, the interesting thing are these little guys, those discrete guys. We don't want them to get by themselves. Because if you remember, we were talking about the potential for not only tornadoes, but a strong tornado or two. That potential is only there if we get these isolated like this. And unfortunately, we have a few brewing, so we're going to watch these guys closely, okay? We're going to watch those guys closely. Awesome. Thanks for what you are doing as well. If you see anything out there, let us know on the stream. Appreciate you as well. Be safe out there. Mobile home and Apopka. I think it's anytime we have nasty weather like this, it's always good if you can to have a secondary place to go if you don't have a shelter in your mobile home area, where you're living. Just because even a weak tornado can destroy them, and it can really, really cause damage and be deadly. So, yes, if a tornado warning is issued, having a secondary place to go, if you can, is a great idea, for sure. Welcome in the UK. Thanks for tuning in. All right, Bellevue. All right, so we're watching that in Bellevue. All right, just had something pop up here. Let's check this out. And they did that. So they did extend the severe thunderstorm warning. We'll likely see that populate on our map here momentarily. But they are going to either continue or extend in time the warning. We'll see if they extend it to the eastern half of Marion County to include the Ocala National Forest. But at the very least, this area is doing that. So let me just see. See if they list any towns. Okay, and they've also, if you're not familiar with National Weather Service warnings, they not only issue the warning, but then what is kind of new, they talk about the hazard. So in here they have 60-mile-per-hour wind, which we've been talking about, and then they also have the tornado possible tag. So that's the other thing too. So that's why we want to treat these like a tornado warning, not only because of the intense straight line winds, but because these things can quickly produce tornadoes, and we're starting to get some higher reflectivities up in here as well. Let's see, where did they? So the new warning has not hit the computer just yet. They just issued it, so it takes a second. Yeah, Paul, coming into MCO tomorrow is much, much better. Hey, what is going on in Tavares? Thanks for being on the live stream. For you, it's going to be more like 4, 5 o'clock. Let's take a close look. Again, we're highlighted in this red color here. Let's go to the Melbourne radar. And we're kind of just hanging out, nice and quiet. It's a little windy, of course. And all that stuff. So, yeah, check in if you're in Tavares or Umatilla, Mount Dora, Leesburg, Fruitland Park in Lake County, Asatula. What's up, guys? All right, our tornado watch goes until 9 o'clock tonight. So that line of thunderstorms still a couple hours away for us in Tavares. Okay, so thank you for this report. So this is helpful. She says, my daughter is at UF. She commutes. They won't let her leave. Oh, you won't let her leave. That's a good idea. We're in a cross creek. She said the rain and wind is bad. So let's get back up. Let's check in on the University of Florida. Just a lot of heavy rain, a lot of wind. Still, it looks like that. Sorry, wrong county. It's in Ocala. Just nasty, nasty weather right now. Check this out. 12,000 feet. Look at this. Northeast at 97 miles an hour. Now, there's a lot of stuff going on here. It probably isn't going to 97 miles an hour, but it's being clocked at about 80 miles an hour, that cell. So it's pretty nasty. And again, that tornado warning is going to continue until 3:15 for Gainesville. Let's check up on this. Crazy strong wind here. Especially on the east side of Gainesville, closer to Rochelle, Mountain Manor, Windsor, right around downtown Gainesville, 65, 64 mile per hour wind gust. You might see the negative pop up. What the negative is, when you're in the green color, that means that the wind is blowing toward the radar, so that's why it's negative. In the red, it's going away from the radar. That's how we can tell if the storm is rotating or not. If we have the reds and greens butted up close to each other. So we've got, look at that, 93 outbound or 93 inbound. Again, probably not 93 miles an hour right there. The beam is shooting about 4,000 feet up into the sky. Nonetheless, it's at least 60 miles an hour getting to the ground. So some damaging wind potential there in Alachua County. So let's get back to the... Okay, so we're looking at out of Jacksonville, the Gainesville radar. Nasty line of thunderstorms continues for us there. Okay, so Serena brings up a really, really good point. She says Orlando is in a tornado watch, and it's not even raining here. That is true. So the deal with the tornado watch is that we are watching the potential for nasty weather. A watch means that conditions are favorable. So they issue these watches hours in advance to make sure that everybody knows that, hey, we've got a chance for some really nasty weather. All of the nasty weather right now is right here. So that's going to be coming through Orlando in 2 or 3 hours. So by 6 o'clock, it will be raining, and it might be doing a little bit more than that too. So just keep that in mind, that it's important to know the difference. I know there's a lot of stuff out there. It's kind of confusing, but watch means we're just watching. The conditions are favorable. A warning, like what we have going on in Alachua County, that is when you take action, your severe weather plan. Or in Marion County, where we have this severe thunderstorm warning until 4 o'clock now. So this is going to be in Ocala. This includes Ocala. This includes Denellen. This includes Bellevue with this really nasty stuff. Homosassa Springs, Crystal River, we're taking it on the chin right now. I don't even think we're in a warning, but it is coming down heavy. The winds are gusty. Gabriella, we are showing it here. The active tornado warning. I have no confirmation that there is an active tornado. But we've been talking about it right here for a while. Yeah, okay, so I know a lot of people are talking about a tornado. There's no tornado in Spring Hill. We don't have a tornado warning in Spring Hill. And Gainesville right now, there's no confirmation of a tornado either. Yep, thunderstorm in Orlando tonight, probably in the next 3 hours. That's when it's going to be in Orlando. It's going to be that's when it's going to be in the Orlando metro area, somewhere probably around 5 or 6 o'clock. So we're at 3 o'clock now, so somewhere into that 5 to 6 o'clock time frame. And if you guys are watching from the Central Florida area, Orlando into Ocala, into Flagler Beach, into Mico, into Melbourne, into Lakeland, into Kissimmee, St. Cloud, Apopka, into Oviedo. We're also, meteorologist Julie Broughton is here, and meteorologist Samara Kukinos are actually on News 6 right now. They are also tracking this storm, too, so you can pull up both screens and kind of watch different kind of perspective here if you are in the Central Florida area as well. All right, Micanopy, Florida, is there a tornado warning for here? I believe that tornado warning is just north of you. And that has now been canceled. So, again, further proof there that the people then in the chat that we're talking about tornado on the ground in Gainesville not actually happening. So let's be careful about that, okay? Because that's some serious stuff. So severe thunderstorm warning now for a very nasty line of thunderstorms. And if you remember, we were talking about this cluster of thunderstorm. Now up here, like this is Brunswick, Georgia. You see that purple there? That's where a tornado has been confirmed. If that red turns to purple anytime we're watching these, the ones that turn purple, that's whenever they're actually confirmed. So that's up in Georgia, right around Brunswick. So that's a good question. Ben asked if it's going to be dangerous to go to the gym and stick to a normal routine at 5 in Orlando. I would be careful. I'd be careful just because the rain's going to be heavy at the very least. The wind is going to be crazy at the very least. And then there's the potential for these to turn a little severe too. So if you're going out at that time, I think that's right whenever that line is going to be really, really close to the Orlando area, that 5, 6 o'clock as well. Simone is watching in Denellen. Thank you for watching. Thank you for that report that it's getting pretty bad. Thanks, Paul. Appreciate you. For sure, Tyler. In Tampa, we're going to go to Tampa. So the main threat here is going to be straight line damaging winds, but there's also a tornado threat. We just got recent weather balloon data from a special afternoon launch. And to say the least, it wasn't pretty. Again, the atmosphere is conducive to supporting the development of tornadoes, especially if these cells start to pop on their own outside of this main kind of line. You can still get tornadoes within that. We call this a QLCS, quasi-linear convective system coming through. You can still get tornadoes, but the more pronounced ones are whenever those supercell thunderstorms are by themselves. All right, asking about Jacksonville, and we're going to be watching this for you. You guys are under a severe thunderstorm warning. Let me turn on the Jacksonville radar. There's a lot of mess around. The worst of the weather, though, is just off towards your west, closer to Baldwin. We're taking it on the chin now if you're watching from the Baldwin area. And this is exactly what we're kind of looking for here. See these green little stripes? Now we're closer to the radar so we can have more confidence in the radar estimates here. So you can expect, again, coming into Jacksonville, winds on the order of 60 to 70 miles an hour over the next, let's time that out for you. These are moving pretty fast. So let me see if I can find less than 20 minutes, I would say. I would say even faster than what it is. So, again, some strong winds coming up into Jacksonville in about 15 to 20 minutes. Callahan at about 20 to 25 minutes. as well. I do not believe there is a tornado in St. Augustine. That line is too far back. Let's just double check because we're kind of bouncing all over the state. No. St. Augustine's in the clear. It's just some light rain at the very least right now. All right, question about Vero Beach. Obviously, we're quiet now. It's going to be 7 to 9 o'clock, so we have a long time. That line should be weakening a little bit coming in, but we're still in that level 2 out of 5 on the severe weather scale. So there's still going to be the potential for some very strong winds in Vero Beach, although that threat is just a little bit lower for us. Yeah, so no, that would have been up in the Panhandle. It was really, really ugly. There were at least 3 tornado warnings in play at once with those storms. That was where the main strong tornado threat was going to be with this event. And there's still the potential for more through the Florida Peninsula as we go forward into the afternoon and evening. I guess we're closing on the evening. If anybody's tuning in from Marion County, hit the thumbs up button, post in the comments to let me know what you are seeing as we're watching the strong storms. And again, don't go looking for anything, but just want to know like what you're hearing or anything like that. Again, I don't want you to go look for whatever. It's nasty out there in Ocala into Denellen. Let me change the radar. It's just so hard in Marion County. I want a radar. I mean, they're very expensive. I want one right there from the National Weather Service, from the government, but I don't know if that's ever going to happen. All right, so Titan asked again, can we talk about the area with the tornadoes? At least I'm happy to report right now we don't have any tornado warnings. This big red blotch of red on your screen, though, that is a tornado watch. So anybody in that area, this goes until 9 o'clock, that's going to be the threat for tornadoes again till 9 o'clock. Again, that watch means that conditions are favorable for the development of tornadoes. So just keep that in mind.
We're working on a time lapse. Why do you have no spot to record? It hasn't gotten there yet.
All right, Denellen, we have the worst of the weather now for you happening as we speak. So we're going to be watching that closely. Lightning strikes all around you. The darker red indicates the heavy rain. So it's all there. Let's just check to see if we can see. Yeah, we're in the purple haze. I mean, we're way away from the Tampa radar. Estimating 60 to 75 mile per hour winds there. I would think it's a little bit less. So just keep that in mind. There's still some strong winds here. Thunderstorm warning continues. Same for us in Bellevue. Sarasota County, we are watching that line of thunderstorms. Here's the line. I'll back this up. Okay, so kind of breaking news here. Tornado warning issued for Marion County. This is going to be until 3:45. Tornado warning issued for Marion County. So anybody listening in the newsroom, heads up. Tornado warning for Marion County. If you want to pass that along, Donovan, hot off the press. So we were just about to say we're watching some rotation in and around the Fellowship area, really starting to go. It's really, really hard to see at this point, but the main deal here is that we now have it's going to come up on the map momentarily, but a tornado warning in effect for Marion County until 3:45. I mean, kind of see that right there. Again, if you're watching from the Central Florida area, this is going to be just to the northwest of Ocala. That should pop up any minute onto the screen so that I can show you exactly just making sure. Okay. Yes, I don't know why the tornado warning actually isn't populating, but this is going to be around Fellowship. It's moving at about 50 miles an hour. So the towns include Lowell, McIntosh, Reddick, and into Flemington. Let me see if the other one is picking it up. There it is, finally on the map. It just took a second to update. So again, Reddick, you are included in this. This is just to the northwest of Ocala. You see that blinking red here. Let me turn into another thing. The rotation's very, very hard to find and to pick out. It's right in here, just to the west, the southwest of Reddick. So again, if you're watching in Reddick or McIntosh, get into your self place. Again, Denellen, we are not included in this tornado warning. Here we go. This is a different kind of product here that kind of removes all of the noise. And this is kind of what we are seeing. So Fellowship, the worst of the weather is just to you. Amathia, again, you want to be in your safe place as we speak due to the fact that we are under this tornado warning until 3:45 for Marion County. Again, Reddick, that includes you. McIntosh, that includes you. So now these are starting to get into a favorable environment now for tornadoes. So that is why they went ahead and did it, even though, again, we can't really see that well into this storm. But believe me, crossing I-75, this is just to the west of I-75. So there it is right there. So anybody, again, let's get down to street level. So northwest 100th Street, northwest 110th Street. And again, for reference, what I'm zooming in now on is in Marion County. This is northwest of Ocala. So if you're in Ocala, you were not included in this tornado warning. If you are in Reddick, you are. Cara, Fairfield, Millwood is included in this tornado warning in Marion County. So if you're living or watching from Northwest 110th Avenue, Northwest 110th Street, you want to make sure that you are getting into your safe place right now. A little bit of an early heads up here. Zooming back in a little bit closer, Northwest 104th Avenue would be a good idea to get into your safe place. 141st Court. And then closer to Flemington, you want to make sure that you are in your safe place. All right, so we are going to turn some things on again. We're in a really weird spot here, but this is an ominous-looking cell southwest of Reddick. Reddick, we are in a tornado warning until 3:45. Ocala, we are in that warning. We are not in that warning. We're going to go over some street level thing. Let me try to get back to see if we can find a spot where this is. And again, it's just really, really hard to kind of illustrate because of where this is in proximity to where the storm actually is at this point. So there's kind of a timeline for you. 15 minutes to Reddick, McIntosh in about 17 minutes, Micanopy 17 minutes, Hawthorne in about 27 minutes as this storm kind of lifts off to the north and east. Let me pull that back a little bit. Yes, Tampa is in the watch. Somebody asked that in the chat. I think this is the best way to kind of illustrate here, and this rotation has weakened. So it's not, again, we're not in the clear with this by any means, but rotation weakening a little bit with this storm. Still tornado warning until 3:45, so another 20 minutes. So we're going to stay with you here, just focusing on the Ocala storm. And it's interesting to note that kind of in and around McIntosh, we have I think a stronger. We're in the tornado warning here, but there's like another area of rotation that has developed. And it looks like we could have a little cell here in addition to the cell down here that is trying to kind of pull apart. So this is kind of the environment here. The forward speed of this is about 50 miles an hour and all that stuff. And the slabbening brings up a good point. We're going to turn our focus to that in a little bit. As these approach the Gulf Coast of Florida, I think we're going to have some issues in a little bit because we saw the different rotating cells on there. We saw the balloon launch data indicating that they're going to be moving into a very favorable environment for the potential for severe weather, including tornadoes. The National Weather Service predicts the shape just to give yourself a little wiggle room. They call them polygons. So that in case they want to make sure everybody's included if it moves one way versus the other way. So that's kind of how they draw it. And they sometimes pay attention to county lines as well through that. So we're going to be focusing on those storms coming in on the Gulf side in just 1 second, really 20 minutes, because that's where our warning is. But that tornado warning continues for us. This just looks like a big mess to me. Let's get to the Jacksonville radar, see if we can see anything different. Tampa radar, go back to velocity mode. So I mean, the good news is, relatively speaking, it looks like the rotation's trying to wind back out a little bit. Okay, we're not in the clear with this just yet, but at least there's some positivity there when it comes to this rotation in and around Reddick. The worst of the storm now has kind of lifted up into Reddick. If anybody's watching from Marion County in this area, let me know kind of what is going on around you. Please don't go out and look at this. If any tornado is there, it's going to be wrapped in rain. You're not going to be able to see it, and it's starting to get a little dark outside too. I guess it's only 3:30 in the afternoon, but it's going to be pretty. It'd be pretty hard to see anything. So don't go outside and looking for it. So the worst part of this storm now is going to be right around Reddick, northwest 144th place. That is what is going on. I know there's a lot of questions coming in on the chat about other areas. I will try to get to those right now. I just want to focus to make sure that anybody watching from Marion County is up to speed on where this the most dangerous storm of so far the afternoon from the Central Florida perspective is doing. We're going to get into all that stuff that's coming in. We've got multiple nasty cells working their way onto the Gulf Coast of Florida over the next couple of hours, so we're going to be watching that very, very closely. Right now, Reddick through McIntosh is getting really kind of ugly with this weather right now. Very, very weak rotation. I mean, it's very, very weak, and but the worst part of that is going to be right in here. Very heavy rain coming down at about 2 inches an hour. Of course, that's one of the threats with these, but the main threat here is the potential for, again, a tornado. I'm cautiously optimistic, though, that things are looking a little bit better. Again, stay in your safe place because we're still in a tornado warning for the next 20 minutes, a little bit less than 20 minutes. So just keep that in mind. And again, my apologies. I know there's a lot of questions coming in about other areas around Central Florida. I'm going to do my best to kind of bounce around after we clear this warning here to kind of talk about what is to come as well. Okay, so for Citra, we are just outside of that tornado warning. Okay, so we're not included in the tornado warning in Citra at this point. But we do have some very heavy rain coming in. Let's see here. This is going to be, try to bring up traffic cam to show you what's going on. All right, so what you're looking at above my head is I-75 at mile marker 357.7, if you're familiar with that. So kind of right smack dab in this very, very heavy rain moving through Reddick right now. The worst part of the storm is right around Reddick. Again, Millwood, make sure you're in a safe place. Again, get there now. Some street level, some streets, Northwest 10th Court in Reddick, North 10th Circle, Northwest 10 Circle as well. So a lot of circles. Keep that in mind. I want you to get into your, make sure you're in a safe place as we have this tornado warning again until 3:45. Citra, we are in this tornado warning. Just at the very end, it is raining very, very heavily. The worst of the storm for Citra is just to your south and west. Okay? So right now it's just to the south and west. It's going to be working up in that direction. Let me get the shear marker on. We're going to be focused on this area. So again, if you are in the Citra area, some very strong winds coming your way. The potential for that tornado is also going to be there. Again, the rotation has broadened out a little bit, but still we're in kind of that environment here to do that as well. And yeah, I agree. I know there's a lot of stuff going on in chat. Please, I know there's some crazy people out there in the YouTube world. We've got some dangerous weather going on. And I know someone mentioned about hooks over Riddick. It's not a situation per se that we would see a hook, since since it'd be called what we call a QLCS tornado. There really wouldn't be a hook with this, like you would see in the plains or a traditional supercell thunderstorm as well. So don't let your guard down just because you don't see a hook. But I do think we're looking decently okay at this point in the Riddick and Citra area, I should say. My apologies. Riddick, we're looking good now. As this thing is kind of pushing away from us into Citra. The heaviest weather is on top of us now. Let's get a shear look. Shear track. I mean, there's no hail with that, but I mean, the rotation right now is right around Citra. It's very weak. It's not impressive. Still a tornado warning, though. I want to make sure that, okay, Paul is in Citra. Let's see what he has to say. Not much in Citra. Lots of trees and country, but still homes there. Oh, I'm sorry. You just meant for a population. My bad. All right, so if you're just joining us, we are following a tornado warning in Marion County. It's part of a bigger severe weather thing. I have some questions about Jacksonville. The worst of the weather in Jacksonville is moving through as we speak. Let me just see what is going on. Some gusty winds, Lakeside, Florida. Let me just look at that 72-mile-per-hour wind gust getting ready to come through Lakeside, Florida. Same for Green Cove Springs. Some very, very strong winds on the western side. St. Augustine, the worst of the weather, is probably about a little less than an hour away. As well, let me just make sure, get the latest in from... Just looking, we can look at this a little bit later. The 18Z sounding from Cape Canaveral just came in, and it shows more what we are near what we were kind of looking at before with the Tampa side. Maybe the environment a little less conducive, but still conducive to producing tornadoes as far to the east as Cape Canaveral. We can get into that if the weather pipes down a little bit, although I don't really think the weather is going to pipe down a little bit, unfortunately, going forward. Really nasty stuff coming through. The good news is there are no warnings out there. Again, we've not been able to analyze that in detail yet, so we'll have to check that out to see what's going on in just 1 second. I just want to make sure that we are continuing to stay with this tornado warning for the next 10 minutes as we are staying in this. So let's see. And it looks like a new tornado warning is going to be coming. National Weather Service in Jacksonville issues a tornado warning for Alachua, Marion, and Putnam, Florida. Let's see when this is going to go. This is going to go until 4 o'clock. So a new severe thunderstorm, or a new tornado warning is coming. It'll populate on the map, and that's going to be for this. Remember, we were watching the cell right around McIntosh and southeastern Micanopy, right around Citra, the stronger one. So they are going to continue that severe thunderstorm warning. Let's move to the Jacksonville radar to see if we can get a better look. There's kind of the rotation right in here. So early heads up again. You're going to see the warning pop up here, but Interlaken, Palatka, you're going to want to make sure that you guys are getting into your safe place right now. If your bells and whistles on your phone are not going off just yet, just to this is your early heads up if you're watching this live stream, because it will soon will. The Weather Service literally just hit the button. So this is going to include Hawthorne or just outside Hawthorne. This does include Interlaken. And then Palatka, we are just going to be on the outside of it. But it might be a good idea to start going in that direction and getting into your safe place right now. So I'm not sure what radio. I mean, it could be. Are they actually reporting a tornado? Because there's a tornado warning for Citra, for sure. But I'm not seeing anything that there is actually a tornado in Citra. So here, just popping up on the map now, here is our new tornado warning. This is going to go for Putnam until 4, Alachua until 4, and then extreme northeast Marion until 4 o'clock as this works its way through. Let me turn on the actual radar. And we were talking about, like, not seeing a hook before, and then there we go. This could be the development of that little hook right in there, the inflow notch. So we're going to be watching that closely. And then there's where you would see the rotation right in there. Okay, so what we're seeing now, and again, above my head is I-75 mile marker 357. If you're familiar with that, that's in Marion County, bouncing all around in the wind there. Most focused on areas north of Citra, right around Citra and north. So Island Grove, Bay Lake. If you are, let's try to get into real close. The 301, make sure, I mean, if you know anybody that might be driving on the 301, you might want to get them, make sure they know to get off the road, make sure they know that there's a tornado warning in place. Let's see. Got some weak rotation here, some very broad rotation right here. Look at the wind above my head again. That's I-75 in Marion County. This is even just to the east of the or to the west of the worst weather. But here we go, and this is one of the things we were concerned with. There's a couple of areas now that we're kind of watching for some weak rotation, some broad rotation in the mix. So again, I want you to still remain in your safe place in Reddick for the next 5 minutes until this gets out of here. Okay, so Land's End Ranch, Fort Brooke Landing, Orange Springs into Hog Valley. This is getting into that's still in Marion County, Putnam County as well. That's where I want you guys to focus on. We also have southeast Alachua County in this tornado warning. I know there's a lot of questions coming in on the chat. I love you guys. I care about everybody. Okay. I'm gonna do my best to get around to everybody. I'm just gonna address this right now. Gabriel, my man, it's not here yet for Orlando, okay? It's still a couple hours away from Orlando. The timing is like 5 to 6 o'clock for Orlando. It is a major storm. I don't know if you've seen any of the video coming out of the Panhandle and the Big Bend and into Georgia. It's done a lot of destruction today. So, again, not gonna have any of that here, okay? So please, 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock. That's when it's going to be in the Orlando area, all right? So, like I said, I'm going to try to get to everybody here. I like to do that. I like to have this conversation with everybody, but right now we got to focus on the people that might be tuning in from parts of Alachua County, certainly Marion County, and then into Putnam County as well. Again, that tornado warning goes until 4 o'clock, and I appreciate everybody tuning in and for all the reports. I really do. Alex, I'll get to Deltona and Volusia a little bit. Still a couple hours away, but really the same kind of stuff coming through just in a few hours. I'm just going to look down here, glance. Okay, so the good news is there's no warnings coming in on the Gulf Coast of Florida just yet. That could change. We haven't had a chance to kind of look in depth because we've been focusing on Marion, Alachua, and Putnam counties for the last couple of hours. Here we go. This is north of Orlando, or north of Ocala, I should say, which also is north of Orlando. But I'd be interested to see if there's another little thing of rotation right here northwest of Ocala. That is new. That's not that's kind of straddling the old tornado warning, but that is another little cell that's by itself. So it's going to be interesting to see what they do with that cell. The weather. So when I say they, the weather service, if they continue that warning or if not. But that kind of, it's broad. I don't know if that would be. Plus, we're looking way up, so being broad and being that far up, it's likely not producing. But again, when you're that far away, we might get another tornado warning just north of Ocala. Let's check in on the rotation up here so we can turn on the shear. And then here are kind of our three areas. Around Reddick, north of Citra, and then north of Ocala. Those are our three kind of shear centers along the way that we are watching. Good news is in Denellen. Shout out to Denellen. I just saw Denellen cross the screen. Hey, Loretta, thank you. I appreciate you tuning in. Still some heavy rain on the way, some gusty winds, but your severe weather threat is going to be winding down shortly. All that stuff. And thank you, the Slabening, for staying on the stuff on the Gulf Coast of Florida. We're going to get down there momentarily, but I appreciate you watching that while we're kind of focused on the imminent threat. But we've got some nasty stuff coming in on the Gulf side as well. This is unworn, but strong circulation with some mesovortices. So interesting stuff going there on the Gulf Coast of Florida. That's going to be where we focus on next, hopefully after we pipe down these severe weather updates as well. All right, let's see here. All right, so that was a brand new, fresh radar scan. Just coming through, some strong winds north of Ocala. I think we are seeing things get a little bit better than they were before. Yeah, I think things are a little bit better. Wendy, Northwest Ocala, if you can talk about what you are kind of hearing or seeing, that would be awesome. Okay, just issued a marine warning off the coast of Flagler. Yeah, not a good idea to take the boat out, by the way. But you might imagine that. Okay. So the worst of the weather now is north of Ocala and east of Ocala towards the Ocala National Forest. Reddick, it's going to be east of you now. Citra, we're still dealing with some rock and stuff, but most of the bad weather now is moving closer to Bay Lake and away from Citra. Here's the town center, and now all the darker red and stuff is moving in that direction. Take a look at the shear, and the shear is weakening, and it's moving away from Citra. Thank you for that report in Putnam County. Things are starting to pick up here. We're going to back this up and show you Putnam, where we are in a tornado warning until 4 o'clock. So that's another 15 minutes. And here we go. I know there's a lot of green on the screen and red. So right here, closer to Interlock, and that's where we are dealing with some of the worst weather. Let's take a look at this shear here. And again, the shear marker actually showing up a little bit stronger. Let me get to the Jacksonville radar. I might be able to see it better. It's very weak still from the Jacksonville side, but it is there. All right, so as we were just talking about that, as our friend was talking about the Gulf Coast of Florida with the rotation, there you go. Tornado warning issued now for Hillsborough, Pasco, and Pinellas County, Florida. So now we're going to jump down here and talk about this, and there you go. This is what, let me move the marker. Okay, this is what you don't want to see, but when you're looking for tornadoes in a signature to look for, this is more it. Again, we were looking for, it was very broad, but we have right there and then even right down in here. So now this is going to be a situation where these are kind of moving through, but it's moving through on land, and these couplets, if you will, are going to tighten up. So let me just get in here real close. This is just offshore of Wall Spring, Crystal Beach, Innisbrook, Cove Springs. You want to make sure that you are in your safe place. Again, you see that strong shear right there. So I was showing you before that this part of the computer here kind of takes out all the noise of the red and the greens and allows us to kind of show you there, and it breaks down from strong, weak, or extreme rotation as well. So just keep that in mind as we do that as well. So let me go back to the nitty-gritty. We're going to go to the Tampa Bay radar. To the person talking about the roof being blown off, it's not even on shore yet, my friend. It's out of the water. There's the shoreline. Okay, there's the rotation right here and right here, actually. So keep that in mind. And yeah, actually, somebody brought up a really good point, Jeff. QLCS tornadoes are very difficult to see, usually within quite a bit of rain and very fast moving. So yes, and yes, all of the above. And that's what we were talking about. You're likely not going to see a hook like you do like in the plains or even here with a straight up supercell thunderstorm. They're more of like a little dog leg backward C kind of thing, kind of like what we're seeing right here. So they change a lot. We're at the mercy of the radar scan too, so a lot of times they can spin up and then pulse back down in between radar scans. So again, that's why the Weather Service has got to be on top of this to issue these as well. So really good point, Jeff. Thank you. So let's take a look. And there was Dundon again. We are not in the tornado warning. Palm Harbor, we are. Be interesting to see if also, as in the last few minutes as well, severe thunderstorm warning for Sumter County in Florida. So my friends in Sumter County, we are under a severe thunderstorm warning right in through here. And this is kind of ugly. So Inverness, my friend in Inverness is still with us, said it wasn't going to rain. Here we go. Sorry, I just had to start another stream. We are about to be live on clickorlando.com. And on the Pinpoint Weather app. So if anybody's watching from and has the Pinpoint Weather app, we're going to be able to be mobile. And I guess if you're watching on YouTube as well, you can be mobile. All right, Daryl says very bad in Citrus County. We're watching that come through. We're also going to be watching near Inverness. We don't have the green per se, but there is some rotation right in there around Inverness. So again, early heads up in Inverness. Want to make sure you're in your safe place. Just get into there right now. You're under a severe thunderstorm warning, so I want you to be there anyway, just because the wind is so strong coming in here. No, yeah. And please, guys, unless you have a source that says that something is on the ground, please don't put it into the chat. I beg you, because Hannah's asking, I'm confused, have tornadoes formed yet in Tampa Bay? Not yet. There's tornado warnings up in the Tampa area. The storms, though, themselves have not yet moved onshore. So when I know there's some trolls out there. I know there's people that like to have fun and all that stuff on YouTube. Just do me a favor and chill for a sec, because we do have some really nasty weather coming through. And somebody mentioned about roofs being blown off. The storm isn't even on land just yet. So please, okay? Thank you. Sorry for the rant, but when people are trying to come on here for some important weather information, I don't want there to be some false information out there. So here's the deal. Tarpon Springs, we're just starting to get this to come onshore. In and around Victor, Forest Hills, this is moving onshore now within the last radar scan. There is a couplet right there. Tarpon Springs, here we go. There's a close look for you. There is the strongest of the storm is now just getting in there. So, again, pay close attention to this. Let me bring all that looks like it's going in one direction now. We have these little guys right in here. That's the strongest one right up here south of Holiday. Right in here. So, Anclop Boulevard into Flora Avenue, Mosaic Drive, Lewis Avenue, or right around the Victor and Holiday area in Pinellas County, Florida. So make sure you guys are in your safe place here. Let me turn on the shear tracker. It's kind of elongated, but there's a lot of it there. There's a lot of it there. So Fruitland Park, hey, Savannah, yep, we're going to be live all the way through the event. So we're going to be on here on clickorlando.com, on the Pinpoint Weather app, and then, of course, on YouTube as well, right where we're at right now. So, yeah, we're not going anywhere. All right, another tornado for the Fruit Cove area. This is going to be for Jacksonville. That may have been an old alert for Gainesville. You guys are in the clear in Gainesville. There is the nasty weather is now to the east of you. It's just going to be a few stray showers, maybe a rumble of thunder coming in, but your severe threat, the severe threat is winding down quickly in Gainesville. Still elevated in Palatka and Putnam County. We have a tornado warning here that continues until 4 o'clock. Same for Northeast Marion. Tornado warning continues, for Marion for the next 4 minutes. The worst of the storm Let's take a look at where the shear is. Let's go back to the Jacksonville radar. All right, it looks like ham radio is reporting a tornado touchdown in Pasco County. So let's go back down into Pasco. And that's exactly where we were just looking at here, in that area where that rotation was tightest. So we're going to wait for verification there. They're checking, but somebody in the National Weather Service chat just mentioned that a ham radio operator reporting touchdown in Pasco County. So again, we'll stay on that chat. I got it up right next to me here to see if they can get that confirmed. The rotation, it's there. It's not overly impressive right now in Pasco, but that is the couple that we were looking at that was the most impressive of the bunch. Also, City of Clearwater Emergency Management. I've had a couple of people in Clearwater report their storm surge reaching Gulfview Boulevard on south portion of Clearwater Beach. So again, with that storm, the stronger winds really pushing up in there now. Don't need a tropical system to create storm surge. So again, just heads up there as well. So again, we're going to stay on that. Yes, I mentioned there's the tornado warning for the Jacksonville area. So let me get up there. So now things are really starting. This is very impressive. It's kind of broadened out a little bit, but that is some very, very strong rotation. This is going to be, again, heading towards Palm Valley, Jacksonville Beach. If you are in the Pine Bluff area, Loretto, since we've been on after the Panhandle stuff, this has been the most impressive couplet that I've seen here. It's kind of, again, not a tornado vortex signature yet. You need those to be touching. They were a little bit ago, but Pine Bluff, look at these winds. Again, 82 miles an hour toward the Jacksonville radar. So there is the rotation like this, toward the radar and away from the radar. So there you go. There's the circulation, and that is moving Racetrack Road into Pine Bluff. The Wesley Manor Retirement Villa, Bishop Estates. If anybody is in this area, again, share this out because this is a pretty significant rotation. Certainly the most significant that we've seen since we've been on here this morning, post the Panhandle mess from this morning. Anybody, Greenland, Loretto, Bayard, Clarksville, US 1 through Sunbeam. Tornado warning for you guys until 4:15. Early heads up in Atlantic Beach, Neptune Beach, Jacksonville Beach. Again, this is for St. Johns County, Palm Beach. And, yeah, all that as well. A new thing coming in. All right, new tornado warning also for Marion County. So another breaking news thing, new tornado warning for Marion County until 4 o'clock. That's probably for the area, until 4:30, I should say. So that's probably for that area. Brand new tornado warning for Marion County. This is going to go until 4:30 in the afternoon. So a new tornado warning. We'll wait to see where that is on the map. It takes a second for it to populate. Let me pull up here from the warning itself. Let's see, for Marion Putnam until 4:30. This is going to be for Fort McCoy, located near Fort McCoy, and then moving to the north. So again, all that red, we're waiting for that red box to pop up. It takes a second for the computer to
Hey, Jack, can you do me a favor? Can you look for that sound on CBS again for
All right, so yeah, we are watching for, let me bring up the shear marker. It's closer to Fort McCoy, waiting for that box to pop up to give you the updated thing. We'll show you I-75 again, request there. So there's I-75 at their mile marker. Here's the new box that just popped up. And it's for this little guy right in here. It's not overly impressive. Still keeping an eye on okay, so now we had some friends in Putnam County. This is also going to include you, Pomona Park and Crescent City. Crescent City may just be just outside of the warning. The southern half of the city may not have gotten the alert, but the northern half of the city is. This is I-75 coming through. Still not seeing anything of that, an update on the ham radio operator in there. Let's go back up. So there's that new warning for, I mean, really just extreme. There's Fort McCoy there. I mean, there's the rotation's very weak. Very weak. Okay, so there's I-75, mile marker 357. Orlando, we are still a couple of hours away from that line getting there. Okay, so back down into Tampa area, Pinellas Park, we have a severe thunderstorm warning. This is going to include Madeira Beach, St. Pete Beach, into Gulfport, St. Petersburg, Pinellas Park, Kenneth City. Severe thunderstorm warning. Also watching around the Seminole area. This is a little concerning here. We do have the no tornado warning, yet they may have mentioned that a tornado is possible. I'm not sure. I did not read their their warning, but around Seminole, that's pretty tight couplet there. And across Bayou, so we're going to be watching that. So again, early heads up. We're watching around Seminole and Cross Bayou for the potential for something to tighten up and produce a tornado. This is exactly what we were talking about here and what you're looking for when you're talking about identifying a tornado or potential tornado, at least rotation on radar. The green represents the wind going toward the radar. And in this case, we are working out of Tampa. So it's kind of like that. And then like that. So that's kind of the spin coming through. We also have this little flare up there. Okay, tornado. Someone mentioned tornado in Clearwater. Was that from before? I mean, there's no tornado warning in there's no tornado warning right now in Clearwater, and there's nothing to suggest that there's a tornado at all. There's no rotation happening in Clearwater. If there was one before that came through while we were focusing up there, that might be a different story. I don't know if someone's in Clearwater and has seen damage or anything like that, please post that in the comments right now. We may have had something come through when that. It looked like the strongest of that was right around Dundon, just going through the loop. But certainly there was very, very strong winds. So our friends in Bellevue as well, been watching this for you. Another tornado warning in Marion. Again, we're just in a really hard area to see. What's going on. So there are currently, just for anyone just joining us, we have 2 tornado warnings in Marion County. We have one on the southern side that includes Bellevue. So again, you want to make sure you're getting into your safe place. And that is going to be with this storm here, kind of moving. Let me put the timeline on. So in about 10 minutes in Bellevue. So just keep that in mind. And we also, here's an update on that other storm up near Jacksonville. The rotation has certainly broadened a little bit. There's where that would be. So if you're watching in Palm Valley, in St. Johns County, again, heads up for that. Also, that tornado warning continues for extreme southeast Duval, Atlantic Beach, Jacksonville Beach, Neptune Beach as well. I believe that's what I said with the pronunciation. So the worst part of that Jacksonville, the worst part of the Jacksonville area storm, it's south of Jacksonville Beach. It's right here, moving toward Palm Valley. So again, heads up in the Palm Valley area toward I-95 and the Jacksonville beaches. That is coming down the pipeline there. Back toward the Central Florida area, we have 2 tornado warnings. This one is just leaving. This one looks a little ugly here. This is to the west of Pomona Park into Crescent City and extreme northeast Marion County. The rotation is right here, and it's kind of moving toward Pomona Park. So again, you want to make sure that you are in your safe place. Again, this is right in extreme northern Marion County. So again, let's get in here and do some street level tracking here. Northeast 108th Avenue. There's the latest scan. It puts it right on the Putnam Marion County line right now. Let me bring up the shear line, and this is exactly what we're looking at right in through here. So again, just a few more minutes with this guy here, but we do have some rotation. There is no tornado warning in Gainesville. Okay, no tornado warning in Gainesville. This is way southeast of you now. There was earlier. Not right now, though. You're in the clear in Gainesville. So here we go. Again, Roddenham Dam Road, Boys Ranch Road, Northeast 108th Avenue. You guys need to be in your safe place in northern Marion County. All right, let me get this thing off of here to go full screen so you can see more. I know there's a lot going on. And then heading towards the Putnam line here. Just a heads up for those in the Jacksonville area where there's going to be a new tornado warning issued. It's a kind of an extension here in the Jacksonville area. All right, so let's go back to the Tampa radar. Okay, so, I mean, the relative good news is that it looks like most of this is straight. We do have some broad rotation along the line. Pinellas Park, it's very broad, but just be careful here. Watch out for the potential for something to drop. New tornado warning for central Pinellas extending into Hillsborough. So this is going to be a new one. We're going to wait for that marker to pop up, and it may be for this. That looks nasty right there, that couplet. Umatilla is in the path. It's not of any kind of it's not in any kind of immediate danger right now. In a couple of hours, it's going to be closing in on that part. We still have 2 tornado warnings and a severe thunderstorm warning in Ocala. It is ugly in Ocala right now. Very strong winds. Bellevue, though, we are under that tornado warning. This thing is right on top of us. The strong storm that has the potential to produce a tornado. So there's the one that includes Bellevue and southern side. Extreme northeast Marion County into Putnam County. We have another tornado warning, so we can kind of show you where the shear is. Anywhere you see the green kind of organized. So there you have it right there. There is the green showing up again, right southwest of Bellevue. And then there is the warning for the Tampa area. This actually does include downtown Tampa. This includes, this is the one that we were watching about 30 minutes ago coming along Seminole, so we needed to watch out for. So here it is. This includes Pinellas Park. Yeah, we're going to watch this. One of those embedded supercells. There's the hook. So, again, we're going to have to watch that closely. The most dangerous part of that storm is north of Pinellas Park, moving kind of due east towards Tampa. So let's see. Put a little tracker on that. These things are booking. I mean, probably even faster than that. So I would say 15 to 20 minutes. This is going to be in and around the Tampa area. And then Egypt Lake, it's about 23 minutes away. Okay, so just be careful there. Mango, Brandon, Bloomingdale, we're still watching for you. Same thing in Plant City. Same thing in Zephyr Hills. Some nasty storms here. Most of the central Florida counties right now, except for Marion, are doing okay. This is still a little bit later for us. So Volusia, Seminole, we're in that tornado watch until 9 o'clock tonight. There is the Jacksonville tornado warning. Had a request to go up to Jacksonville. The good news with this is that it's almost out of here. There's one circulation, and there's the other circulation. There's the coast. So we are almost getting these guys off, which is good. Tornado warning canceled for Putnam County. Okay, that's also going to be the Marion County now one. So we're going to have the northern Marion County. We're good. Okay, so except for the strong winds, our severe thunderstorm warning continues. Now, the southern warning remains. That includes us in Bellevue. So again, here's the really nasty stuff right in through here. Very strong winds coming into Bellevue. So just keep that in mind. All right, and it appears, and this is why, again, you have to be careful. We were talking about that. So far, no confirmed tornado in that Pasco area. We mentioned one ham radio did that, but there were a lot of people out there also reporting that no tornado did touch down in Pasco County. So, again, that's why always important to be careful there when you're throwing around the T word. There it is, the strong rotation or the strong winds, but the rotation there getting ready to come into downtown Bellevue. Bellevue Heights into Summerfield. This is going to be Southeast County Highway 484, Southeast 47th Avenue. Safe Place, Southeast 80th Avenue, Del Webb Boulevard, Southeast 110th Street Road. Into the Candler area, we are still under that tornado warning as well. Moss Bluff into Electra. Tornado warning in the Jacksonville area has now been canceled. Those circulations that we were pinpointing have now moved out to sea. So far, nothing confirmed in Pinellas Park. No tornado confirmed in Pinellas Park. Here's the Tampa area that we are watching closely. Let's see. Volusia County, DeLand doing okay right now. Just a little gusty out there. We're going to focus on you guys for the timeline coming up. Right now, we've got a couple of active tornado warnings. We're going to go back up to the Bellevue area, and actually, this is the best, I'm saying it best from the tornado perspective or the severe perspective that this thing has looked. So again, you guys need to be taking cover if you are in the Bellevue area. Again, this is coming right through downtown. There is not a confirmed tornado. There's not, again, repeat, not, but this thing is rotating and could produce. Again, this is the tightest this thing has looked all afternoon. Let me look from a radar perspective. Again, it is rocking right now in Bellevue. So again, you guys need to make sure that you are nice and again, just make sure that you are away from windows in the lowest level. Again, cover your heads in this to get into the interior room because that's, again, moving right through town. So let's get back into, there's the most recent update right through there. So if you're watching in Candler, Ocklawaha, you guys are included in this tornado warning. Make sure that you are getting into your safe place right now, because that one's going to start to work its way through the Central Florida area or the South Marion County area into the Ocklawaha, Forest Lake Park, Candler, Moss Bluff, Summerfield, Bellevue. Again, the worst of the storm is right here on top of Southeast 110th Street. Oak Road into Cypress Road. This is in southern Marion County now, where we have an active tornado warning for the next 25 minutes. That's the severe thunderstorm warning. Tornado warning continues until 4:30. No indications yet from the Weather Service what they are going to do in terms of continuing that, but it is the healthiest this storm has looked. And again, we talked earlier when we were breaking down the environment that if we saw these storms get intense, the higher these things grow, the more likely it's going to be they're going to be able to produce tornadoes. And now this thing is the purple showing up on the reflectivity, indicating we may have some hail in there, and that would indicate that we have a growing thunderstorm. Let's check the lightning embedded in there, and there's not a ton of lightning. There's the most recent strike. Not a ton of lightning with this. Only 11,000 feet tall. There's just a lot of heavy rain in there. But there's the shear. So active tornado warning continues for the Bellevue area. We'll get into the Orlando area in just 1 second. Give me 2 seconds. Just have to check on something. I will be right back. All right, so this is ugly as I just jump back in here. Really ugly around St. Petersburg, Gulfport area. You can clearly see, I mean, that's one of those supercells hanging off. Really, really nasty situation here. So again, if you are in Pinellas County around St. Petersburg, again, really nasty stuff. Let me get the velocity back on. Here you go. Really strong stuff. Just east of Gulfport and right around Lakewood Estates, St. Petersburg. This is to your east and moving away from you. So again, this should be out of the way. It's still broad. We definitely have that hook. But look at these winds. Again, we're just getting ready to go into the bay. There is Tampa. And again, we are still under that tornado warning in Tampa, although it is doing work before it gets there. So Shore Acres, tornado warning for you. This is almost back into the water. So let's hope we can get that into the water. Here's the kind of shoreline before it gets into the bay. But nasty, nasty storm here. there's the hook. Again, supercell hanging off of the line. We saw the balloon launch in coming in this afternoon. We saw this. This is not unexpected. And again, unfortunately, it's playing out as the thing. So now the rotation is exiting into the bay at least, so we can at least breathe a sigh of relief for a short term. We'll see if it holds together before it comes back in on the other side of the bay, in there as well. So again, nasty thunderstorm. What are they? I don't know if this is the best thing for them to be. They're showing like tornado damage from the Panhandle as she's talking about tornado warning in Marion County. I don't know if that's smart. I don't know if you want to talk to. I don't know who the producer is it for. But that's probably not the best thing to be doing because I don't want to give a false representation. That's what's coming through Marion. Thank you, my friend. Alrighty, so we're back at it. Again, here's the hook. Back out over the bay. So the worst part of that storm is there. So we're going to reassess. Let's take a look at this Tampa. Here's the Tampa warning. And the worst of that storm should stay. So we have couplet here. We have couplet here. So we're going to be watching this for Port Tampa into the Rattlesnake area, Interbay Boulevard. This is where we're going to be up next. For all of that stuff. I want to take a brief break while we have things over the water. Let's just do one thing. I'm not taking a break. I want to kind of show the progression. We have a lot of people asking, okay, what can we expect going forward here? So I want to do that for our friends in the Orlando area, in Brevard County and Leesburg, as we're getting ready to get into some of this nasty weather. So let's go back to the Jacksonville radar. Let's check in. So that rotation now north of Bellevue, it looks like it has weakened a little bit. There's that little pulse up. All right, so what I'm going to do now is there's the main storm system. Things are still rocking around Bellevue, but the rotation has has kind of collapsed a little bit. I'm going to bring up our other weather computer. We're going to go through the timeline here to kind of show you what we're expecting just real quick, and then we're going to get back to it. So from a Central Florida perspective here, let's fast forward this. Where are we at? It's 4:30. And I think it's doing a pretty good job of kind of pinpointing where the worst weather is in terms of the time. So as we fast forward this out until 5 o'clock, we can see that the worst of the weather starts to push through Mount Dora, Umatilla, into the Astor area, DeLand, Deltona, Orange City, from Palm Coast, Flagler Beach, Bunnell, down to Lakeland, just about into Winter Haven, into Claremont, into Groveland. So again, this is about anywhere from 5 to 6 o'clock, okay? Now we're going to take this further out. This is 6 o'clock, pretty much right smack dab down the I-4 corridor from Daytona Beach into Sanford, Oviedo, Chuliota area, Lake Mary, Heathrow, downtown Orlando, Pine Hills, Dr. Phillips, into Hunters Creek, Kissimmee, St. Cloud, into Poinciana Celebration, that point as well. So again, this is as we close in on like 6 o'clock-ish. And then as we get deeper into the evening, here is 7 o'clock from Mims to Titusville, in and around Rockledge, closer to Deer Park, Holapa, down, still hanging around Poinciana, south of Winter Haven in Polk County. And then there we go, some nasty stuff. And you kind of see this little flare up Watch it right at the bottom of your screen, that little flare up of white there. Those are some of the supercells that are coming in southwest Florida that could end up posing a problem a little bit later tonight. So that's 7, 8 o'clock. Dr. Phillips, here you go, back here in southwest Orange County. That's 5, 6 o'clock. That's when we're going to be up. So probably like closer to 6 o'clock. And then kind of sliding through. There's a flare up there, 8. And then Miko, 8 to 9 o'clock as well. So that's what we are kind of watching at this point. Okay, so the Jacksonville area has, so there are no, they may have pulled down. Let's go back to the other weather computer and then track this. Just wanted to step away. We've been watching some things in Sumter County. We've been watching some cells in Marion County, Putnam County, and then Pinellas and Hernando counties. Just wanted to kind of step away from that very, very briefly. I'm just going to switch my sources back to the other weather computer now. And all tornado warnings, at least in the central Florida area, I believe are down. Let me just double check that. The tornado warning in Marion has been replaced with a severe thunderstorm warning. We still have that tornado warning in St. Petersburg area where, again, the worst of that storm is out over the bay. So we're doing okay now. The tornado warning west of Tampa or the tornado warning storm west of Tampa has kind of fell down a little bit. All right, so now what I want to do is I want to go check to see. Sumter County is getting rocked right now anyway. There are no warnings up for Sumter. Just some strong gusty winds. But no warnings up, nothing too concerning right now in and around the Wildwood area at this point. So here comes the whole line. Severe thunderstorm warning continues for southeast Marion County. Most of this now is going to be over the Ocala National Forest. All right, in Duval County, things are starting to pipe down in the West Volusia area. We are okay right now. We're still a couple hours away. Let me bring up the Jacksonville radar to show you. This is the nasty stuff here that's kind of pushing up in that direction. So we're still a little ways away from being impacted in Volusia County. The villages, it's raining heavily so far, nothing severe. Little thunderstorm right around Eustis, nothing severe just yet. Orlando, nothing severe right now. We're in a tornado watch until 9 o'clock. It's going to be here in the next hour or two in that 5:30 to 6 o'clock hour. Go check in. Still watching this tornado warning here. New tornado warning. So this is brand new that just popped up here. This is going to be this is in the Tampa area to the west of Brandon. So Brandon, Mango, we are not included in this, but we do have a tightening little couple here. This is the one that we were watching earlier that kind of pulsed back down as it went over the water and then came back up over Port Tampa. It's still broad. Again, not a tornado. A vortex signature is whenever you have them actually touching the reds and the greens. We do not have that. But along this line, we're going to be watching to see what happens here. This is kind of supercellular in nature, which is not a good thing. So that's something that we are going to watch. This isn't like it could end up being like one of the longer ones here. All right, so hot off the press here, a new severe thunderstorm warning until 5 o'clock for Lake County, Florida. So Lake County, we are now in a severe thunderstorm warning until 5 o'clock. This is brand new. It hasn't populated on the map yet, but the Weather Service just triggered it. That's going to be the Weather Service in Melbourne. Let me check on over to their chat. And it appears that there's going to be some rotation with this. So they have tagged it tornado possible in Lake County. So let me switch to the and there it is. There is the and there would be the weak rotation. Right around Lady Lake, Fruitland Park, the Villages. Again, it is very, very weak. It's there, but it is very, very weak. Again, popping up on the rotation tracker right there. That green is what you see there. So that's something that we're going to be monitoring there. There is a tornado warning in Tampa. Thank you for that report in St. Augustine. Yeah, so if you are watching from the Villages, Lady Lake, Fruitland Park, we'll zoom in here, Griffin View Drive in and around Lady Lake, Lake Ella Road. You guys are under a severe thunderstorm warning, but the Weather Service has tagged it with tornado possible. They do this sometimes when there is weak rotation. It's not evident enough to issue a tornado warning, but it has the possibility to tighten up the rotation, as we call it, and kind of spin it up. So that's something that we're going to be watching over the next little bit of time here as this comes on through the Villages. Let's head back out towards Wildwood. Again, it's super weak, and it's north of Wildwood, mainly closer to the Villages, right there. So then we are really going to be watching this around Fruitland Park. So Fruitland Park. Fruitland Park, Lady Lake area. All right, getting a lot of questions about the Tampa area, so we're going to jump down there real quick. Again, if you're watching from northwest Lake County, the Villages area, Fruitland Park, north of Leesburg, we got you covered. Hang with us here. We also have coverage for you on News 6. If you're in the Central Florida area, on CBS, News 6, WKMG, we have coverage for you there. So there's two spots that we're kind of bouncing around Florida. Yeah, Andrew, you can chill with that because there were actually not a normal one. So chill with that, please. Just Google Florida tornadoes and you'll see what happened today. Thank you. All right, so we're going to back this up a little bit. We're going to head back to that tornado warned storm in Tampa. These might end up being the bad ones of the day here, because when we get these little embedded supercells, some strong winds rushing through. Look at that. This is, I think, over the water still, 64, 63 miles an hour. Continues National Weather Service out of Melbourne continues severe thunderstorm warning for Lake County. So some really, really strong winds in and around Tampa for my friends that are tuning in from Tampa. Radar estimates of about 60 to 65 miles an hour. No tornado warning in Gainesville. You are in the clear in Gainesville. For the rest of the evening, there's still a tornado watch, but I'll tell you it's in the clear. They'll eventually pull that down. They're a little busy right now, issuing new warnings. All right, so getting a request for Marion Oaks. Let me head back up into that direction closer to Ocala. At least happy to report the severe thunderstorm warning has been shifted to the east now. It has moved. The strongest of the weather has moved out. You guys are going to be in the clear in Marion Oaks, okay? So you guys are going to be in the clear. So just keep that in mind as well. Someone mentioned about they just updated the watch area. Let me just check that. So now Gainesville has been dropped from the tornado watch. We talked about you guys were in the clear. So Gainesville has been dropped. And then also the Big Bend of Florida has been dropped. The severe weather threat for you guys is over. Tornado watch continues, though, for areas around Apopka, into Zellwood, Tangerine, Orlando, Kissimmee, St. Cloud, Oak Ridge, Hunters Creek, Ocoee. What's going on, guys? You guys are in that tornado watch. Oviedo, you guys are also in that tornado watch. Longwood, Altamont Springs, that's going to continue tonight. I know it's nice and quiet now, but you guys are... Again, it's coming still. Tornado warning in Tampa. Yep, that is still happening. We'll jump right back down there. It's still on the water side. So I want to just jump around a little bit and had a lot of questions. East Orlando, we are still... Largo should be good. Yep, Largo should be good now. That storm has moved away in... Yeah, and it also looks like that one active tornado warning in the Tampa area is also looking pretty good, all things considered. Very strong winds still, very, very strong winds. Here's the 60, 64 miles an hour, 55 miles an hour estimated wind, so certainly some damaging straight-line wind gusts are still going to be a concern here. Lakeland, you're going to be coming up soon. Let's get the radar back up again. Probably, let's put a little... So Zephyr Hills, I had a question about Zephyr Hills. We're getting rocked right now. No warnings right now, at least. That's a good thing, obviously. Some really strong winds, though, just to your east. Again, we're a little further away from the radar that we are working out of. So that's, I mean, it's likely a little bit lower than that. That's why there's no warning, although they may issue a warning on that one east of Zephyr Hills. Just make sure. Let me go back to the Tampa chat. So Gulfport, thunderstorm wind gusts reported at 63 miles an hour. No report of a tornado when that thing came through. That was that really, really tight couplet that we took a look at east of Gulfport, right around the St. Pete area. Green Cove Springs, I think we're doing okay. We have some severe thunderstorm warnings up. Also, okay, this has just come in here. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning for Flagler County. So this is a new severe thunderstorm warning for Flagler County. So let's go take a look at the cell that has prompted this, or the line that has prompted this. And that's the interesting thing here. I mean, from a radar perspective, this thing does not look that intense. It's all because of that wind, and we have some more intense storms hanging out right here to the west of Pearson. Is Volusia encountering that? So that's a different Weather Service office that's responsible for these things. So we'll see if that holds for that. Let me kind of lapse this, play that for you, and it's kind of drifting here. So they may issue a severe thunderstorm warning for the Pearson area in Volusia County. Let's just check on something here real quick. Let's go Jacksonville. Let's turn on the velocity. So yeah, this is what I was kind of looking here. There's these little guys right here that I would be concerned with for the potential to spin. They're not isolated per se, but they kind of are. And as we look at the velocity out of Jacksonville, we do have a few little teeny tiny couplets here. So we're going to be watching this closely to the west of Pearson. Okay, and the Weather Service, literally as we speak, weak circulations going over the Ocala Forest area, closely monitoring, but have a severe with tornado possible for now. Okay, so that is what they're going with. We're going to watch those cells moving through, so all that. So I do want to clear something up about this comment, Serenity. I'm not calling you out or anything like that. So I want to be clear about that. But a tornado means that there is a tornado in progress or there is one imminent. So it doesn't necessarily mean if there are different levels though of the warnings that goes through. So again, it's either imminent or it's occurring. A watch does what you say. It is, again, conditions are favorable, but I want to be clear about that. Just because there's a tornado warning in effect doesn't mean there is a tornado in progress. The potential is there for one to spin very quickly, though, and that's why it is there. So important to know that. But again, just want to be clear. I'm not calling you out or anything like that. Yeah, the tornado would move with the storm, so that line is kind of moving up. So that would move from southwest to northeast. That is that's the primary mode of it. Now, I mean, story for another time, but sometimes in the plains, when you get these isolated supercells like that, when you get the rear flank downdraft coming and kind of wrap in some rain-cooled air, the high precipitation supercells, as we call them, that are producing a lot of rain. Think of the El Reno tornado. That's what comes to mind. They can kind of deviate from their motion because of very high-level mesoscale features and things like that. So most of the time, they're moving southwest to northeast. This line is kind of moving southwest to northeast. Okay, dark sky in Bradenton looking rotational. Let's go back down there. Again, we're focused on that. Somebody asked me to check on Wildwood, so we're going to stop at Wildwood on the way down. We're looking pretty good in Wildwood. It got some heavy rain, got some gusty winds, but we're doing okay, relatively speaking. The severe thunderstorm warning is right around you, kind of moving into Fruitland Park in Leesburg. Shout out to anybody tuning in from Leesburg tonight. Right down 27, raining very, very heavily. We are not in a severe thunderstorm warning just yet, and all that stuff. And just keep in mind that we're watching for the potential. Let me turn on the rotation. It doesn't look like anything crazy, at least from the Tampa radar perspective. Some very strong winds, though. Have they? Okay, they have. So this is brand new. I was going to say, I just saw a yellow line pop up. So now we have a really, really, really big severe thunderstorm warning. This is from an aerial coverage perspective. This is going to include now Lake County. So this is a crazy one. So let's get my little dabber out. This is going to be, that is a false reading. Don't worry, it's not 92 miles an hour. It's strong, but all right, severe thunderstorm warning for Lake County until 5:30. Severe thunderstorm warning for Volusia County until 5:30. Severe thunderstorm warning for Orange County until 5:30. Just outside of that warning is Seminole. We'll come to you. I'm sure that is going to be continued because it's all because of this line of thunderstorms right here. So this is a very, very wide, very large severe thunderstorm warning just because, again, this has a history of producing strong winds, and it continues to move through. Now, the storms themselves are moving to the east at 65 miles an hour, so you're not going to have a ton of time here to react. That is why that they are issuing these large, big polygons here, this big orange thing that just popped up that includes all of Flagler County. That was a different one, but DeLand, we're not in it just yet. Let me get back to the Jacksonville radar so that I can show you a little better. Maybe check out Melbourne and see what's going on. DeLand, Orange City, we have some rain coming through. Nothing severe just yet. It is coming to Sanford. It'll be there in probably an hour to 2 hours. Right now, we have it coming through Leesburg, where we do have a severe thunderstorm warning. Tavares, we had some friends on from Tavares a little bit ago. If you're still with us, shout out to you guys. Zellwood, Astatula. We were talking about Montverde, Mineola, and Claremont a little bit earlier ago, and we were watching that line coming in from the west. So that's the deal here that we have going on. The worst of the weather here kind of rolling up from Dade City and Zephyr Hills. No warnings on those storms, but National Weather Service in Melbourne, again, that's who is dealing with Lake and Orange County. Again, thinking these are going to pulse up. Again, we have that balloon data from earlier that kind of shows that, again, these are moving into a favorable environment this time around. Mount Dora, what's going on, my friend? We are in a severe thunderstorm warning until 5:30. Let me get closer in here. Right now, it's just some very, very light rain coming through. Nothing too concerning, but that's the line of storms that we are watching for you. And again, you see that update. These things are booking tonight. Not that fast, probably like right in there. So Mascot, again, coming up shortly. Groveland in a couple of minutes. Howie in the Hills about 5 minutes. Tavares in about 8 minutes. Eustis in about 10. Umatilla at about 12. Mount Dora also in about 12 minutes. Okay, let me see. Just checking to see what... Just checking out some stuff. Okay, let's see. Altamont Springs, what's going on, my friend? Okay, so this is going to be here in a couple of minutes. We're actually the west side of town. Let me zoom in real close. We may not be in that warning. So we're not in that warning. Just look a little deceptive here. Seminole is not in the warning just yet. But if you're watching, this will likely be added to this as it gets a little bit closer. But right now we have this giant line coming through. Altamont Springs, Winter Springs, Longwood area, Lake Mary, Castleberry, Wekiva Springs, State Park area, Lockhart, Eatonville, Maitland. This is all going to be coming towards us within the next hour. I'll pull out a timeline here. These things are booking at about 60-ish miles an hour. Again, moving at about highway speed. So all that stuff. Let's see here. Is there... No, so there's no tornado warning in DeLand or Volusia County. There is a tornado watch, and remember, the watch means that we are watching, that the conditions are favorable, and that the development of severe thunderstorms and tornadoes are going to be possible. The warning is the higher one here, where, again, a tornado has either been confirmed, or it is imminent, or its rotation is being detected and a tornado could develop. So, again, the warning is the one where you want to take action. The watch, you just want to be vigilant. Winter Garden, what's going on? We are watching for you guys as well. We are in that severe thunderstorm warning. There's Ocoee, there's Fullers, there's Oakland, into south of Apopka, Paradise Heights, Gotha, we are in that severe thunderstorm warning as well. Harlem Heights, we are in that severe thunderstorm as well. Warning as well. So it is coming in your direction. Trying to get Winter Garden to pop up. For whatever reason, it wasn't popping up. It's like it's right there. Same for us in Tildenville, Oakland, Killarney, Ocoee, Crown Point, Fuller's. We are all in that severe thunderstorm warning until 5:30. I know it's nice and quiet. It's nice and tame. A lot of times it can be weird and deceptive. What the deal is here is that the Weather Service is just getting out ahead of it because these things are moving so fast and they are bringing a lot of strong winds. So just giving like an early heads up. And then there you go. All right. So I've noticed that there has been some questions about, is this line breaking up? Something's happening that we don't want to have happen. It appears that way, but we don't want to get these little like bowing segments in here. That's kind of ugly. We don't want these line segments at all. We'd like to keep those straight, so that they don't have the potential to get isolated. Hope you're doing well in Longboat. Marineland, you are in a severe thunderstorm warning as well, the worst of the weather. And then we'll go check on Tampa. Here we go up in Marineland for us here, north of Palm Coast. Trying to get it to pop up. I don't know why Marineland isn't popping up. There it is. Just some heavy rain coming through. We are under that severe thunderstorm warning until 5:15. So another 15 minutes. Our worst weather is just off towards our west by the next 15 to 20 minutes or so. Claremont is doing okay right now. All right, so as we speak, new tornado warning has just come out. Brand new tornado warning for Volusia County and Flagler County. Okay, so this is going to be something that we're going to be tracking here for the next. The Volusia County goes until 5:15. The Flagler County goes until 5:30. So 2 brand new tornado warnings sliding through. We were just talking about how it looked like we were trying to get these a little more isolated in nature. Let's do some stuff here. And these are the ones that we were watching coming out of the Ocala National Forest that we said that we needed to be paying attention to and mindful of. So we're likely, it'll take a second for this guy to come through here. Tornado warning, yeah. Volusia till 5:15 and Flagler until 5:30. All right, so here we go. This is the latest on the tornado warning for Flagler and Volusia counties. Let's zoom in. This does include Pearson. So again, if you're watching in and around Pearson, heads up here. This is going to be crossing 17. Let me try to pull up the shear, and there it is. There's the strong shear. So one of the kind of strongest shear markers here in the Central Florida area, right around Lake George for the strengthening tornadoes, strengthening velocity signature. So there it is right there on 17. They're just ready to cross Highway 17. Let's get real close and pinpoint. So there's Seville, Bakerstown, Brownlee Road, Rowlerson Road, Lake George Road, Cowart Road, McGlawn Road. We're in Volusia County right now, just for reference here. And that tornado warning extends. It's the same cell. So just to be clear, there is one rotation center here. 2 different National Weather Service offices at work. So what we have going on is one tornadic cell, one potential tornadic cell, right around Lake George, and it will cross from National Weather Service in Melbourne designation to National Weather Service in Jacksonville designation. So that's why we have 2. So again, this is an early heads up in Bunnell, Crescent City, Beverly Beach, Flagler Beach, and Palm Coast. Again, all this bright junk here Here's a better look. This is what we call storm relative velocity, so relative to the wind coming through. There is the tightening couplet that had sparked the tornado warning. So again, Brownlee Road, Lake George Road, McGlon Road, Cowart Road. Again, you guys need to be in your safe place here as we have a strengthening or tightening couplet. When I say tightening couplet here, that means that we have a strengthening storm and we could have some wind shear, the wind shear getting stronger, the directional shear getting stronger. Also, side note, Marion County, we're now out of the tornado watch. The severe threat for us is over. We've been talking about that, but just wanted to pass along some good news as we are talking about some nasty weather here and all that stuff. All right, so now that we have a tornado warning for Volusia, I am going to go join my fellow meteorologists, Samara Kokinos and Julie Broughton, in the studio. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to keep this stream live, keep on commenting, all that stuff. I'm going to just put it over to the studio section so you can see what's going on. This is going to be the coverage that you would see on News 6 if you were in the greater Central Florida, Orlando area, Marion County area, Brevard County area. So I'm going to go in with there and give them some help since we do have some kind of very nasty stuff. But again, I'm going to keep this stream live here. I'm going to send it right on over to the I'm going to change my source here to the studio, and you will be able to pick up on there. Again, we'll keep this live. Whenever the threat kind of winds down a little bit, I'm going to hop back on here whenever this warning comes back, if it allows. But again, thank you guys. Keep commenting. Keep doing that stuff. We're going to now be focused right on the Central Florida area. So all of my friends that are watching from the Tampa area are not going to see that coverage, at least for a short time. But we'll be back whenever we can do so. But again, the threat now elevated for the Central Florida area. I'll catch you in a little bit. Thank you guys so much for staying with us.
You can see all of that heavy rain still over the Lake George Road area, so right over the lake, still really packing some intensity, but you can see the indicator there, that marker, that early indicator from the radar showing that the rotation is there, especially over the instability created by the water from maintaining that heat that we've had all day, as highs got up into the upper 70s, low 80s. So when we have all of that, plus then the wind factored in, Julie, and it really just changing in all different directions, we have what's feeding that storm it needs to get the potential to see a lot of that rotation as well as the intensity coming off of the front that feeds these storms like that. So that's where, as of right now, we're kind of eyeing right now, right around 17, again, just to the north of Pearson. I would say closer to Seville, getting closer to that Putnam County line.
Yeah, and we've got a different perspective over on Lynx 1, looking again at the Jacksonville radar, again, talking about some rotation right in there. Meteorologist Jonathan Kegis has been keeping you up to date all day on clickorlando.com and on our YouTube page. He is now transitioning into TV land, so he'll be joining us with this because we are talking about, again, just an intense situation there. So again, looking at that shear. Again, we're talking about right in here, you know, Samara was showing us here is Lake George, here is Pearson. So the most intense activity, the area that would be most likely to have a tornado at the moment, if there were a tornado, would be between Pearson and Crescent City. And this is moving to the northeast at 80 miles per hour. I want to turn the traditional radar view back on and then put a track on this for you. Because I mean, 80 miles per hour, that's just scary stuff when we're talking about these storms just absolutely flying. So let's track from the leading edge of the most intense activity. So we take it out 80 mile per hour. So that means in Bimini, you'll see this in about 2 minutes, Espanola in about 4 minutes, Palm Coast 10 minutes, Painters Hill in the next 11 minutes, probably less at the speed this thing is tracking, and Beverly Beach in about 12 minutes. So again, we are just talking about a rough situation. That tornado warning is up until 5:30. That includes areas like Palm Coast, back toward Flagler Beach, back down toward Pearson. So Palm Coast, Beverly Beach, you're not seeing the worst of it just yet, but now this is moving right into you, taking you back again right around Crescent City. That is where we are seeing, again, likely if there is a tornado, it would be right in this area. We can put the velocity on for you, which is a different radar perspective. So again, right now,
Let's go back to the shear markers. The shear markers have been doing a pretty good job of picking up where some rotation is. And again, where you see that, that's a good indication of where we're talking about some rotation. There is Lake George. So again, between Pearson and Crescent City, I think is where we are most likely seeing that rotation and that potential of a tornado. All of our tornado warnings today have been Doppler indicated, which means we haven't had visual confirmation of a tornado. But you got to remember, this is the same system that produced 4 tornadoes this morning in the Panhandle area. I'm going to pull back out and show you what's going on across all of Central Florida, because we're all dealing with some intense activity, or at least most of us. It's good and bad that the system's moving so quickly. We'll get it out of here by probably between 8 and 9 o'clock, but again, it really rolls up on you fast. So we have more tones going. I'm not sure. Is that a new severe thunderstorm warning? Is that a... They'll let me know when they know. So again, that tornado watch is in place for most of us until 9 o'clock. Our tornado warnings right now are those areas that encompass those red outlines. Those are up until 5:30. It is 5:07. So Palm Coast, Flagler Beach, you're in a tornado warned area. As we head back toward Pearson, you are in that tornado warned area as well, as all of this is flying off to the northeast at 80 miles per hour. Matt, do you have an update?
Hey, Julie, I just want to give you a second to kind of figure out what that beeping is. And we also have FHP on the phone, Tara Crescenzi, who can kind of answer all of our questions as to what the conditions are looking like out there on the road. Tara, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Hey, so what are you guys seeing as far as out on the roads? I know Julie's been pinpointing some areas out there in Central Florida. Near Lake George right now seems to be an area of interest where there could be some rotation. What are you guys seeing out there on the roads?
So currently we do not have any road closures, but the best decision drivers can make is to stay put and remain inside until the storm passes. If driving is the only option, we have to be cautious with those high winds. Windy conditions are a driving risk to all vehicles, most particularly those high-profile vehicles such as buses and trucks. We have to use extra caution around vehicles carrying cargo as well. Strong wind can occur anywhere, but it can be more common in wide open spaces, including bridges and highway overpasses. Just make sure to keep a firm grip on your steering wheel, make sure you're buckled up, and give large vehicles that extra room to maneuver during this storm.
So obviously this storm not far from I-95, headed into that direction near the Palm Coast area. At this point, are you seeing any crashes? You said at this point all roads are still open, but what are you seeing in terms of crashes on the roads right now?
Currently, we do not have any crashes on I-95, and we also only have one disabled vehicle on I-4, but no other crashes on the major interstate systems at this time.
Well, that is the good news. Thank you so much for joining us this afternoon. We do want to head back over to our meteorologist, Julie Broughton, who's been pinpointing these storms for us. Julie, a huge concern for people, especially in that area right now.
Yeah, and we are really concerned about this particular area right here, this tornado warning. Again, this is a different look at the radar for you. This gives us an indication of rotation on the radar. And what I've got circled here is a really tight couplet indicating the potential of a lot of rotation. There's some strong rotation there. So as we go in closer for you, if there were a tornado on the ground, I think it would be right here in the St. John's Park area. And this is moving to the northeast at 80 miles per hour. So again, this is a dangerous situation. This is a serious situation. I'm going to take a wider look out and track this for you. But again, if you are in this warned area in Flagler County and Volusia County, you need to go ahead and take cover right now, because this is just a rough situation out there. I'm going to go back in for you again and track that for you. We've got more tones going off, so we will see what those are. I'm going to go back to the traditional radar view for you, and again, go back in to that area that I have circled right there. So convenient that I circled so I would remember where to zoom in. So again, this is where we're talking about. We need to get into the street level and see exactly where we are. Before we do that, I am going to go ahead and track that for you. Let's zoom back out. Track that for you and show you, again, it is moving to the northeast at 80 miles per hour. Here's what we can expect on that path. Samara, it looks like you have an update.
Right, the warning that we had in the Volusia County area has dropped.
So Samara is telling us the warning in the Volusia County area has dropped. We still have that active warning for Flagler County. I'm sorry.
It was the tornado warning that was drifting back into Pearson. That has dropped because that threat has no longer.
Okay,
yeah.
But this, what I'm talking about right now, still
right.
exists. Okay, so let's take this off to the northeast. at 80 miles per hour. This is moving into the Bunnell area in the next 4 minutes. Beverly Beach, 9 minutes. Flagler Beach, 9 minutes. Bonterra, 9 minutes. And Painters Hill in the next 9 minutes. Again, that is where we are seeing quite a bit of rotation on the radar. So that is a concern for us as far as where a tornado would be on the ground. So here's what it looks like. We can go back again. Samara, is this the warning that you're saying dropped?
Yes. Yes, it hasn't completely dropped from the map yet, but yes, that's
okay. So this flashing red area in Pearson, that is no longer a thing for this moment. So let's go back out and show you all of Central Florida so we can show you what warnings actually do exist and what we are watching. Again, we are all under a tornado watch until 9 o'clock, with the exception of Marion County. You're under a tornado watch until 6 o'clock. Here you can see our radar picking up a lot of these skip markers, which are showing us storms that we need to watch, that we need to be concerned about. We really have seen everything verify throughout the day, even as far as timing. I've been very impressed with how the in-house models have handled all of this. So all of this, again, now moving into Flagler County, where, again, you have a tornado warning in place for Flagler County. That is up for us until 5:30, I believe. Yes, that is until 5:30. And so that is in this area of red. So that red warning box you see right there, we'll go ahead and track again what we're talking about and take another look at the radar and show you what we're talking about. I'm not sure if Samara and Jonathan have anything back there that they have been working on that they would like to share, but this is what we're talking about. So with the radar, we look at, yes, Samara? Okay, so Samara's telling me they're going to drop it at 5:15. All right, so this is what we're talking about, areas of concern in Flagler County, where you see those areas of red and green together. Those are what are called couplets. That is when we get concerned about rotation. Here's how that looks as we put on the shear markers. So again, this is why we have that tornado warning in place until 5:15. I'm going to slide it back and I'm going to go ahead and track from the back end of this. Again, these are moving so quickly. Really, if you are anywhere in Flagler County in this area, you need to be in your safe space already. So where is your safe space? That is a small interior room. You want to be away from windows. You want to put as many walls between you and the storm as possible. You don't want to be peeking out the window to try to see a tornado. We're seeing such heavy rain, you probably wouldn't be able to see it anyway. I imagine any tornadoes that would actually be on the ground would be rain wrapped. So this moves into areas like Beverly Beach in 11 minutes, Flagler Beach in the next 11 minutes, Painters Hill, you'll see some of this in 11 minutes, Black Point and Bunnell in less than 5 minutes. So we'll clear that out of here for you. Take you back. Again, I want to go into the street level and show you where we're talking about as far as some of this intense rotation. Put the streets on there. So this is the area like New Run. Let's see, does this have the streets? No, it does not. Okay, so that is showing weak rotation. That is what we're talking about. But again, weak rotation is indeed rotation, so we are concerned about that. Here's how it looks as we take you back out a little bit wider. I'm going to put the traditional radar view back on for you so you can see the rain. So the traditional radar view shows you areas of rain, rainfall reflectivity, and again, we've got those flashing areas showing you where we're talking about as far as the rainfall rates and as far as the tornado warnings. So one tornado warning, it is 5:14. Samara is telling me the National Weather Service out of Melbourne is letting this tornado warning for the Pearson area drop at 5:15. This tornado warning you see here in Flagler County, that is going until 5:30. We have more tones going, so we will see what is happening there. I want to put the shear trackers back on in that area. Again, the shear is remaining in place there from areas like Palm Coast back through Bunnell. We can go ahead and see, so we're getting indications of weak shear. See if we're picking up any stronger shear. But again, weak shear is shear and is enough to trigger a warning and is an area of concern for us. And that is why we have that tornado warning in place for you until 5:30. Let's clear that out of here and we'll put the velocity on, see what we're seeing in that area. Okay, so looks like, I'm going a little, oh, Jonathan, you have something for us? Okay, so Jonathan is telling us a funnel cloud is being reported west of Bunnell. I'm going to put the shear back on, and you can see that really does track because that is what we're looking at. I'm going to go in closer into this area. That's coming from the National Weather Service. Yes, I assume it's coming from the National Weather Service. So West Highway 100 back toward Black Point, State Road 11. Again, Jonathan telling me that a funnel cloud is being reported to the west of Bunnell. That shows that, again, we have that tornado warning in place because all of the factors are there for us to see tornadoes today. Now, if the funnel makes contact with the ground, then it's a tornado. But regardless, this is very concerning. If you are in this area, if you are in Bunnell, if you are along East Moody Boulevard, Belterre Parkway, over towards South State Street and East Highway 100, you want to go ahead and take cover right now because we are talking about this moving off to the east-northeast at 70 to 80 miles per hour. I'm going to pull back out a little bit for you, and then we can track. Again, we'll track from just west of Bunnell, and we will take it on that track that we've been seeing around 80 to 90 miles per hour. So let's track from this area of shear, pulling that cone way out for you. That means Bunnell in the next minute or so. The storm is in your area. Painters Hill in about 8 minutes. Beverly Beach, 7 minutes. And Flagler Beach, about 7 minutes for you. It is 5:17. If you're joining us, wondering why you're not seeing, the normal newscast, that is because today is a weather alert day, and it is really making a lot of sense as to why we put that weather alert day in place. We've been telling you for days about the potential of strong to severe weather. The timing has verified on that. It moved into Marion County right around 2 o'clock. We've had multiple tornado warnings. At this point, we have not had confirmation of any tornadoes on the ground. But again, Jonathan telling us that the National Weather Service out of Jacksonville is reporting a funnel cloud to the west of Bunnell. That is in that warning area. Let's go on back up and check that out. Again, we'll take that track off for you.
You can keep that here because Samara's going to be coming back.
So a tornado watch for Putnam County until 6 o'clock. Tornado warning for Flagler County until 5:30. Here's what we're talking about right here. So here is Bunnell. I'm going to take that off for you. I thought I was going to take it off. We'll take it off this way. So again, reports of a funnel cloud off to the west of Bunnell. Notice where you see that really intense activity, again, north of Bunnell. So let's go right in here. This is likely where we're talking about. Let's turn on the shear.
Yeah, Julian, it looks like this is going to just ready to cross North State Street, just north of downtown Bunnell. That's where we're talking about the strongest rotation being picked up here, kind of running parallel with West Highway 100, heading towards Royal Palms Parkway, Rumfire Drive, kind of just bouncing all around. Where that dark green is really popping up now to the northeast of Bunnell. You mentioned it; these things are racing, so we get one radar scan come in, and it's already long gone.
I will hand this to you if you want to drive in front of the wall.
So yeah, we're watching again the strongest of the rotation now pushing northeast of Bunnell. We have, Julie just had the shear tracker on for you. Take out all the noise of the greens and the reds that are in there. Again, that's how we kind of determine what is going on. I'm going to turn on the storm relative velocity here, and this is exactly the area that we are watching. And you see that flare up here. So this is a brand new radar scan. I'm going to turn on the telestration. That is the just the tornado warning again for Flagler County. We'll exit out of that. This is the area right in here that we are watching. Those darker greens and the darker reds right butted up against each other. I'm going to X out all of this stuff. Let me move this out of the way. And then we are going to zoom in close so we can track this for you from a street level perspective so that we can give you guys an early heads up. Again, this is now northeast of Bunnell. The most intense part of this storm is right over Rumfire Drive, so heads up again, Raleigh Drive. Look at that. I mean, the scan just updated, and it just jumped over the past 5 minutes that we've been talking, now all the way up into the I-95 area. Again, as these things are really racing, the worst of the storm might actually be over, starting to exit the coast almost, at least the rotation. Again, here is Bunnell for perspective, looking at the darker purples here for the intensity. When you get those darker purples, that's when we start to add a little bit of hail in here, but hail is not the primary threat today. As we are watching this area, Painters Hill, we have that very strong, very heavy rain, strong wind starting to come back into play. We'll turn on the velocity indication here. And again, it looks like, again, the main part of the rotation that we have been watching is kind of working its way toward Beverly Beach at this time. Palm Coast, good evening. We are watching that for you as well. We're going to do a little bit of a couple different radar perspectives here. We're working out of the Jacksonville radar and the Melbourne radar to kind of dissect this. So let's go back to see it. Jacksonville still looks like it's going to be the best perspective to look all in here. Let's turn the shear back on to kind of break out all the noise. And as we were talking about here, the strongest shear already working its way right onto the beach just north of Beverly Beach, closer to Painters Hill. So in just that time that we have been talking, that Julie has been talking over the past couple of minutes, we went from just north of Bunnell to almost off the coast. Again, that is how dangerous the evening is with, again, how fast these things are moving, greater than highway speed. Again, speed limit 70 miles an hour, these things are pushing 80 and then sometimes even higher than that. So the strongest rotation right now, and again, we're going to get a quick radar update, and this thing's probably going to be off the coast by that point, as again, we're watching this tornado warning for Flagler County for the next little bit here. Worst part of the storm over Egret Drive, over Shinecock Drive, over Colbert Lane, Crosty Court as well. Let's zoom this back out again. Let's turn on the regular reflectivity radar, as we call it, with all the different bright colors in the mix. It is still windy. It is still gusty back here for us in and around Bunnell. Let's take this a little further out. There's also these little guys that we're going to keep a close eye on over the next few hours. Let me bring my telestrator up. We don't like to see these things get isolated. When they get isolated, they have a better opportunity to take advantage of the environment that is present right now to help kind of spin some things up and out. So let's bring this closer again, back on in for us in Flagler County. Flagler Beach, we're under that tornado warning. The worst of the storm, though, is just to your north and west, closer to Palm Coast. Let's turn on the velocity again. Can't really find anything here. It looks like we may have seen that kind of wind back down again. A lot of times, especially when they're kind of embedded, you get these things to pulse up and then pulse back down. And we saw that flare up just a few minutes ago. Julie, are you seeing anything over there from that last little alert bell that went off?
I do want to let you know that we have new severe thunderstorm warning. That includes Lake, Orange, Volusia, and now northeastern Osceola County. So that is the first warning of the day for Osceola County. So that line is continuing to push and progress. So we're talking about strong thunderstorms moving in with that line just as expected.
And we're going to turn on the Melbourne radar for that. That gives us the best overall perspective for Central Florida. We will operate out of 3 different radars to kind of give you the best look here. Here's the nasty line of storms getting ready to come through. So we've been talking all afternoon here. Sanford, that includes us now. So we are in that severe thunderstorm warning. I'm going to turn on the velocity mode. We use this obviously to kind of see what is rotating, but we can also estimate the winds inside of the thunderstorms themselves. We can do that by turning on our little dabber here and just seeing what is going on around. And you see it there, a 58-mile-per-hour wind gust estimated. Again, that's that severe criteria. Once winds get estimated to be 58 miles an hour, that's what would trigger a severe thunderstorm warning. We've had estimated wind gusts west of Leesburg this afternoon, pushing 70, 75 miles an hour, certainly northwest of Marion County as well. Let's take you down into turn back on the regular radar here and time some things out. So it's likely getting really dark and really loud in and around Apopka as we're seeing these very, very heavy rain work its way through. Lake Mary, just some light rain right now, Altamont Springs into Winter Park. Look at this nasty stuff here working through Claremont, Groveland, Mascot, into Mineola, Ocoee, Winter Garden, right on the doorstep here. Let's zoom in. I want to kind of put a tracker on this for you. Again, the cell coming out of Claremont, working its way into Mount Vernon. Really, really heavy stuff right there. That severe thunderstorm warning goes until 6:15. So Oakland, this is coming up. As it kind of takes a trip right down Highway 50. We'll get real close here, so expect some really nasty winds into the Beulah area, Winter Garden for us in Ocoee, Pine Hills in the next few minutes. I'm sure it's starting to look dark if you look west from downtown Orlando as well. Orlo Vista, Lockhart, just some light rain. Want to get you back up into Flagler County. We still have that active tornado warning, although it does appear that the most intense part of this system has kind of worked its way off the beach. That's how fast these things are off the coast. That's how fast these things are kind of working today. You see the ominous skies in that shot just to my right. Again, Palm Coast. Good evening. We're going to check in on this guy here to make sure it is behaving. This is a live look at Flagler Beach. We're going to get back to the Jacksonville radar, turn on the velocity. And again, it is really, the winds are super strong here. There's the estimated winds, about 47 miles an hour. When you see that negative pop up, that just means that the wind is inbound towards the radar. If it was positive in red that I was showing here, that means it's outbound and away from the radar. But Flagler Beach, again, some strong winds there. We just saw that live. We'll turn off the dabber here. We're going to exit, or we're going to zoom back out again. And everything, to me anyway, is looking like now this is all coming in one direction. So that means that, to me anyway, the tornado threat is kind of lower for us into Flagler County with that cell that was popping on through. Still some really strong winds here. So again, not time to let your guard down. We were talking about this to kind of treat these, any kind of severe thunderstorm warning today or tornado warning, like it was a tornado warning. Lowest level of your home, put as many walls in between you and the outside, because we could have these kind of rogue 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts embedded in these lines today. All right, so now we're going to kind of move away from Flagler County, since I do believe that the tornado threat for Flagler County is winding down. We are still in that tornado warning, though, for a little bit of time. Let me exit out of all of what you see on the screen here, and we're going to put some trackers on this for you. If I can get this to kind of exit out, if the computer will play with me. There we go. DeLand. You guys are having a good evening. Again, things are going to be a little rocking for us in the next few minutes. This is just outside of DeLand, Lake Helen, Orange City. The darker reds on the screen here. Let me put a timer on this. We're going to draw this right down the line, and these are moving really fast. Probably even faster than that, so we're going to take off some time to Daisy Lake. Again, this is right on top of us. DeLeon Springs Heights in about 4 minutes. The land, again, we're going to be up in about 5 minutes. So these things are booking. It's adding to the severe threat here. Deltona, we have just some light rain now, some heavier stuff just a couple of minutes away. Sanford, we're getting into some heavier stuff now. That severe thunderstorm warning for us remains in effect. The worst of the weather right now is getting ready to move into Ocoee, Pine Hills, Orla Vista, Windermere, Dr. Phillips. Again, just some light rain at this time. Montverde, we are seeing that. The worst is coming to an end for us in Mineola, into Claremont. Let's get real close into Oakland. Again, you see what I'm talking about. Ocoee, good evening. We have that light rain now. That's what the green represents here on the screen. The darker yellows and reds, the more intense rain. The heavier the rain, the higher potential we have, too, to kind of bring down the very strong winds. If you notice the clouds today, if you happen to look up and you saw them moving really fast, that's the dynamic atmosphere we have, and that's what these storms are kind of taking advantage of this afternoon. Gotha, we're watching that for you. I'm going to turn on the velocity mode here to see what kind of winds we have. Everything right now, to me, as we kind of track this in real time together and pinpointing all these storms, looks to be coming at us in one direction. Again, don't want to say that's good news, because we do have damaging straight line winds out there, but we certainly don't want a tornado either. Let's go check in on, and Julie, have they mentioned anything out of the National Weather Service in Jacksonville about that tornado warned storm in Flagler County, if they're ready to drop that?
They have not mentioned that. They have still mentioned that there have been some wind gusts in the 40-mile-per-hour range near the Marineland area.
Okay.
So it's still packing a punch, but like you said, I do believe, I agree with you in terms of whether it's losing a little bit of its steam, but it's still the threat. Yeah.
So
we're some rotation.
That's 100% where it is. That's a likely water spout now. We don't care about that at this point, because it is over the water, not hurting anybody. You shouldn't be boating today. We've been talking about that. But here is Palm Coast. Here is the shoreline. Get my telestration back right over here. And there we go. Here is that couplet. So that is your prime example of what we're looking for when we're trying to identify if the storm is rotating or not. That is, again, out back over the Atlantic. So I'd have to think momentarily that the National Weather Service in Jacksonville, the entity responsible for issuing watches and warnings, is going to pull that down. So let's go back down into, we're going to turn back the Melbourne radar on, go to the radar mode again, and you see all the nasty storms. Would not go outside to walk the dog in Altamont Springs or Longwood right now. Again, just some light rain at this time, but we've got some bigger stuff coming through. Let me turn on the lightning mode here to see if we can see it. There's not much lightning. That's the other thing too. That's an indication that we don't have a ton of instability in present, and that's a good thing. The taller these storms grow, a better opportunity that you have to spin and take advantage of all the crazy, strong atmospheric dynamics that we have. So that's at least one positive. Still, though, the damaging wind gust is going to remain a possibility through the evening. That potential for a couple of tornadoes going to be with us as well. Altamont Springs, Longwood, good evening. We are watching that for you. Winter Park into Lockhart, Pine Hills, Oviedo, again, things are nice and quiet. The red on your screen here, that's the tornado watch that continues for everybody until 9 o'clock. Again, just kind of hanging with all the weather stuff until they officially drop that tornado warning, although the worst of the weather in Flagler County, at least the tornado-y stuff in Flagler County, has come to an end. That couplet, that rotation is way out into the Atlantic now, so we're going to see that come to an end. While we're here just kind of waiting for that, we are going to kind of pinpoint this with you together here. We're going to zoom in just to make sure that everything is, relatively speaking, behaving here and there's nothing too concerning. Downtown Orlando, we are officially in the severe thunderstorm warning as that nasty line of storms approaches Kissimmee into St. Cloud. We're in the clear right now. Anyway, we're quiet, I should say, right now. Not in the clear until a little bit later on into the night. The strongest stuff right now is really coming out of coming into the Four Corners area, out of Claremont into Groveland, and then pushing into Lake County. Samara, is there anything that you were seeing over your way?
Yeah, so we were looking at a lot of the early indicating rotation. So, with this line of thunderstorms, as we look at a way it's, situated itself along this front, you can really see that all still in this line, still really packing a punch, especially near the Turnpike orange going into Lake County and then back toward the I-4 corridor as you get closer toward Tampa. So notice that it's starting to leave the 75 area and again moving to the south and east. All in this line though, some early indication for some light to moderate and even heavy rotation with these thunderstorms as they make their way to the east-southeast. Now again, some earlier rotations still up in that area in the Flagler going into Volusia County area as well as extending back into parts of Marion. We've had some wind gust reports up in the 30 and 40 mile per hour range, getting close to 50 miles per hour at times. So when we zoom in, you can still see again, in addition to the rotation and the gusty winds and the warmth that we had ahead of this front, we're still seeing all of that heavy rain extending back toward 441 now, approaching the I-4 corridor, like Jonathan just mentioned, kind of making its way out of the Claremont area, southern Claremont, going along 27, even though you still have heavy rain there. It looks like the bulk of the activity is now moving toward the 408, going toward Orlando, even the I-4 corridor, Hunters Creek, Windermere, Orlando, Sanford, Deltona, DeBerry, Orange City, all of those areas going to see all this line of thunderstorms make its way in addition to Kissimmee, Poinciana, St. Cloud, I think would happen within the next 30 minutes or so. So we told you that the time frame for the I-4 corridor would have been between about 4 and 6, and that has verified so far today. This is a better look of the whole setup across the state. You can see that line of thunderstorms as it comes off the Gulf, really packing that punch with a heavy rotation, not really losing much steam though, as it makes its way. That line of thunderstorms still maintaining its steam, so to speak. We're still under your tornado watches for Flagler County through 6 o'clock. The one for Marion County, however, has dropped. So we're not looking at the tornado watch area for the Marion County areas as the thunderstorms continue to move out. No longer a threat there. They're even seeing some sunshine. But again, Flagler Palm Coast area will be under this tornado watch until 6, the rest of Central Florida until 9 o'clock tonight. So with that comes the potential to see a few tornadoes like those spin-ups that we've been pinpointing all afternoon since we've been going nonstop since 2 o'clock this afternoon. So in this brown area, it doesn't rule out in and around the metro, going back up to New Smyrna Beach, all along the Volusia County, and even a little tiny bit of the northern Brevard County area, and then extending back. I don't think Ocala is in the mix anymore, but it does still look like Sumter County and parts of Lake County could experience a brief spin up or two, isolated activity for areas to the south. So this tells us that even though that risk was small, we said 5%, not to underestimate that risk by any means. We could also still see those damaging wind gusts today that could cause some destruction. So there could be destructive wind gusts. We're talking about in this highlighted red area, including the majority of our northern zones. I think without maybe the Ocala area, even though we have that wind advisory still in place tonight through 10 o'clock tonight for all of Central Florida. The destructive wind is coming with that line of thunderstorms. That's where you could see wind gusts up in the 70, 75 mile per hour range. Those are wind gusts, not sustained winds. And these storms are moving fast. That one that was moving through Pearson, then toward Bunnell, now exiting the Flagler County coast, was moving at 80 miles per hour, folks. Everywhere in the slight risk, though, in that is a yellow area, is about 2 out of 5. So that is I would say more toward that severe thunderstorm gust that we're used to up near 60 miles per hour. So flooding really not a big issue for us today. I mean, yes, it is going to cause some concern along the roads, but it's going to be short-termed or short-lived rather, and very localized. Lightning very high out there. We've seen lots of lightning, wind gusts up near 60. Again, hail hasn't been an issue for us. We haven't received any reports, but we can't rule out some small hail. And again, that tornado threat. So let me walk you hour by hour through the clouds and rain forecast to show you when all this begins to shape up. It's already beginning to shape up for Ocala as well as the villages, northern Lake and northern Sumter County. But as we head into the 6 o'clock hour, notice that the progression of these thunderstorms continues to the south and east. So we will see some gradual clearing around 6 o'clock in and around the city, which is light to moderate rain, and then areas back to the north and west really seeing that clearing in addition to Flagler and northwestern Volusia. Watch this as we progress even further into tonight. So 8 o'clock, it takes this line now well offshore. So earlier it was between about 7, possibly 8. Now it has really pushed it. You have a live in Flagler for me? So let's go ahead and take a live view of the roads in Flagler. What road is this? Is I-95? I-95 in Flagler, and you can really see some heavy rain still out there on the roads of cars going nice and slow. Their headlights on so everyone can be seen, so that's always good news there. But again, a lot of the rain is still going to make its way up and down I-95 as well as the I-4 corridor. It's headed toward the 408 right now. People, you really need to be careful. If you don't need to leave where you're at, I would stay put, even if it's at work. Put in a little extra work. Tell your boss I said so, right? But for the most part, it looks like a lot of this stuff is going to clear out by 8. And then from there, we're going to continue to see gradual clearing. Until then, the roads are definitely going to be a mess out there. If you don't need to be out there, don't be. But again, gradual clearing between about 8 and 10, you're going to feel some colder air ushering in. We've already been seeing it on the temperature gauges. Marion County right now already seeing the 60s this afternoon going into this evening. Let's go back over to meteorologist Jonathan Kagas, who's standing by with the latest developments on the radar. Jonathan?
Yeah, I just want to point something out. We're going to head back down into southwest Orange County. We were watching the intense stuff there. Something caught my eye when we were just doing some pinpointing here. We're going to make sure the radar velocity mode is on the Melbourne side of things. So this is going to be a heads up. The most intense storm right now is going to be just southwest of Orlando, picking up a little bit of rotation on that as well, especially just southwest of Ocoee. So that's something that we are going to be watching. It's just to the southwest of Windermere. There's no tornado warning on this now. I want to be clear about that. The Weather Service has not issued a tornado warning, but this is just an early heads up that we might end up getting something here developing as it kind of drifts off towards the north and west. National Weather Service launched a couple of extra balloon launches twice a day. They send their instruments up into the atmosphere to measure things. They did a special one into the afternoon. And the atmosphere is a little prime today for the development of some damaging winds and tornadoes. Of course, we've been talking about that for the last couple of days. But when you start to see this little broad couplet start, again, it's not that tight. Again, we're looking for what we don't want to see, but when we're dissecting it, we're looking for, again, these to be butted up again. So this is some broad rotation here. And again, we have some really intense stuff when I turn it on to the actual reflectivity mode. And around Ocoee, reflectivity, again, that's the radar beam going out. It's seeing something. It comes back to the radar site, and that's what pops up on the computer here, all these darker reds. So again, we have some very, very strong winds at the very least in and around Ocoee right now, in and around Windermere. Let me put the dabber on for you around Ocoee to kind of estimate here. Not too impressive in terms of the estimated wind gusts right now, about 50 miles an hour north Windermere. That's still very, very strong. It's relatively speaking some of the wind gusts we've been estimating throughout the course of the day here. Velocity mode. Let's watch this again. This is going to be the main area of concern just to the west, southwest of Windermere now. Let me put a timer on this for you just to give you an early heads up. Again, we talked about kind of treating the severe thunderstorm warnings like tornado warnings today because of the higher end damaging wind threat that comes with these, but also, again, the possibility for these kind of quick, brief tornadoes, or at least for them to form quickly. So Harlem Heights, again, this is right on top of us now. Summerport Beach in about 3 minutes. Winter Garden coming up in about 5 minutes. Gotha in about 6. Crown Point 7 minutes coming your way. Ocoee in a little less than 10. Fuller's in about 10 minutes as well. And then for us in Paradise Heights, we're going to be up in about 12 minutes. Let me clear all this stuff off the screen here and take a closer look. Again, this is just kind of an early heads up. It's these kind of pulse up and then kind of pulse back down again. It looks like we're in a pulse down area, but we're going to be watching that closely. That live look that you were looking at as well for Flagler County just a few minutes ago, that was all that heavy rain. The severe thunderstorm warning replaced the tornado warning that was in play. Again, we were talking about that warning should come down, and it eventually did at 5:30 here. There it is again. We were watching some of these trucks. This is I-95 again, back in Flagler County, I believe, and every now and then you can see that strong wind gust kind of blow the semis a little bit. So again, it is a little rough out there still on the highway, even though, again, there's not a tornado warning in play anymore. Let's get back to the Jacksonville radar. Let's check up on our friends in Flagler County and Volusia County closer in. Again, tornado watch rolls until 9. Severe thunderstorm warning continues for us as well. Port Orange, we have some nastier stuff just to our west. Daytona Beach, South Daytona, our worst weather is coming in the next few minutes. Again, that severe thunderstorm warning continues as well. Let's take a look at what are some of the velocities saying. There's a lot of garbage on the screen there. Again, we're in that kind of dead zone area where we're watching for, I think the good news is there's no green showing up here. So that's what we like to see. We like to see things all straight. We don't want damaging winds either, but again, we don't want to see things spinning for sure. Let me exit out of this. Let's take a brief look up there. Let's check in on this severe thunderstorm warning. Again, that rolls through central Florida. Again, picking up some just weak rotation there. Nothing too impressive for us. What we do see, though, look at all the lightning. Again, this is what we don't want to see. When you see the lightning pop up, that means the storms there's ice in the cloud. When you get ice in the cloud, that's when you get the lightning to develop, and then that's whenever it can take advantage of the wind shear from the surface all the way up into the mid to upper levels of the atmosphere. So we're going to go back down into southwest Orange County, where we do have that shear kind of popping up here just to the northeast of Four Corners. We were watching the Windermere, Dr. Phillips area for the strongest stuff. Again, this red on your screen here, that's the tornado watch that blankets all of central Florida. Right now, again, from a reflectivity perspective, it does not look too threatening. Again, there's some strong winds in there coming through Windermere at this time. Let's check out the velocity, see what's going on. Again, it is kind of strong winds. Let's get back to the Melbourne radar for us. Okay, so let's just look at something real quick. Something just caught my eye. Yeah, we're going to watch this one. Okay, so here's the deal. Those that know what supercell thunderstorms are, this is what is happening here. We see this hook. Okay, we're going to watch this closely. We'll see if the Weather Service issues on that. That's your inflow notch right through there. That's that weak echo region that we call it when the reflectivity kind of drops out. But we do have a hook there. We had the rotation earlier on the screen. It looks like we have somebody in and around the Orlando area. That was the John Young Parkway sign that kind of filled back in. Again, no tornado watch. Julie, are they talking about that storm at all in southwest Orange County? Because it looks kind of gnarly here.
Yeah, earlier they were saying weak rotation, so exactly what we're seeing, where we are seeing some weak rotation there. Okay. You know, that hook that you just showed looked pretty impressive at that moment, but then, as you said, that filled back in. So they're keeping a severe thunderstorm warning, but making the mention that tornadoes are possible with this. So they are keeping an eye on that.
Okay, yeah,
just as we are.
Good. I mean, obviously that's what we're seeing. We were talking about that here again. Certainly a little aggressive on the actual radar picture here, and that's what we don't like to see. Again, we're going to keep on watching this, and as we get a scan every minute to 5 minutes, depending upon I'm sure that the Weather Service has their fast rapid scan on. They can do this where it scans 1 minute versus the 5 minute loop that you see there. But something that we are going to watch. The worst of this storm here is just to the southwest of Dr. Phillips. Again, this big bright green color. Let's turn the dabber back on again. Let's get in here. Again, doesn't look too impressive there from the wind perspective, from the straight line wind, 40 to 45 mile per hour winds, 38 mile per hour wind there coming through. But it's going to be the fact that we have every now and then this kind of rotation. So again, we're working out of the Melbourne radar here. The green represents the wind going towards the radar. Let me get my telestration back on so I can show you what I'm talking about. And then there we go. There's the wind toward, there's the wind away. There's the update, and there's what I was talking about. It just tightened up again. So we'll see what they do. And again, it doesn't matter what they do. We're going to be watching this closely. Anyway, but there's that tightening couplet again. We saw the darker reds come back. So again, this is the wind going away from the radar in the red. So there's the rotation. Here's the wind coming back toward the radar in the green again to complete that couplet around Dr. Phillips. This is now moving to the north and west, kind of right towards downtown Orlando. So again, if we can find any camera, of course, we have our camera in downtown Orlando. We can turn that back on. We can kind of look out and see, and there's the darker sky. If we're looking towards the west, that's a live look with our light Orlando sky cam. Let's go back to the red. You saw the lightning there. Again, so we are looking towards the west. If the radar will turn back on for me. Okay. Canceled for Lake, so that is that's obviously a good thing. There's also a little bit of something going here. Let's turn on the actual radar. So Pine Hills, a lot of heavy rain right now. If you're driving on the 408, it's not the best time. Again, I would kind of stay put. Samara was talking about that just a little bit ago. Into downtown Orlando, onto the west, you can see the lightning there as we are kind of tracking that. Still the worst of this storm. It's nasty in Windermere, nasty in Dr. Phillips, Oak Ridge. I'll put a timer on the back end of this for you. Click this little dot at the end and we'll get all this information on the storm. So again, Pine Hills, this is going to be coming your way. I know it's raining right now, but the worst of this storm in about 10 minutes, Edgewater in about 11, Belle Isle in about 11, and then downtown Orlando in about 12. We're going to watch this closely and we're going to keep on just checking up on the rotation here. And again, you can see how finicky these severe weather days are. When something looks like it's going to try to weaken, you have to know the environment that these are in, and then they try to pulse back up again like what we just saw. So kind of a prime example here. We've lost some of the rotation again, and that is why they're not issuing the tornado warning. It's just not holding itself together. It's bringing in, likely wrapping in some of that rain cooled air. Again, you can kind of see on this shot here, looking way over to the screen, that rain shaft, the heavy rain coming in on the western side of Orlando. And again, the severe thunderstorm warning does continue for Oak Ridge, for the Orlando metro area as well. The darker green representing that very, very strong wind. Let's turn on the storm relative velocity. It's kind of a different perspective here. And again, there's not much going on. Watching this one closely here. Turn back on the radar picture. Just some nasty stuff. Sliding through Altamont Springs right now into Sanford. We are getting some very, very heavy rain. We are still included in that severe thunderstorm warning for the next little bit of time, as this nasty stuff just worked its way from DeLand into Daytona Beach. We are still in that severe thunderstorm warning as well. Let's pull back up on the shear things. We can kind of get an idea of just where to inspect, because there's a lot going on in here. There's some weak shear when you see these greens popping up. And what happens a lot of times with these lines of thunderstorms, they call this a QLCS, a quasi-linear convective system. That's the scientific meteorological name for it. But you get these little indentations in the line, and then that's the prime area that you're going to look for severe weather or tornadoes rotation to kind of pop up. Let me get off of this. Let me move this around. Let's turn on the regular velocity signature here as we kind of, I think the computer might have hung up on me. Hey, Julie, I think I kind of lost the computer.
Okay, here, let me.
Or my clicker. I think the battery in the clicker just died.
Okay, let me.
Let me get that other.
Stand by. Let me find the other clicker for you.
The other clicker. It's not buzzing anymore. So I think that.
It's right here.
I think we just.
All right, we can get some. Maybe we can get somebody back here to change the batteries.
Oh yeah, there you go. It's doing something weird.
Yep, it is not good.
Red lights are going everywhere.
Okay.
On the clicker. It's been a long day. It's been a long day. All right, there we go. It works. So that's what's going on. So we need a battery change on the clicker if we have our engineering department listening. So thank you guys. All right, so a little bit of shear popping up west of Orlando, a little bit of shear popping up west of Oak Ridge. That was the bigger deal, sliding through. Velocity mode, we're going to turn this back on to just inspect it straight up with you guys, just to make sure everything is behaving west of Oak Ridge. There we go. We were talking about it. There's the tornado warning. Official tornado warning now. This does include the Orlando metro area. Dr. Phillips into Oak Ridge. Again, we were giving you the early heads up on this to get into your safe place because it looked a little concerning to us, and now the Weather Service on board here issuing this tornado warning. So we're going to get real close here. The worst of this storm is Dr. Phillips, downtown Dr. Phillips into Oak Ridge. Here is the most dangerous part of the storm. Vineland Road, Millennia Boulevard into Oak Ridge. Again, I want you guys in your safe place that's lowest level of your home, away from windows. We want to put as many walls in between you and the outside as possible. Pine Castle into Edgewood. Again, safe place. Right now, please. I want you to get down there. Again, I know it all sounds scary, but it's what you want to do to be the best to try to keep you and your family safe. South Texas Avenue into Conroy Road here into the Holden Heights area. Holden Avenue, safe place. Now the worst part of the storm, just a few minutes away. Again, this thing is racing toward you guys. So I hope you guys were starting to head in that direction when we gave you that early heads up. East Michigan Street, want to make sure you're there as well. South Orange Avenue, LB McLeod Road, safe place. Right now as this is kind of trekking in your area. Conroy Road, we were talking about you guys just a little bit ago. I want to get you a little bit closer here. A little too close. 40th Street, 41st Street, 41st Street again, and this is in Orange County, southwest of Orlando. Again, downtown Orlando is now in a tornado warning. So again, make sure that you are taking this seriously and paying close attention, getting down to your safe place. Azalea Park into Conway, Belle Isle. Watch out, guys. University Park just outside of the tornado warning, but again, keep a close eye on this. Winter Park, we're just outside of that. Keep a close eye on it as well. That should pass to your south, but these things are weird as that line kind of is jogging this storm further to the north. Let's try to get a different perspective on this guy here to see if it's doing anything weird. Let's turn back to velocity mode again. Worst part of the storm in Oak Ridge into Conway, into Orlando, Winter Park. I want to get closer. The other thing too is, I don't know if we can bring up, at least on one of the other computers, if we can switch to the airport radar. There's also airport radar out of MCO, and that's going to be a little bit closer. They're going to have a lower level look at that thing, and that probably looks a little more intense on the MCO airport radar, which is why they did that as well. And again, we've been looking at the intensity of this for the last 20 minutes with that concern. So Edgewood, Pine Castle, again, you guys are in this tornado warning. I want you to be in your safe place. Worst part of the storm, and see that what it's doing is it's riding the north side of that warning. So let me turn the telestrator on. This is going to be the worst part. It's kind of drifting up right into the Orlando metro area. So again, a serious situation here. We have a tornado warning for downtown Orlando, and the worst part of that storm is actually heading into the metro area. So just again, a heads up for that. So we're going to get back into street level. Conroy Road, LB McLeod Road. I keep on talking about you guys. South Texas Avenue into Lemon Tree Lane. South Texas Avenue again. We're going to zoom back out. 44th Street again. This is just outside of downtown Orlando into the Holden Heights area. We are under that tornado warning. Again, this is just minutes. So when we're doing the street level pinpointing here, this is just minutes. And again, we'll zoom in every now and then to give you an extra heads up. Julia, are you seeing anything? Your direction.
Samara is working on getting that radar that you asked for, so she's pulling that up on Max 3.
Thanks, Samara. So we're going to be looking at that too. But there's a lot of different radar. Again, you can't be too far away. The MCO radar isn't as powerful as the radars that we're using right now, but it's a little closer, so you can get a better vantage point so that we can kind of break that down. Curry Ford Road, East Michigan Street. Again, if you're around that area, safe place right now. Into Union Park, we are under that tornado warning. That's a little bit further away from us. This is kind of riding on the northern half of that warning. Conway, again, we're a little too close to comfort, so I want you guys to make sure that you guys are taking this seriously. You are officially in the tornado warning. It does look like it's starting to ride high. There's the lightning strike there. Let me turn on the shear mode to kind of show you. It's going to be this part here that's just to the southwest of Orlando. I don't know if we can bring up the Orlando camera and kind of pull this in to look for, and you can see what's going on out there. I mean, the wind's starting to really pick up in Orlando. We're looking to the west. There's that darker area. You see the lightning flashes. I can't really tell from there. There's a lot of darkness. I don't know if that's a wall cloud in the foreground trying to go down. That's kind of the precursor here, the indication that we do have rotation in the mid-levels of the atmosphere. It's kind of really hard to tell from the camera view here because it's just so dark. But I want to get back into the velocity. I want to see what's going on here so we can get back into the street level mapping, street level pinpointing. Here is the worst part of the storm. So here is downtown Orlando, right there. That's what we're looking at. That's it's pulsing up, it's pulsing down. It's ready to kind of cross the 408 right now. So let's get on to the west side of town. If you live on the west side of town, Orange Center Boulevard, West Church Street, West Pine Street, West Central Boulevard, I want you guys in your safe place now. Again, this is going to be here in seconds. They're moving so fast tonight. Down I-4, there you go, coming out of downtown Orlando. Working our way, I mean, this will be in the metro area very, very shortly. I mean, just a matter of a couple of minutes. South Orange Avenue, East Cayley Street. Again, this is likely going to pass just to your north. Going to want you in there in your safe place if you're in and around East Cayley. Closer look. Let's get in here to Agnes Street, Main Lane. This is all around Orlando now. So if you recognize that street, and where you're in and around Orlando, make sure that you are getting into your safe place. East Pine Street. Is that? Can you if you can crank up the velocity on on that MCO terminal radar.
Yep.
That would be awesome. I think that will give us a nice, good shot here of what is actually going on at the lowest levels of the atmosphere, which is, of course, what we care about because that's where we live. Azalea Park, again, this is your early heads up. You have a couple of minutes to head down into the lowest level of your home. If you're in a mobile home, this is the time to get out. Hopefully there's a shelter on property that is made for the severe weather instances like this. Again, there's the downtown Orlando look. The sky cam bouncing around. It's too dark to make anything out. This is what also makes a night like tonight so dangerous. Again, don't go looking for anything. You're not going to find anything because it is dark out there. West Washington Street, we're talking about you. This is now past you. Let me get my telestrator out. There's the most dangerous part here. It's moving in this direction. So North Mills Avenue, North Bumby Avenue, safe place now. Let's get a little closer in between. We care about everybody here in between. And again, we're not neglecting everybody across Central Florida here. There's a lot of weather going on. We're going to get to everybody. But the most dangerous storm out there right now is right smack dab in downtown Orlando in the Orange County area, getting ready to move on through. East Colonial Drive, you see the reds and greens there. McGuire Boulevard, safe place. Let's see here. Old Cheney Highway, get into your safe place. I know I'm saying that a lot, but I want you to get into your safe place as this is sliding through. Again, the worst part of the storm now is coming right on through downtown Orlando. If we can bring back up the straight up Orlando sky cam, our sky cam, to kind of keep that there to see if we can see anything crossing through. Latest radar update again is a little positive. We lost some of the reds here. This is from the Melbourne perspective though. I'm just gonna kind of glance off screen here. I'm gonna pull up some data here. I'm not texting anybody, but I'm just I just want to look from the MCO radar. It looks okay from MCO. Again, that's that lowest level into the thing. Tornado watch just canceled for Sumter County, by the way, so that's some positive stuff for us. That worst of the storm is there. Again, this looks a little bit better with the latest scan. So Azalea Park, again, still heads up. We are still in that tornado warning. Same for us in Union Park. It looks a little bit better. Again, cautiously optimistic that we were watching this, but as we watch this thing come out of Lake County into Orange County, these things pulse up and then pulse right back down and then flare up again. So we're going to be watching that over the next couple of minutes. But again, this is riding the northern end of the warning, so outside of downtown Orlando. Bumby, we're almost in the clear out of this, at least from the spinny part, from the rotation of this system, okay? It's still really, really nasty. Here's the radar perspective. Let me turn that back on. I mean, it is coming down North Mills Avenue, just north of the city, Union Park, Azalea Park, Conway. We have some light rain right now. We are in that tornado warning. Again, optimistic that most of this crosses through Belle Isle. I want to check out actually down here. The tornado warning is really, really big. It takes out much of Orange County. Now, I don't see any rotation here on the velocity side in southern Orange County, south of Dr. Phillips, closer to Flamingo or Hunters Creek. But that's a really bright little area of green here, and radar estimating this at about 50 to 60 miles an hour. There's 54 miles an hour. So some very powerful straight line winds at the very least coming on through. There's more bells and whistles going off if you hear that. That's just the alert system here. When the Weather Service triggers something, then we get that right on through. Bithlo, what's going on, guys? We are outside of that tornado warning now. Just be vigilant. Again, severe thunderstorm warning continues for us. We're also in that tornado watch. Let's take a look at what's going on around Winter Park. I see some, okay. So this is exactly what I was talking about. Here we go. We pulse back up again. We flared up. So there are reds and greens again in and around Union Park. That's why you never let your guard down with these things until it completely falls apart. Union Park, Azalea Park, safe place now, still riding on the northern end here of this warning. This may work its way outside of the warning very, very quickly. So again, I want to zoom things out just really quick. Chuliota, this is a super early heads up. There's a nasty rotating cell right around you. This is getting real tight right around Union Park. So we're going to get the most dangerous part of this storm is right here where the reds and greens are together. Old Cheney Highway, East Colonial Drive. We were talking about you guys on Old Cheney Highway. 1-2 in your safe place. Right now, Amber Road, safe place. This is going to be crossing north, I believe that's Cimarron. There's 436, Cimarron Boulevard right there. So this is 436 as if you were going to be heading to the airport from the 436 way. This is northeast of the city. Again, this is what we are looking at. There's the warning in the red, this little polygon. Here is our couplet. So it's kind of riding right to the top. Goldenrod into Aloma, just to the south of Winter Park. I think we're going to be okay in Winter Park from, again, the rotation, the possible tornado. Be vigilant, though. There's some strong, nasty storms heading up through there. If we can take a quick look at Max 3 real quick, where Samara was at the wall. There's some radar estimates of the velocity coming in at almost 91 miles an hour, 81 miles an hour. I think that's a little hot. I don't think we're actually seeing that reach the ground completely, but we have had reports in northwest Florida of 80 to 90 mile per hour wind gusts, and that was that isolated high-end potential with this line coming through. All right, if we can go back to Lynx 1, please, our other computer. Thank you guys so much in the control room as well for working with us tonight. Been busy all day, so thank you. The strong gusty winds continuing for us in Orlando, potentially damaging winds moving towards Azalea Park into Conway. We are still in that tornado warning, but I can tell you again, the worst part of this system is north of you. Goldenrod, North Forsyth Road, Safe Place, Bates Road, Bucksaw Drive, Esperanza Street. Let's see what Astro Street into Port Said Road. TCU Boulevard, Safe Place, okay? Lowest level of the home. Put as many walls in between you and the outside as possible, away from windows. I know this sounds weird and scary, but grab the bike helmet. We talked about this before, severe weather days. Most people get injured in tornadoes due to debris rather than actually being sucked up by the thing. So again, if there were to be one causing some issues and actually on the ground, want to protect your head. That's the biggest deal. Union Park. All right, we have the rotation now kind of sinking down towards you on North Goldenrod. We were talking about that. The most dangerous part of the storm is kind of lifting or sinking down to the south now as it works towards Trevathon Road into Harnell Road, Renee Avenue, Millinocket Lane, East Colonial Drive. Still, this is now back in East Orange County, just to the west of University Park, if you are familiar with that area. It's ready to cross the 417. I don't know if you guys can kind of look at the 417 to see if we have any traffic cameras in that area to kind of see what is going on. Again, it's going to be hard to see anything, so please don't go out and try to find the thing if there is one there, as this kind of works its way, again, through Goldenrod. There's the 417. There's Dean Road. Let's get closer in for the smaller streets for you guys, again, living there. Trevathan Road, Gabriella Avenue, Poet Lane, Newbolt Drive, Montello Drive, Arbor Court. Again, you guys are just outside of that tornado warning, but it is close to exiting. Julie or Samara, have they mentioned about potentially continuing this on into East Orange County? Because we're kind of getting to the end of the road here.
No, they have not. They are talking about watching south of SeaWorld, which you've been showing us that as well. Okay, so we'll go head back into that direction because that was a big tornado warning. You kind of don't see them this big more often than not. This slides on through, I mean, Belle Isle, we're getting some strong winds that just came on through, 35, 45 mile per hour winds. That was outside of there. So again, we're still watching that to Hunters Creek, Oak Ridge. Don't really see anything too concerning on the southern end of this tornado warning. Let's go in and inspect. And then let's head back up. Just make sure everything's behaving on that line. Conway, there's a little bit. We're going to watch that for you guys. So the worst part of the storm now is exiting the tornado warning. Okay, so heads up in University Park, and that worst part of the storm. Let's turn on the shear to see if we can get some of this noise. There's the worst part of the storm right there. University Park, this is kind of heading, get my telestration, turn back on. It's working in this direction. Chuliota, we gave you guys an early heads up. I don't know if they're going to extend this warning or not, but again, this is just an early heads up. Be super, super vigilant with this. You might want to just head in that direction now. We're already into that severe thunderstorm warning in Chuliota, south of us in Oviedo, but we are in that severe thunderstorm warning in Oviedo as well. Bithlo, again, this is off to your west, but the worst part of that is going to be moving in that direction. Now, the shear marker here, a lot of times, let me turn my telestration off so I don't have lines all over the place, but the shear marker down here is bringing up that that burgundy color to indicate strong stuff. Sometimes when you have some strong winds going into that line, it will blink like that or it'll show that color. I don't really see, that's what I think was going on right there. I don't really see anything spinning
when we're breaking that down. So at least, again, I want to say positive, those winds are super, super strong. But there are some indications there that we are going to try to get that to rotate. Samara, are you seeing anything over there? Oh, we have a new tornado warning in Edgewater, Port Orange, Volusia County.
Ooh, just lit up. It hasn't even.
So we have a new tornado warning. So this is going to be, and this is ugly here too. So I want to get back up to you guys. Looks like it's right along the coast here. Ponce Inlet, Port Orange, South Daytona, New Smyrna Beach. I think here that this is already off. Yeah, it looks like it's off. I think that's already, yeah, there's the shoreline and the rotation is off. So that was like a quick spin up as it was leaving the coast, sliding through. But a tornado warning continues for us. Let me pull that back up here. Flagler Beach to Volusia County, that's outside into the water. So that would be like that'd be a water spout at this point. Going through here. Let's.
They've moved that tornado warning in Orange County a little bit closer to 17 now. If you look in the Hunters Creek area, just on the southern periphery, you'll see that right around the turnpike is still included in that tornado warning. But for the most part, a lot of the rotation, of course, is still in and around the 17 area. So this is near the attractions, getting closer to the SeaWorld, Hunters Creek, going up into Meadow Woods. I do believe all this is still in that tornado warned zone, all the way back over to Lake Hartwell on 417 and 527A, as well as the turnpike. So definitely some really gnarly weather out there. Still some early indications for some rotation. It is fairly broad at this point in time. So all along 535, kind of clearing out if you're on the western periphery, but if you're headed east, headed toward that Hunters Creek area, you definitely run into some definitely heavy rain and some really strong wind gusts. We've been seeing this line of thunderstorms with isolated storms moving very quickly to the east. Earlier we had one that was moving at about 80 miles per hour to the east, and that was in Flagler County, headed from Pearson to Bunnell. And now we're looking at this whole line, and you can still see there's still indications that there is rotation in it. So as we look at that tornado warning zone area, did they extend that just now? It looks like the polygon extended a little bit more into northeastern.
They didn't, but they should.
It looks like it.
It looks like it crossed into southern Seminole County, so it just early heads up from Oviedo to Chuliota.
Right, exactly. So where we're seeing that early indication of that red right there, where the heavy line of thunderstorms is just to the east of I-4, does look like an area where they could extend that particular tornado warning zone. But again, that does be something that we continue to watch with this whole line. I mean, you see that it hasn't really broken apart. It hasn't lost steam. It's been really trekking hard across central Florida this afternoon. So I do believe it's going to continue. You can see that line really not breaking up much. In fact, it's really expansive when you talk about all the way back down to Fort Myers. So we still have areas that are under tornado watches and tornado warnings. So as we look at the polygon now, it looks like it's been extended.
Oh, yeah.
There we go. Mm-hmm. So that polygon for the tornado warning, it extends all the way into Seminole, as well as portions of Volusia and northern Brevard County. Does it say how long it runs?
6:45.
Until 6:45 tonight. So that area that we were just talking about in Orlando and around the attractions is now been extended. Notice that it heads to the north and east, and it does incorporate portions of Seminole, as well as northern Brevard and even southern Volusia counties. So let's get over to meteorologist Julie Broughton, who is standing by with those latest developments in that particular warning zone.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and take you back to the more traditional radar view here so we can see exactly what we're talking about as we check out again what's going on the radar. So we're talking about tornado warnings in place until 6:45 now. You see this flashing area of red. So I'm going to zoom in a little bit closer for you so you can get a better look at that. Jonathan, do you have something?
Yeah, it is super, super tight, the couplet.
Okay, near Oviedo?
Yeah, near Oviedo.
Okay, let's go ahead and turn it back on shear. Okay, so this is what Jonathan is talking about. Jonathan, right near the 417, is that what you're seeing on your perspective?
Yeah, if you want to just move it up a little bit, just to the southeast of Winter Springs.
Okay, so yeah, so right,
and then
right
on
in
the velocity mode.
Let me clear that. Let me stick it on velocity for you. What we're talking about. Let me clear this. So the velocity.
Yeah, right smack dab in the middle there, right next to that box.
Yeah. So again, right in here is what we're talking about. So you see the bright greens and the bright reds. Again, that's where we're looking at that rotation on the radar. This is moving to the east and northeast around 40 miles per hour. Is that correct, guys? So let's go ahead and track from this for you to show you where this is heading. Again, this is a tornado warning that is up for 6:45. It is for Seminole County as well as Orange County. Let's go ahead and track from this. Take it off to the east and northeast around 34 miles per hour. That means areas like Maytown, 26 minutes, or Rancha in the next 28 minutes. So this is a serious situation. This is what we had been worried about as we've been talking for the last several days about how this situation was going to evolve. There's a lot of rotation in the atmosphere. And again, we are looking at that potential of those powerful thunderstorms producing tornadoes as we check out the winds there. Again, not in that area, having trouble getting anything to pick up here. I think the computer is getting tired. So 42, 49, 31. So yeah, we're talking about some pretty impressive winds there, as well as, again, that potential of rotation. That is why that tornado warning is in place until 6:45. I'll pull that back out, put the other radar view for you back on so you can see what we're talking about here. That tornado warning up for 6:45. Let me go ahead and clear all of this out of here. So again, if you are anywhere in this red box, that includes parts of Volusia County, Seminole County, even into parts of northern Brevard County, you are under that tornado warning. We've got a lot of lightning with these cells as well. Here's how it looks as we zoom in closer. I want to get you a better look at that warning area. A lot happening here. So again, this is an area of an intense storm. So this is moving toward the Alafaya area in the next 3 minutes, University Park in 2 minutes, Bithlo in the next 6 minutes, Lake Pickett, 7 minutes, Chuleota, this is heading your way. Again, Jonathan, a few minutes ago was talking about an early heads up for Chuleota, watching that cell. That is now tracking right toward you, Iowa City, Colloquy, Snow Hill, and Buda. Again, if you are not in your safe space, now is the time to get there. Head to a small interior room. You don't want to be around a lot of windows. You want to put as many walls between you and the storm as possible. Of course, here in Florida, we don't have basements, so that's not an option. So the best we can do is a small interior bathroom, a closet. If you can get your pets in there with you, go ahead and do that. You also want to put on a bike helmet, cover your head, protect your head. This is not a situation where we want you peeping out the window trying to see a tornado. We want you to stay safe and take cover. That's why we've been with you in continuous coverage for about the last 4 hours, warning you about these storms. So let's go ahead and check out this marker as well that our radar is picking up on, showing this is moving to the northeast at 71 miles per hour. Again, moving toward those same areas as we continue to roll through the evening hours. The good news with this system is it is moving very quickly, the overall system. So that's good news and bad news, and that it'll move up on you very quickly. But in the next couple of hours, things are going to look a whole lot better for us. So I'm going to go ahead and take a wider look out again, show you what's happening across all of Central Florida. You notice Marion County looking a lot better for you. Marion County, the Villages, Lake County, Sumter County, that tornado watch has been dropped for you. We're continuing to peel things back as we move through the evening hours. Again, we're going closer into that tornado warned area. And when you just look at the reflectivity, you see those areas of red and magenta. That shows you where we're talking about intense activity, a lot of rain. You can see that lightning as well. So we want to turn on our shear markers. And again, right in this area, that is one of those areas we're watching. So we are looking at that potential of shear and rotation off to the east of Winter Park and Fern Park and Winter Springs, just racing to the east-northeast at 45 miles per hour. That means Alafaya Woods. You'll see this in about 2 minutes. Chuleota, the next 5 minutes. Iowa City, this is heading your way within 7 minutes. Colloquy, 8 minutes. Snow Hill, 9 minutes. Buda, Geneva, Osceola, Southmere, and Penishaw, all in the track of this storm. You can see, again, talking about those areas of rotation. Let's turn on the velocity for you, see what it's picking up there. Again, we look for those areas of red and green tightly coupled together, seeing quite a bit of lightning right here in this area as all of this tracks off. Again, back to the east of Conway, the radar picking up on some strong activity there as well that will head toward Alafaya in the next 5 minutes. University Park also heading your way in about 5 minutes. Lake Pickett, within 8 minutes, Snow Hill 13 minutes, and Southmere within about 17 minutes. So those are all areas we're watching. University Park, looks like the heaviest activity is off to your east right now. Let's turn the regular radar back on. And again, we're really seeing that very heavy rain racing off toward the east. We'll go ahead and track the leading edge of this for you. This has just been moving so fast today. Track this entire line for you. Take it off to the east about 40 miles per hour. So here's a look at what we're talking about. So Southmere, 8 minutes, Aransha, 11 minutes, Scottsmore, Turnbull, Oak Hill, Shiloh, and Mims. You will all see this within about the next 15 minutes or so. The leading edge of that, so that'll be the lightest activity before the heavier activity moves right on in, affecting areas like Cow Creek, Shiloh, Aransha, Allenhurst, all in the path of this. So let's go ahead and clear that out for you. And again, we can go back to the shear markers for you and show you what we're talking about here. So University Park, you're getting hit pretty hard right now. I think Winter Park, the heaviest activity right now is off to your east. We still have some more showers off toward areas like Ocoee and Astatula. But again, our biggest worry right now is for areas in this part of Seminole County off to the east of Sanford, Winter Springs. So Chuleota getting hit pretty hard, heading down toward Altamont Springs off to your east, Winter Park, the Conway area. Yeah, Orange County still seeing some more intense activity that's going to be moving out of the Four Corners area and heading up into Orange County. That is moving to the northeast at 69 miles per hour. That means Belle Isle, you're not quite done for the night yet. You have more action headed your way in about 9 minutes. Pine Castle in 10 minutes. Conway, you've already seen some rough stuff move through. You have more on the way in the next 12 minutes. Azalea Park in the next 15 minutes. Union Park, Alafaya, University Park, Weehawhoty, and Bertha all will be dealing with some more activity moving up from around the Kissimmee area. So again, it is 6:15. It's not the time to be heading out to dinner if you're in any of these areas. I'm sure a lot of your practices and after-school activities were canceled, and there was a very good reason why. So let's go back to the shear markers and check out what's happening in that area. I'm trying to turn that severe thunderstorm warning bar, that tornado warning box off for you. So right in this area, looking at some pretty intense shear on the radar where it's kind of lighting up a little bit brighter right in there. Again, all of these storms are racing off to the north and east, moving around 40 miles per hour. So let's track this line of shear where we're seeing most of the shear. Pull that on out. 40 miles per hour. Again, we were seeing those same areas. I think I have to switch back to the traditional radar perspective before I can track it because that's not picking up on any. And we certainly know there are a lot of cities in that area. So let me track from this leading edge. In this warned area, taking this all off to the east, around 42 miles per hour. Creighton, Ariel, Packwood Place, Oak Hill, Aransha, Scottsmore, and Turnbull. All will see this in about the next 15 minutes or less. We've got those tones going off again. Samara and Jonathan are back there, so they're going to let me know what else is popping up. I'll pull out a little bit wider so we can see if any additional warnings are showing up there on the radar for us.
Nothing additional.
Okay.
A couple of things. They're trying to get individual the cells. We got some issues around Lake Hart right now on the southwest side of that tornado warning, and then just to the northeast of that, we have a couple of couplets popping up right around Bithlo as well.
Okay.
We have
so East Orange County right now really under the gun.
Yeah, everybody in East Orange County just hold tight. All
right. So this is Jonathan. Is this what we're talking about right here near Bithlo?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Yep, right on top of Bithlo. We're looking at that shear, so right in this area. So again, if you are in the Bithlo area or to the east of the Bithlo area, now is the time you want to take cover. It is looking like a rough situation in your area. Heavy rain, strong winds, possibly up to 70 miles per hour, and the potential of a tornado. You are in that tornado warned area. You said Lake Hart as well, so that is to the south, Jonathan.
Yes, right about there, that next little like magenta brown color there. It looks really nasty. So again, Lake Hart, get in your safe place.
Yep, there we go. So again, Lake Hart, you want to head into your safe place, turning on the velocity for you.
And they did extend that warning also into Brevard County. So tornado warning for Brevard.
Okay, so the tornado warning has extended into Brevard County. That's really no surprise because these storms have been holding together really well, and that means that they are going to still have a lot of punch as they make their way out over the Atlantic. Here's a look again at the actual radar area. So they extended that warning. So there is the tornado warning line off the coast of Brevard County. That goes until 6:15. Again, we have that on the bottom of the screen for you as well. Tornado warning for Orange, Volusia, Seminole, and Brevard counties. We've got more tones going off. You know, you're still seeing some activity lagging behind some of the more intense showers and storms. So you're not, you know, completely, you know, as Tom would say, out of the drink in areas like the Villages and Apopka and Orlando. But those warning areas are where you see the flashing. We still have a severe thunderstorm warning in place for us as well. I don't know if meteorologist Samira Kokinos or Jonathan Kagas seen anything that you want to share or show on your perspective.
It looks like portions of that tornado warning that you're looking at right there in Orange and going into Seminole County are starting to collapse a little bit. So, you know, as that storm threat continues to make its way east, northeast, definitely going to see things that improve behind it. But that seems to be the case as of right now. Did they extend the time? Or I do believe it's still until 6:45, correct?
Until 6:45, yeah.
Yep, 6:45. So again, that is for this area flashing in the red box for you. So areas like Mims, Titusville, this is all heading your way. Turn that off and turn that back on so I can get rid of that box. So here are cells that we're keeping an eye on. So we'll go ahead and click on each of these and see what we are seeing on the radar. Again, anywhere where you see the term meso, that tells us that the radar is picking up on rotation. We were showing you some shear markers. So the radar is indicating some shear. We're watching really closely around the Bithlo and Lake Hart areas where, again, there is that potential for rotation. Here is an area here. Excuse me, starting to lose my voice. Snow Hill in the next 1 minute. You'll see some of this. Penishaw in about 12 minutes. Maytown in the next 15 minutes. Aransha, 17 minutes. Turnbull in the next 19 minutes. And Oak Hill, you'll see some of this in about 25 minutes. As we go farther to the south, here is what we're watching. Again, this is moving to the northeast around 69 miles per hour. Bithlo, Lake Pickett, Chuliota, Southmere, all in the path of this storm that has the potential for rotation. Maytown, Turnbull, East Mims as well. Bithlo, really keeping a close eye on your area right now. If you are in Bithlo, Lake Hart, you want to go ahead and take cover right on top of Bithlo. Really some intense action right there. We can turn the shear back on for you. I'm going to go ahead and click this away. And again, we're talking about some pretty intense shear right in here. Most of the most intense activity with the shear is now off to the east of Bithlo. And these storms are just really racing. So that as heading toward Christmas, you'll see some of this. If you're in Christmas, go ahead and take cover, get into your safe room. I'm going to go back out to the entire DMA, let you know what we're seeing, our entire viewing area. Turn our traditional radar view back on. Again, that tornado warning continues until 6:45. Jonathan, you look like you might have something. I see you.
This whole line is trying to spin up and down. So just everybody needs to be on guard from Bithlo into Christmas. There may have been something that just went through southeast of Bithlo in between Oviedo and Chuliota as well. We have another thing spinning up just southeast right on the Orange Seminole County line. Chuliota, all these things are trying to become these supercellular structures within this line, which is what we kind of hoped it wouldn't do, but what we're forecasting over the last couple of days, Julie.
Yeah, and as Jonathan mentioned, we're seeing these cells intensify and then kind of back off, and then rotation picks up, and then it weakens. That is why we're staying so vigilant with this system. Again, this entire area, this red box, that is where we are seeing that tornado warning. That is until 6:45. That includes areas of Orange, Volusia, Seminole, and Brevard counties. I'm going to turn the shear tracks back on for you. All of this now right in here, that's where we're looking at some pretty intense shear. I'll go in a little bit closer for you so you can get a better look of what exactly it is that we're watching in that area. Again, that is off to the east and really northeast of the Bithlo area. Heading again up toward down toward Christmas, you're seeing some of this. Mims really right in the path of a lot of this. If you are in the Mims area or Titusville area, I would go ahead and start preparing for these storms to move into your area. Make sure you know where your safe place is. Make sure if you are not able to be near a TV or radio that you do have our free Pinpoint weather app and that you have notifications enabled, because that will let you know when a tornado warning moves into your area and you are in a tornado warning, but the most intense activity again isn't quite to you just yet. So you do need to be prepared for that heading right your way. Let's go ahead and slide this over. All right, let me clear off my telestration and we'll go back in. So this is what it looks like on the traditional radar, the reflectivity, which gives us an idea of how much rain is falling. So Titusville and Mims, the worst is not to you yet. Port St. John, you're in the clear for now, but that will change very quickly for us because, again, this entire line is racing. We'll go ahead and track from the leading edge of this. Take this out about 40 miles per hour. Here's what we're looking at. Mims in the next 6 minutes. East Mims in the next 7 minutes. This is a live look at I-4 near Altamont Springs. I hear more tones back there, so I'm sure somebody's going to check that and see what we're talking about. So again, Altamont Springs, you're seeing some pretty heavy rain right now, but that is not the most intense of what we're seeing. Titusville, the leading edge of this, moves in the next 10 minutes, and Whispering Hills Gulf Estates in the next 11 minutes. So let's go up to Seminole County where we're seeing that driving shot for you now. So Altamont Springs. Okay, so go ahead and look. If you just look at this camera, you're saying, hey, that looks pretty heavy. But looking on the radar, you know, it doesn't look terribly impressive. Mainly some moderate rainfall. Really keep it easy on I-4 out there, but really the activity that we are concerned about, that we are watching, is well to the east of that area where you see those areas of intense red, the magenta in there, really showing where we could be seeing at times around 4 to 6 inches of rain falling. Now, again, these storms are moving quickly, so they're not going to be on top of you for a super long time, so I don't think we have to worry about widespread flooding, but certainly some slick roadways out there. Let's go back in here into East Orange County, where, again, towards Southmere and Brevard County, seeing some heavy activity. Chulliota in Seminole County getting hit pretty hard. Lockwood, Lake Pickett, Bithlo, Christmas. Some of the rough activity is approaching your area. I'm going to turn the shear back on for you. All right, so Christmas, we were just talking about you right on top of you. You see the radar just updated. We're talking about some intense shear off to the south of the Christmas area. So we want to keep an eye on that. You are in that tornado warning area. The radar is indicating rotation in that. That tornado warning is up until 6:45. Let's go back out, take a wider look out. You can see for a lot of you, things are beginning to improve. Here's how it looks as we put our radar reflectivity on. Looking a whole lot better for a lot of you in Marion County. Down towards Sumter County, Lake County improving. A lot of Volusia County not looking too bad, but again, right along the coast in Volusia County, that's where we have that tornado warning that extends down in Brevard County, back into parts of Seminole County, as well as parts of East Orange County. And you'll notice that that warning is beginning to collapse in some spots as the heavier activity tracks off toward the east. So that's what we expect to see. I think in the next hour and a half, most of this will be over for us. We certainly hope most of it will be over. It has been a rough ride. This is all part of a frontal boundary, and I want to show you the entire state of Florida. This is all part of a frontal boundary. It is that same system that brought the severe weather to parts of the Panhandle this morning. We saw 4 tornadoes in the Panhandle. National Weather Service teams are out surveying to find out exactly the damage, but this system really has held together. We can hope that as we continue to lose energy from the day that it will wind down, but this really is moving so fast. I think by the time we get too far past 8 o'clock, most of this will be offshore for us. Here is a look, a whole lot of lightning with all of this. So just an intense system. All of the factors have been there in the environment, that warm, moist air, the front providing the lift, and then the shear, which is when winds are coming in at different directions and different levels of the atmosphere. So that is provided really the perfect recipe for some severe weather. So again, let's go ahead and review what we have as far as warnings. We were talking about a tornado watch in place for most of us until 9 o'clock. We have that tornado warning in place for parts of Volusia County, parts of Brevard County, parts of Orange County, and parts of Seminole County. That is up for us until 6:45. We also don't want to forget about Osceola County. You have a severe thunderstorm warning until 7:15. So let's slide down and show you what's happening in Osceola County. And again, really any of these storms can produce a tornado at any moment or straight line winds of 70 miles per hour. Let's go ahead and track this one for you. This is moving to the east-northeast at 60 miles per hour. That will head towards Southport in the next 18 minutes, St. Cloud in the next 27 minutes, and Ashton in the next 28 28 minutes. As we go farther to the south, here's what we're watching. Again, all of this lifting off to the north and east, moving very quickly. Let's go back into the tornado warning area and show you what we're talking about. I don't know if Jonathan or Samara have any new information that is coming in on any of the perspectives that they're looking at.
And when I look at the radar, I'm actually zooming in a little bit tighter here just so we can see.
Okay, what source are you on?
I'm using Max 3 here.
Okay, if we want to take Max 3 for Samara, she's going to show us what she is seeing. I see some early rotation there. Right. Looks like in Brevard and Osceola counties.
But it's really this particular early rotation indicator on the radar has really been really good at determining exactly where it's going to happen, because when I show you where the shear is currently in just a moment, you'll see that it's all up and down this line of thunderstorms that extends from 95 in Volusia County, southern Volusia County, all the way back down toward the 528 and even just to the east of 417. It's now approaching I-95. So we still have all of this potential for that rotation within this line of thunderstorms that is actually a lot bigger, expands even further south, and even north. But the thing is, this tornado warning zone area, as it begins to shift toward the coastline, we'll definitely start to see this polygon start to collapse just a tad bit. So as I zoom in a little bit tighter here, I wanted to show you the shear markers as of right now, and you can see that they're currently over the 95 area, just to the south and west of Oak Hill, and also near getting closer to the Geneva area, going back toward Lake Hart, Bithlow, Christmas, all up near just to entering the South Mirror area. So this is all moving to the north and east tonight from 420 going toward the 95 corridor. So just keep your eyes peeled. You know, you want to make sure that you can see exactly what's happening on, whether you're watching us on air or online. Definitely one of those things when it's moving in from the west headed to the east, when it gets closer to that body of water, or any body of water rather, that retains a lot of that daytime heating that we've seen throughout the day, that's where we could see, again, some spin ups, and that has a tendency to happen a lot near the coast too. So look at 50. We've seen some shear markers here move from 50 just to the south and west of Christmas now to the south and east. So getting closer to that, I would say in between 528 and 50 there in eastern Orange County. So, but again, this tornado warning goes until 6:45, guys, correct?
Like you go fast.
Until 6:45. So zooming out and taking a bigger look here at the rest of this, because I don't want to leave other counties out of the loop. You can see that this line of thunderstorms basically extends all the way down into Osceola County now, where we're seeing some impacts and some early indications. I hear more tones going off, so I'm pretty sure there's going to be, again, some more updates, but as we look at this early indication for some broad or even tightening rotation, but as of right now, it's early broad rotation associated with that line of thunderstorms that's entering Osceola County, so impacting portions of Kissimmee. If you're not hearing that heavy rain just yet and you're not feeling those strong wind gusts, and just give it about 5 or 10 minutes, because these storms are moving very, very fast. And again, with that anticipated rotation there within this line of thunderstorms, we've had a really active day across central Florida and even the Panhandle. We had storm reports coming in from St. Pete, where there was a roof of an apartment building taken off. So they're going to be investigating that to see if it was a possible tornado, along with the 4 that were in the Panhandle earlier today. So look at this line, though. It really hasn't lost much of its steam as it's continuing to make that east to southeast track. But a lot of these thunderstorms, again, are moving kind of, they're varying a little bit, but a lot of them are moving to the east-northeast. So when we look at that tornado warning zone area, it still incorporates a good portion of northern Brevard County, especially near the coast, and going into southern Volusia County there along the coast and back into eastern Orange County. But the severe thunderstorm warnings extend all the way down into Osceola County, and those will go until that threat is gone, basically gone. But these are very fast-moving storms. They've been moving at rates anywhere between about 40 and 50 miles per hour hour, but with the really, really strong ones that we've been watching in those tornado-warned zones, those have been booking it anywhere between 60 and 80 miles per hour toward the coastline. So here's another look at the tornado watches and warnings. Okay, so we still have Volusia County as well as Seminole, Orange, Osceola, and Brevard County underneath that tornado watch. Now, until 9 o'clock tonight, notice that Lake, Sumter, Marion, and Flagler counties have all dropped off of the watch as the conditions improve behind this line of thunderstorms. But when we look at what we can still expect as we see these storms moving toward the coast, yes, we still could see maybe some minor flooding, especially along the roadways where they're doing construction or in lower lying areas. Also, that lightning is frequent out there. Strong wind gusts up near 60 miles per hour are quite possible, but they could get higher than that at times, especially in those severe thunderstorm warned zones. Hail could be small out there, but again, we've been watching for the threat of tornadoes since we've been watching this activity move across the state all day. As we look ahead into the rest of tonight, 6 o'clock, it looks like a lot of the activity will continue for portions of eastern Orange going into Brevard and even Osceola counties tonight, kind of exiting Volusia and Seminole County. But look at this, that line of thunderstorms still lingers at 7 o'clock in the Brevard County area, extending back into southernmost and maybe even central Osceola. Maybe a few isolated thunderstorms behind that up near Volusia County, but for the most part, gradual improvement is expected, mainly from Orlando back to the north and west, which we've already seen improvement in Ocala, the Villages, and even portions of Sumter County. So by 8 o'clock, it looks like the bulk of the activity will be to our south and offshore, and then we'll continue to see clearing from there. So let's go over to meteorologist Jonathan Kegas, who has the latest on that tornado warning zone area.
Yeah, this is going to continue for the next 10 minutes here for us in East Orange County and Brevard County right now as we are watching this nasty line of thunderstorms continue. Really watching around the Mims area for the last, in Scottsmore for us, because we've been watching these pulsing up, or these flare up of thunderstorms that are the rotation as we move through. Let me get this box out of the way, and then we're going to get back into the Mims Titusville area, and it's just kind of right around this line of thunderstorms moving into Mims, moving into Titusville, coming out of East Orange County. Every now and then we get these little curlicues, these little indentations, and where you see those indentations, that's where we have issues sometimes. That quick little brief tornado, nothing long track or anything like that, but still can come down quick and cause some damage. That's why there's this giant tornado warning across the screen. These are typically not that wide. They're normally small and localized. We have the whole eastern half of Orange County and then into the northern half of Brevard County. So I'm going to turn on the velocity mode once again. We're going to get in here to kind of see what is going on, do some high-level pinpointing in here. It looks like the rotation, again, moving down. We did have a nice little flare-up, bad little flare-up. It's right here now. It's getting ready to go off the coast, and it's relatively weak, so we would likely see that pulse up again out once it moves out to sea. Here is the coastline. So Oak Hill, we are now in the clear of the worst weather. Our tornado warning does continue for the next 5-ish minutes, but the worst of the weather for you, at least tornado-y stuff, the rotation that could spawn a tornado is going to be over. We're still under the gun for some damaging winds as the rest of that line comes on through. Want to take you to the west of us in Titusville. It's a little windy in Titusville right now. The reds and the greens, again, the red is just the wind going away from the radar. The green is the wind going towards the radar. And here we go. Let me highlight this to show you what I'm talking about. This is a prime example here. Most of this is a little line segment moving through, not a supercell where it's an isolated, discrete cell that would have the potential to be on the ground for a long time. But here's one of those. There's another radar update there. It's kind of right in here now. So it looked a little better from a tornado perspective to if it was going to drop one. But then with that last scan, it looks a little weaker again. So that's kind of the hand we've been dealt tonight with these kind of linear line segments that work their way through. Let me turn back on the regular radar, see what we're up against now with that latest radar scan coming through. And again, the tornado warning continues for East Orange County, east of Bithlo, east of Christmas, in Titusville, Mims, Scottsmore, and Oak Hill. This is part of southeast Volusia County now for the next 5 minutes. This goes until 6:45. Most of the nasty stuff is going to be out of here. We'll see if they continue it for another low-end portion of time to include Merritt Island and parts of Cape Canaveral, at least continuing, because we have not gotten into the worst of it just yet. So we'll see what the Weather Service does on that. Again, they are the sole entity to issue these watches and warnings. Taking you a little closer again, let's just head down just to make sure that everything is behaving here in this severe thunderstorm warning for us in Osceola County. Some very bright colors here. The darker green that we see coming out of Avon Park, coming out of Polk County as well, working in a kind of straddling the Osceola County line here to the west of us in Yeehaw Junction. It's decently far away from the radar, but something that we're going to watch as it kind of moves up into Yeehaw Junction, into Rockledge, Satellite Beach. So this will be up in the next hour or so. If it finds something in the atmosphere that it likes, we can already kind of tell there's some weak rotation right on in here on the west side of Osceola County. Again, there's no tornado warning just yet, but you can kind of see a little drop out right there north of Avon Park. Let's head back up into the tornado warning area. This is where we are most concerned. We're concerned about everybody, of course, really along and east of the I-4 corridor. Right now is the worst of the weather is sliding on through, but cautiously optimistic now with most of this in Volusia County. The worst of that is now over. Gusty winds potentially still creating a low-end damage here, but the tornado threat is over for us in and around the Oak Hill area, Edgewater area as well. This is where the most concerning part is of this system, of this line of storms at this time anyway. And it's where we're going to be watching over the next 30 minutes until we get this thing out of here. Again, Kennedy Space Center, we are still included in that tornado warning. The northern half of Merritt Island, Titusville, we are still included. There's about 5 minutes left to go on this warning issued from the Weather Service. And again, there's the potential that they extend it because of things like this. And here's another little pulse up where it's a little brighter. So there we go. There is a little spiral there, a little circle. And then here's another one right down just south of that here. So they're trying to spin on the northern end. The good news is, again, they're not isolated, so every now and then they have trouble and then they weaken again. Let's turn on the actual radar to see what's going on, and that's exactly what we see. So some really heavy rain coming through Mims, Titusville. This is right on your doorstep. Not a lot of lightning with this. Where we got it real concerning for a time anyway was in southwest Orange County and then right up into the Chuliota, kind of splitting Chuliota and Oviedo. We had a ton of lightning. The storm was able to grow tall and take advantage of all of those atmospheric dynamics. We don't have as much lightning here, so they're kind of lower top. So we have part of the equation, not everything. So that helps things a little bit in our favor to keep things on the lower end of the severe spectrum. Still, tornado warning for the next 3 minutes, give or take, as we are watching this line move on through. Let's get real close again. So for you guys that are maybe tuning in from Port St. John, this warning is just to your north. You're not included in that, but we've got some nasty stuff off to your west. Let's kind of track that for you. Again, these are bookends. It'll be there probably closer to 50 miles an hour. So we're going to speed up what we just saw. Let me get this tornado warning, tornado watch box out of the way. Port St. John in about 15 minutes. Williams Point in about 18 minutes. Bellwood in about 18 as well. Sharps coming up in about 20 minutes. It's probably going to be a little bit faster than that, more like 15 because we only put 40 miles onto the map. They're moving more like 50-ish miles an hour. Sharps again, 20 minutes. Canaveral Acres coming up in about 10 to 15 minutes, again, moving in on Merritt Island. So again, we're going to be watching that closely. Let's bring back all of our velocity stuff. And this is what, we like to see here. We like to see a nice separation of, let me get my telestrator back. We like to see them separated. See how there's a space there in between the red and the green? We like that. Whenever they touch, that's whenever there's an indication that we're getting that, what we call a mesocyclone, meteorologically trying to develop there to kind of drop something down. This looks like here, State Road 46 at US 1. So let's go back up in that direction. It is rain. Again, it's a good night to just chill at home tonight with the potential for severe weather. And at the very least, it's just some really heavy rain across the area. Let me clear all this stuff and let's head back up to State Road 46, where we have some really heavy rain sliding on through. Again, that's US 1 and State Road 46 closer. Let's turn on the radar. And there's going to be some really heavy rain. And there we go. Kind of just north of Mims there, north of Titusville, sliding through the northern half of Brevard County. So this is starting to get, again, a little ugly in terms of the rain. We're not really looking at a flood threat tonight. There's really heavy rain, dropping down a couple of inches in just a short amount of time. But the good news is they are moving fast, again, relatively speaking here, the good news part anyway. As we head back down into Yeehaw Junction, here's all the lightning. So this is going to be west of Yeehaw Junction. This might be our next area that we are really going to be watching as it moves into kind of rural Osceola County, and then into Kenansville, and then back into Brevard County. So all of this junk here, for all my YouTube friends, we've been streaming all day. We were talking about Brevard County. This would be closer to us and southern side. We had a lot of questions about Mico and Palm Bay and Grant Valcaria. We're still on live on YouTube, by the way, over there streaming this. All of this junk is going to be heading in that direction. So streaming this on clickorlando.com and the Pinpoint Weather app too. So if you have to leave your TV or you lose power, if your device is charged, you can find this stream over there as well. So also a good thing. You also see the QR code right down onto the screen here. If you have a picture, you can take your camera right up to that. It'll take you right to the Pin It section of the Pinpoint Weather app, and then you can submit it to us. Again, when you can do so safely, please don't go looking for anything. We don't want any storm chasers out there. All right, so we have a little buzz. That might be an update. It is 6:45.
Going to be allowed to expire.
Good news. So the tornado warning is going to be allowed to expire if Julie's mic wasn't on. We figured as much because we were starting to see things really, really weaken. So that'll be nice here. Still, again, severe thunderstorm warning is going to continue for us in Titusville momentarily here. So we will see that on Merritt Island, Port St. John. We're looking okay as well. But again, we'll be able to get rid of that very, very shortly here. You'll see that blinking green polygon get off your screen finally, and then we'll turn our attention to St. Cloud, into Kenansville, Deer Park, Holopah, Yeehaw Junction, Palm Bay, Satellite Beach, Mico, into Melbourne, West Melbourne. We're going to be up. That's where our severe weather threat is going to remain for the next hour or so, and then we're going to be done for the evening, thankfully, after a very active day. So there is the dropout of severe weather. Just want to give you kind of a recap. We have no more tornado warnings in play right now. Tornado watch continues for, looks like areas pretty much I-4 and points to the south and east. We are in the clear now from the severe weather threat in Sumter County, in Lake County, in Marion County, in Flagler County, in West Volusia County. Still kind of rocking again along and southeast of I-4. We still have several severe thunderstorm warnings out in play as well. But the good news is that we have that tornado warning being allowed to expire. So we can, if we want to, send it back to regularly scheduled programming unless we keep it on the direction here. We'll just
I believe we're going through 7:30.
Yeah, we're going through 7:30.
All right, we have the severe thunderstorm warnings continuing here until we go through the next 7:15 is when we start to see these severe thunderstorm warnings expire. And through the Orlando area, again, the worst of the weather is now over for us. If you can let me know in my ear, I have the earpiece ready to go. I haven't heard anything. Titusville into Rockledge, Palm Bay, we have that here, tornado watch going until 9 o'clock. There we go for the radar scan going through. We'll turn back on the velocity mode and we will see what's going on here. We have the really, really bright stuff in southern Osceola County. So again, might not be a tornado warning, but this is still some really nasty stuff right in southern Osceola County. So we're going to turn that on here. We're going to turn our dabber on, and you see right there, the radar is estimating winds of 85-ish miles an hour coming through. We're about 2,000 to 3,000 feet above where the radar beam was, so this is several thousand feet up in the atmosphere. So again, we're likely not seeing 80-mile-per-hour winds getting to the surface. It's likely, though, more like 70, maybe 65, so this is still damaging stuff. So again, this is what we were talking about into Yeehaw Junction, into the southern part of Brevard County. So again, this is your very early heads up in Mico, in Palm Bay, in Satellite Beach, into Rockledge as well, as we continue to monitor and continue to pinpoint this line of thunderstorms working their way through over the next, hopefully, hour and a half. We're completely done with this line of thunderstorms. Let's check in on further up, closer to us in Kenansville, closer to Holopah, Kissimmee, St. Cloud, this little flare up here. We're watching everything kind of coming into the same direction. And we're going to watch that work their way through. Little swirl here. These little bright areas, that's what we are going to watch as these kind of work their way out of Osceola County. So there may not be any tornado warnings right now, but we're kind of just watching those little bright areas of green and making sure that they behave on their way out of Osceola County into Brevard County, where at Cape Canaveral at the Air Force Station, they sent up their extra balloon. Again, we talked about the balloon launches earlier. We talked about that all day. We showed you actually the real-time data on YouTube on the stream when that balloon launch data came in, and it showed that there was the potential for tornadoes still, and that's why we are in that tornado watch in Brevard County until 9 o'clock. So we're just going to watch this line very, very closely over the next couple of hours as well, or hopefully next hour or two. We have some more line of thunderstorms. Looks like a new kind of a shave back there of the severe thunderstorm warning now out of the Orlando area, so officially not under. The worst has been over for the last few minutes. Sometimes it takes, the Weather Service is busy issuing warnings, so it takes a little bit of time for them to shave back the warnings, but now we have that out of Oviedo, out of Chuliota, out of Bithlo, looks like out of Christmas as well. Dr. Phillips, Orlando, again, we are in the clear. Technically, we're still in that tornado watch, but I'll tell you the worst is over. That watch will come down soon as the Weather Service gets a free second to tune that down and to trim that back. But they are obviously working hard to issue these warnings and monitor the storms as well. So far, everything is, relatively speaking, not spinning anyway, but we do have some really strong winds. This is what we're going to watch. Again, this is running about 2,000 to 3,000 feet up in the atmosphere, so just off the surface. I would estimate that we have 65, 60 mile per hour winds reaching the surface in rural Osceola County. So again, just watching this for you. If you have to drive on the turnpike, now is not the best time to do so. If you happen to be watching this maybe at a rest stop in Kenansville, on your way down to Yeehaw Junction or down into South Florida or anything like that, especially if you're driving a big rig, delay your travel. This will certainly knock you over. 70-ish mile per hour wind gusts for you, again, working their way down the turnpike. So again, you might just want to give yourself a couple of hours to let this line get past the turnpike for you. So that's what we are watching closely now. Rockledge, Melbourne into West Melbourne. We are watching that for you guys. Severe thunderstorm warning does continue for us. Palm Bay, Satellite Beach, our strongest of our weather, working our way in the next couple of hours. We'll take it further back north where our severe thunderstorm warning continues into Titusville. But again, the good news is that's where the tornado warning was allowed to expire. It started to really lose its punch going forward. So that was a good sign there. We'll take you back. These are the things that we're concerned with. Let's look a little bit closer. This is just to the south of us in St. Cloud right now. A lot of green. Again, it's windy, it's gusty, but we like to see it going in one direction when you're talking about the potential for tornadoes, and I don't see anything that would suggest otherwise here. Just some really nasty stuff east of Frostproof into just south of, or just right along the extreme southern Osceola County line. Turn that illustration or back on. That's what I'm looking at right there. Dabber shows the intense winds estimated of about 70-ish miles per hour. Again, talked about this just a second ago. The beam with the curvature of the Earth, it shoots up. So when you're looking at it and you get further away from the radar, you're looking at the winds likely 2,000 to 3,000 feet above the surface. Some of that's mixing down in with the stronger wind gusts with the heavier rain around. It's likely not 76, but it's still pretty strong, likely about 60 to 65 mile per hour winds reaching the surface, and that is something that's going to be heading towards us into Palm Bay, Grant, Valcaria, Mico. Again, that is an early heads up. We're likely about an hour away, and you see it there even strengthen a little bit as it slides on through. Now that we're watching that and now things are relatively speaking quieter, again, all clear can be issued for us into Flagler County, into Marion County. We still have thunder and lightning going on, so again, just be careful if you're taking the dog out or anything like that. Again, these are not severe thunderstorms, but they still are producing lightning in and around Eustis, Umatilla, Mount Dora, Tavares. Again, the severe threat is over for us, but still some thunderstorms around. Fruitland Park, Leesburg, same deal, into Coleman. We just have a couple of light sprinkles around Claremont into Montverde. Just some light rain right now, some heavier rain off to your west. Ocoee, we're still in the red there. That's the tornado watch box. That will come down. Our severe weather threat is over. Same for us in Altamont Springs, Winter Park, downtown Orlando. Our severe weather threat is over. Same for us in Dr. Phillips, Pine Hills, Winter Garden. Severe threat is over. DeLand, Deltona, Sanford. We have some scattered downpours in the mix as well. Edgewater, we have some light rain. The nastiest stuff is over at this time. Daytona Beach into Palm Coast. Again, we are about to be in the all clear. Again, we're technically still in that tornado watch. That will be allowed to expire very quickly. Weather Service just needs some time as all the nasty stuff is kind of working their way back out to sea. Again, that tornado watch continues until 9 o'clock. Get that box out of the way. Take you back into Titusville, just in case anyone is worried here what's going on. Again, we have the stronger wind gust through Port St. John right now into Titusville, just south of Mims. Let's check in on these guys. Kind of making some weird shapes, and I just want to inspect that. It looks a little better with that last scan. Nothing really going in the wrong direction or the right direction there. Looks like we just went completely 3D and there's nothing to show 3D. So we're gonna go back to normal and zoom right back in. There's one little concerning thing to the west of Rockledge where it got a little bit tight. Right in here. Remember we talked about we like to have the space between the reds and the greens, just kind of like that. Well, it's a little close, right in through here. So that's one of the leading edges. Get my telestrator back so I can show you guys. And again, right on in through there. That is a terribly drawn circle, but it's right there. That will continue to move its way back to the east. So again, early heads up again in Cocoa into Rockledge. That's what we're gonna be watching for you guys. Again, there's nothing imminent that's jumping out at me to say that, hey, we have something there. But we don't like to see the reds and greens get close. We don't like to see Christmas colors on the wind detector, if you will, because we have that. Samara, do you have anything going on over there that you were seeing?
Yeah, so what we're looking at, we're going to start with also a view of, I believe it is I-4 in DeLand, or is this going to be the Turnpike in Kissimmee? Where are we at? If you guys can start with that shot, the traffic shot. If not, I'll just look at the radar until we can get that shot up. So what we're looking at right now. Okay, it's going to be in a second. So as we look right now, you can see all of that thunderstorm activity that Jonathan was just pinpointing in this severe thunderstorm warning zone is mainly over going over into northern Brevard and then back into eastern Orange County. And you can really see along that line still the potential for some rotation to be embedded within that line of thunderstorms. Let's take a look here. Where is this camera at? This is the Turnpike in Kissimmee, and there's definitely quite a bit of heavy rain out there. You can see a lot of brake lights and a lot of headlights, so definitely a lot of traffic out there as well. So this type of thunderstorm, it is starting to improve in the Kissimmee area. So we're seeing improving conditions, but still some heavy rain out there along the Turnpike. So depending on if a lot of those people are going north or south, if they're headed to the south on the Turnpike, they could still run into some really nasty squalls. If you're headed more north, and we're hearing more tone coming up here, if you're headed more north, it is going to gradually improve as we've been seeing some improvement, especially as you get back toward the Marion as well as Lake and Sumter County area. But the thing about it is still some broad and even tight rotation indicated here early on the radar. And as we look at a lot of this activity, this is going to be moving into Osceola County along that Turnpike. So still some heavier rain anticipated on the southernmost portion of the Turnpike. I don't know exactly where that camera was, at what mile marker and where that is, but if you are seeing gradual improvement, you're heading back toward the north, and you could still hit some areas of some very heavy rain and some very strong wind gusts as well. So when we look here a little bit tighter, or a little bit broader rather, you can see that the satellite and radar is still showing that line of thunderstorms really booking it across the state of Florida. It started earlier this afternoon. I mean, we're talking about early morning hours in the Panhandle with about 4 potential tornadoes that are still working to determine the damage and assess that it was in fact 4 tornadoes. So we'll be watching for that. Also, we had reports coming in of a possible tornado in the St. Pete area where they had a roof of an apartment that was ripped off. So we'll be watching to see if that confirms or not. But meanwhile, back here, just to the west of Bunnell, we saw a funnel cloud reported in the Bunnell area. So that was around 5 o'clock this evening, if not closer to 6, about 5:30, I believe, is around the time that we got the report of that funnel cloud in the Bunnell area. And then we also been getting some strong wind gusts up in the 40 and almost 50 mile per hour range from Leesburg going into Orlando and Flagler. So definitely some damage with some trees to be had. But look at this system as it continues to move to the south and east tonight, or east-southeast, progressing even more into South Florida tonight. You can see all of the severe thunderstorm warnings as well as that tornado watch zone. So let's take a look and see where we still have tornado watches in place, because it was all of Central Florida. We now it looks like Lake, Sumter, Marion, and Flagler counties have all dropped off. Meanwhile, the rest of Central Florida is still under the tornado watch until 9 o'clock tonight. So I do believe that the majority of this activity is going to be scaled back. Again, we'll start to see improvement in Polk County, so you'll see that one drop off as we've been seeing all of the threat actually move closer to the coast, and that's exactly where it's going to be later on I would say in the next hour or so, and start to wrap it up after that. So I'm sorry, what did you say? We're going to pause for the show. Okay, so now let's go over and we're going to send it over to Justin and Ginger for News 6 at 7.
Live from clickorlando.com and WKMG, we're getting results in your neighborhood now at 7 p.m.
Now at 7, it is a weather alert day. Our area's latest tornado warning just expired about 15 minutes ago for 4 local counties. A severe thunderstorm warning is now in effect for the St. Cloud area.
This same system hitting our area now spawned at least 5 suspected tornadoes from the Panhandle north. An 81-year-old was killed in her mobile home just over the Alabama border. Good evening. This is News 6 at 7. Getting results, I'm Justin Warman.
I'm Ginger Gadsden. Thank you for staying with us. All day, News 6 has been with you, bringing you nearly non-stop team coverage on this weather since the heart of the system started moving through this afternoon. So here's how it looks right now. These are live pictures from Orlando, Daytona Beach, Mount Dora, and Port Canaveral. Our weather team coverage has to start, though, with meteorologist Julie Broughton, who is in for the chief tonight, Tom Sorrells. Julie.
We are still dealing with some warnings and some watches across Central Florida, but the good news right now, we do not have any tornado warnings in place. Our most recent tornado warning expired at 6:45, and we are continuing to see severe thunderstorm warnings. And one thing we've been telling you throughout the day is that treat any severe thunderstorm warning really as a tornado warning, because we were talking about strong storms and a lot of rotation in the atmosphere. So we'll go ahead and give you a little radar tour here, starting with where we're seeing those severe thunderstorm warnings for parts of Brevard County, as well as down into eastern Orange County and Osceola County. So here's a closer look from south of Titusville back through Merritt Island down through Port St. John. We are seeing some really rough weather there, and these storms are moving fast. This is moving to the east-northeast around 60 miles per hour. On that track, here's what you can expect with the back end of this heading toward Canaveral Acres in about 5 minutes, Port St. John in the next 9 minutes, City Point in 10 minutes, Sharps 10 minutes, down toward Indianola in 12 minutes, and South Titusville in about 12 minutes. So we are keeping a close eye on that area. I want to go ahead and show you what we're seeing as far as shear, because again, this is something we're keeping an eye on for the potential of any isolated tornadic activity. We are seeing some areas of light shear there through areas like Merritt Island back toward Port St. John. No real strong rotation there. Some weak shear, but again, something that we are keeping an eye on with this severe thunderstorm warning that is up for us until 7 o'clock. As we go farther to the south, down toward the St. Cloud area, you are under a severe thunderstorm warning. We're keeping an eye on this particular area. This cell is moving to the east-northeast at 54 miles per hour. That means if you're in Harmony, this will head your way in about 5 minutes. And this cell also will be moving out of Osceola County into Brevard County in the next few minutes, heading toward Rockledge in about 20 minutes, Sharps in about 20 minutes, and Port St. John in 22 minutes. I want to take you farther to the south. Some of the strongest activity we're seeing right now is down in rural Osceola County, off to the west of Yeehaw Junction. We're seeing quite a bit of lightning with that. This is really between Frostproof in Polk County and Yeehaw Junction, and all of this is continuing to track off toward the east as well. So that'll move into Brevard County, southern Brevard County, probably in the next 20 minutes or so, headed toward areas like Grant and Valkyria. Here's a wider lookout again, and we'll turn on their traditional radar view so you can see the reflectivity, which tells us how hard the rain is coming down. Now, all of this is out ahead of a cold front, a much larger system, the same system that spawned 4 tornadoes in parts of the Panhandle. As expected, we're starting to see a clearing from northwest to southeast. Still some moderate rainfall in areas like Ocala, but Ocala, your tornado watch has been dropped. You are not under any warnings, but you are seeing some fairly heavy rain to the south of Ocala, back down toward Bellevue. As we take you wider out again, with Lake County, Sumter County, you are now cleared out of that tornado watch. That tornado watch remains in place from Volusia County back down through Seminole, Orange, and Osceola County. We're also seeing some heavy rain in South southern Orange County. Now, this is not in a warning area, but south of Oak Ridge, south of Conway, down to the airport, you were seeing some pretty heavy rain. Not a great time to be driving along State Road 17 or along the 417. Back towards St. Cloud, again, some pockets of very heavy rain. That heaviest rain now moving along 192 over in eastern Osceola County. Again, no tornado warnings in place, so that is really good news for us, but we do have those severe thunderstorm warnings in place where you see those areas of yellow, so that encompasses a little sliver of Volusia County back down into Brevard County, as well as eastern Orange County, as well as much of Osceola County. Again, some of the most intense activity we're seeing for those of you down in southern Osceola County. Meteorologist Samara Kokinos is standing by. She has been here all day tracking these showers and storms. She has more on the timing of this and how things are evolving as we move through the next couple of hours.
That's right. So as I zoom out a little bit on the radar to get a bigger look at that line of thunderstorms, once again, you can see that the bulk of the heaviest stuff currently making its way offshore, and it looks like over northern Brevard, but there's still some really tight knit storms still holding tight through the Merritt Island area, going back toward I-95, the 528, and then into portions of Osceola County. So you'll notice that there's indicators that there could be some broad and maybe even some slightly tighter rotation in this line of thunderstorms, because it's still maintaining its strength. It hasn't lost any steam whatsoever, just because we had like a very primed atmosphere to see this type of storm development happen. So we had all that daytime heating, and we were in the upper 70s. It was humid, it was windy, and then we started to see this line of thunderstorms coming through. So we had everything that needed to come together for that lifting that you need in a severe thunderstorm to really turn it to that severe mode and possibly produce a tornado, which we saw quite a few tornado warnings today. So in and around I-4 in the Kissimmee area, going back into the Polk County, going just to the west on 27, still some heavier bouts of rain there, light to moderate rain still falling in Kissimmee, as well as St. Cloud. Some heavy pockets of rain, though, of course, along the turnpike going a little bit further south, and it'll continue south toward 441 in Osceola, as well as making its way along 192 going toward 95 in the rest of Brevard County. So when we look at this line of thunderstorms, you can see really the slice that it's taking all the way across the state, all the way down to Fort Myers, where they're still under tornado watches. We still have severe thunderstorm warnings in place for Osceola and portions of Brevard, maybe even southernmost Volusia County along the coastline through 7:15 tonight. But when we look at the satellite and radar, you can really see that, yes, some of it is starting to collapse a little bit, but it's still really strong thunderstorms out there. So we will also watch this as it continues to make its way offshore in the Brevard County area, because when it starts to interact with that ocean air out there, it could spin up some. So as we take a look here at the tornado watches, for now, it looks like we have Volusia, portions of Seminole, or all of Seminole rather, Orange, Osceola, Brevard County still under the tornado watch until 9 o'clock tonight. The rest of Central Florida is already seeing the improvement behind that front. Gradual clearing is anticipated. So looking at temperatures, though, look at this. We're already seeing those colder temperatures move in. This is how fast this storm has been making its way into Central Florida. I mean, we're talking about some of those storms moving to the east today, anywhere between 60 and 80 miles per hour. But this whole line has started moving into Marion County at 2 o'clock this afternoon, and then has progressed through now. So over the last 5 hours, we've seen not only a drastic change in what's happening outside as far as the severe weather, but we're also seeing a drastic change just in the last few hours here as things start to improve behind that front. So temperatures already dropping in the 50s and 60s, and then you'll notice still in the 70s in Brevard County, mid to upper 70s, folks, and that is definitely above the average for this time of year for now. And when we look at the hazards, they will continue through 8 o'clock tonight. Those will still be definitely the lightning, strong wind gust potential up near 60 miles per hour, possibly even exceeding that if we do see one of those tornado warnings pop up again. But hail and flooding are definitely on the lower end of the threats with these storms tonight. So these are still a lot of the the hazards that are associated with this line as it will continue to make its way to the south and east. So check this out. As we put the clock in motion and we started at 7, we still have some rain left behind, which could be light to moderate and even possibly heavy at times behind this line of thunderstorms in Orange, as well as Osceola going into Orange, Seminole, as well as Volusia County and Osceola County. But watch this as we put it in motion and we go closer to getting closer to 7:30, 7:45, even though the clock still says 7. It's starting to get closer just to the southeastern portion of Brevard County is where I think the bulk of the heaviest storms are going to linger the longest. And they could linger through about 8, but I think the majority of it will be making its way south of us and offshore. So when we look at the setup around 9 o'clock tonight, we're already seeing improving skies with clearing conditions expected over Marion, as well as Lake and Sumter. And even Flagler County, portions of northwestern Volusia will also see those to clearing conditions. So, and then from there, we're definitely going to see even colder temperatures with overnight lows expected in the upper 40s to low 50s. Now let's send it over to Justin and Ginger, who have more information on everything that's been happening besides weather today, guys.
That's all that's been happening here, and you guys have done a tremendous job. Thank you, Samara. And for those of you who have stuck with us through the heart of this storm, we appreciate you as well. But if you have to be away from your TV, remember, you can get pinpoint weather on the go with our free News 6 Pinpoint Weather app. Our team of meteorologists constantly updating any alerts. Search WKMG in your app store. And no surprise, the storms made a mess of the roads as we give you a live look at our Florida Department of Transportation cameras.
Yeah, just before 6, Trooper Steve told us eastbound lanes of I-4 were shut down in the DeLand area. We hear traffic is now moving there again, but if you do have to drive tonight, please use extra care. And here's the scene in West Orange County. Just about 90 minutes ago, News 6 reporter Ezzy Castro sent this video in of heavy rain and storms in Winter Garden. Now, the storm system striking central Florida right now spawned at least 5 tornadoes this morning in the Panhandle and in North Florida.
And we are getting a bird's eye view of the worst of the destruction. Take a look at this. This video is from a drone flying over Bay County after the storm passed. The damage widespread and very significant, especially this is in the Panama City area. The suspected twister also devastated an RV park, sending 7 people to the hospital. Now, that wind was even strong enough to tilt this 3-story home in the distance. It's against its neighbor's home. This has been drawing a lot of attention on social media. I know I posted it and people are like, is that even real? This is in Panama City Beach, not far from here. The National Weather Service will send out teams tomorrow to take a look at the damage and verify that this was an actual tornado touchdown. And another suspected tornado tore through the town of Graceville. That's about an hour north of Panama City near the Alabama border. The same twister killed an 81-year-old in Alabama when it toppled her mobile home. You just hate to hear stories like this, but back in Graceville, one resident told reporters they were trying to reach a safe room when the twister was on top of their home.
All right, this is a look from Tallahassee. That rain coming down sideways there. Similar scene that we've been experiencing over the last several hours. The National Weather Service reported wind gusts there topping 55 miles an hour in our state capital. The governor says crews have been deployed to assess all of the damage up there and potentially throughout the state. So if severe weather comes your way and you can take a photo or a video safely, you can send that to us by scanning this QR code here on your screen. It'll take you right to the
here, you are no longer under a tornado watch, so that is great news. Volusia County, you are also no longer under a tornado watch. That is nice to see. Seminole County is out of that tornado watch. Orange County out of that tornado watch as well. I am liking that trend. So Brevard County still under a tornado watch and Osceola County still under a tornado watch. So those are our two counties that remain under that watch until 9 o'clock. I wouldn't be surprised if that trimmed back before 9. I really hope it does, because this is a fast moving storm. Again, right here in Osceola County, that is our primary area of concern right now. As we go in, you can see that is just really rocking along 192, along 441, along the turnpike. None of these are great areas to be driving in. I don't know if we have any traffic cameras as far south on the turnpike in Osceola County. It's been a minute since I've done traffic, so I can't remember where we have all the traffics, but they are going to be looking for some of that for us. Let's turn on the shear and so let you see where we could see the potential of rotation. Again, this is not a tornado warning. It is a severe thunderstorm warning. Quite a bit of lightning in there. We are getting some indications of some shear there approaching Yeehaw Junction. So right now the most intense activity is west of Yeehaw Junction. There is the turnpike right there. And if you have to be out driving, if you have to be out heading somewhere, maybe if you're in Orlando and you're heading down to Miami, now is not the time to do that, to be out on the roads. The roads are wet. We've had a lot of rain throughout the day today, and while those storms have been fast moving, the roads are still wet, and it really doesn't take much to make them hazardous. Let's go back out for you, show you all of Central Florida. Turn the radar back on for you so we can see what we're dealing with. And this is how it looks. I also want to show you a wider look out at the entire state, and you can see how quickly things have cleared out for us as that front went through. Again, this is the same front that went through Panama City and Tallahassee, and that is what created those tornadoes. We think 4 tornadoes touched down this morning in the Panhandle. As this front quickly pushes to the south and east, that is helping things clear out really nicely for us. Let's go ahead and take a look outside. Again, it may be hard to see on some of our cameras, but we can certainly give it a try. See what we're seeing in Brevard County. This is our port cam out there, our camera at the port, our Launch Credit Union camera at Port Canaveral. You can see the camera shaking. You can see the winds. I mean, look at the trees there. Look at those palm fronds. We are talking about really strong winds out there. Winds are coming in from the south-southwest at 25 miles per hour. Those are sustained winds. We're talking about higher gusts as all of that continues pushing off toward the east. Let's see what's happening in Orlando right now. Again, not looking like too much action right now in Orlando. The worst of it is to the east of Orlando, and we're keeping that eye, as we said, on Osceola County. Let's get you back to the radar now. Sorry, Ken. Okay, so this is a camera in Osceola County at the turnpike. I'm not sure where exactly this is, but you can see there, you can see a lot of rain on the lens there. Thankfully, it looks like there's not a whole lot of traffic out there. Probably near Kenansville, producer Ken is telling me. So that is, again, where we are seeing some of that rough weather. And as we go on the radar, again, that is where some of the most intense activity is. Again, here's that tornado warning, not in our area. That is continuing to move to the north and east. We're really hoping this loses some energy before it would move into Osceola County. But again, right now, our warnings in place. We have that severe thunderstorm warning in place for Osceola County as well as for Brevard County. This section, this little box here, that is going for us until 8 o'clock. Meteorologist Samara Kokinos is standing by. I know you've been back looking at some models and looking at different data. What have you found out, Samara?
So it still looks like we still have quite a bit of energy associated with this line of thunderstorms because of that cold front pushing through. So we just really had a really primed environment to see this type of severe weather outbreak. So when we look at the line of thunderstorms that Julie was just mentioning, a lot of that rotation is now offshore for Volusia County, but we're still seeing possibly some broad or even slightly tighter rotation potential early on the radar indicator, anywhere all the way through portions of Osceola County in that severe thunderstorm warned zone. And that does include just outside that tornado warned zone, which is not part of Osceola County, but back to the south and west. Taking a look here, though, you can really see a lot of the heavier showers making their way offshore in Brevard County, northern Brevard County right now, but then you see the trailing end of this a line of thunderstorms, and basically this is all ahead of the front that it will push offshore. So when we look at this, all of the potential to see some heavy rain and some really strong wind gusts up near 60 miles per hour quite possible, especially in the severe thunderstorm warning zone area from Melbourne all the way back toward Osceola County near 441, and including the Turnpike and in Kenansville. So you'll notice that broad rotation is still there. So yeah, it is improving a little bit, but as it moves closer to the coastline, we'll definitely keep our eyes peeled for some early indicators for some rotation there with these storms. Again, they're still packing a punch, folks. We're seeing not so much flooding with this one, but it's definitely a wind and a possible tornado type event. And we're looking at a broader view of the satellite and radar. You can see some trailing moisture also associated with that. But the strongest line of thunderstorms really making their way offshore because of improving conditions can be expected in Volusia, Flagler, I would say even Lake Sumter and Marion counties as of right now. The heaviest stuff is now being concentrated, just like we told you, between 6 and 8 o'clock. We've been pinpointing that timeline. We said between 6 and 8 is when the heaviest of the storms would be moving toward I-95 and just to the east of the city, going toward Osceola and Brevard counties as it pushes to the south and east. So a lot of areas already out of the tornado watch area. So we still have a tornado watch until 9 o'clock, but notice it's for Polk, Osceola, and Brevard counties until 9. That's where we can have the potential to see a few tornadoes or brief spin-ups. So that's why we're still underneath that watch. We still have that rotation associated with that line of thunderstorms pushing through to the south and east. But again, a lot of it earlier in the day when it had that prime heating, that's when we started to see really intense movement. We had one thunderstorm moving to the east earlier, about 80 miles per hour, and that was in northwestern Volusia going into Flagler and Putnam counties. So we've seen these storms really packing a punch as they move to the east, southeast, and now they're going to continue to move on out tonight. But here's the temperature difference. When we talk about temperatures ahead of this front, we were in the mid to upper 70s, nearing 80 degrees today. Okay, so that is very warm. Typically, we're right around 72. Now, as of 7:27 tonight, here's what we're looking at. As this front's moving in, we're seeing a drastic change. So you see the comparison here. Ahead of the front, we are in the mid to upper 70s in Brevard County tonight, and then look at that drastic change already starting to be felt in Leesburg, Orlando, between 57 and 60 degrees, still about in the upper 50s, going back into Ocala as well as the Villages, and about 55 right now in Palm Coast. As the night goes on, we're going to see drier and cooler air usher into Central Florida. Looking at the dew points right now, you can see they're still in the mid to upper 50s, mainly across most of Central Florida, but near the coastline, still in the upper 60s, low 70s, and a lot of areas saw higher dew points today. That's why you felt that mugginess in the air. So yes, we still have the potential to see some of those strong thunderstorms. I'm going to back up here and go back into the look at that satellite and radar, and it's associated with this line right here where we still have that tornado watch, mainly for Brevard, again, Osceola County and areas to the south as that system progresses across the state. So looking at some heavier thunderstorms, though, we still are getting some heavier rain up and down 91. So that's the Turnpike just to the west of Kenansville, but Kenansville all along 441, definitely getting some very heavy rain there too, along with strong wind gusts. The wind gust potential, again, between about 50 and 60 miles per hour, possibly even a bit stronger at times. So I'm going to back it up here, and you can see the trailing end of that. So this is going to be the last bit of these thunderstorms that roll through for tonight. We're going to see a gradual improvement, even though we're still seeing some rain, like light to moderate rain falling in and around Kissimmee. That's fine. Okay, it's the thunderstorm and with the potential with that rotation that we don't like to see, and those really strong wind gusts. We still have wind advisories for all of Central Florida through 10 o'clock tonight, and we'll be watching for storm reports and adding up some rainfall totals, which I don't believe are going to be too outrageous just because of the speed of this line of thunderstorms. And zooming back in, you can see 95 starting to see some gradual clearing from I-95 going into northern Brevard into southern Volusia County. Still some heavier stuff out there around the Merritt Island area. I would say Playa Linda Beach, going closer to the Cape. Still the potential to see maybe some really strong wind gusts, but 528 again. definitely a wet setup, even going toward 417 back toward the city and I-4. Still very wet at this hour. So between about, I would say over the next hour and a half or so, we'll see gradual improvement in the city, and then it'll continue to move toward the coastline as the night goes on. So here's a bigger look, and you can see a lot of the heaviest rotation, where we see that tighter rotation, is now well offshore and interacting with those warmer temperatures over the sea. So that's where you would really see a lot of the spin ups here. But back inland is what we're talking about, gradual improvement. We're already seeing it in the Marion County area, even though this particular storm report, I'm going to walk off screen so I can clear it for you, is showing basically just what they could have received, or an early detection, as saying, well, yeah, we could see some hail, but I don't believe that any of those little storms left at this point over in the Marion County area, or even thunderstorms at that. They're just going to be some heavy rain, bouts of heavy rain, and definitely some strong wind gusts, but that's all going to be centered in and around the Brevard County coast. So when we talk about storm reports, I'm going to load a few here so we can have a better look at what's going on. And we look and you see that we had a funnel cloud reported in the Bunnell area around 5:30 this afternoon. So we did have that funnel cloud, but it was not a confirmed tornado. But we are watching to see reports of whether or not we get confirmation of tornadoes. We had 4 reports of possible tornadoes in the Panhandle earlier today, as well as St. Pete earlier in the evening, closer to about 4:30, 5 o'clock. So we'll be watching for those reports. But meanwhile, we've been having the wind gusts up near 40, 47 miles per hour, getting up in that 50 and 60 mile per hour range just in from 2 o'clock this afternoon through 7:30 tonight. So that's about 5.5 hours of storm coverage that we've been doing for you here. So let me take that off. And now we're going to go back to the radar and really kind of see what else we got going on in terms of the wind speeds and wind gusts. Right now, we still have that wind advisory. Is that correct, Julie, till 10 o'clock tonight? Nothing has changed with that, or have any areas dropped off at this point?
Not that I believe.
Find some wind speeds here. I'm going to show you temperatures. Here we go. Wind. Oh, that's not it. Give me 2 seconds here. All right, winds. Here we go. So our winds are still it's beginning to shift now. So you'll notice that a lot of the winds.
Got it. Ooh, maybe that's not a good thing to post tomorrow. Wait, is this for what happened in the Panhandle? Oh, yes. It might not be tasteful to post it tomorrow, just because we had nasty weather through Florida. So maybe a time. I don't know if Daniel has anything on that, but I don't know that we're just like dealing with. That's just my opinion. Oh, okay. Yeah, I would okay. Sounds good to me. You got it. Yeah, reading it now. Alrighty. Thank you for your help today.
You're very welcome. Thinking about today?
I do, yeah.
Yeah, you did a good job.
Thank you.
I don't know how you're still going. I gave up a long time ago.
No, thank you.
Anthony, we will learn tomorrow.
What's going on, guys? Meteorologist Jonathan Kegis back with you. Had to take a little bit of a step from just hanging out with you guys kind of like right here and talking to you because we had some nasty stuff really working through the Orlando Metro into Seminole County and Brevard County. If you're with us, you know what we were talking about. So we're going to hop back on here now. Meteorologist Julie Broughton and Samara Kokinos are hanging out still on the TV side as we watch kind of the last gasp here of this system work its way through. Still one little concerning area. Again, no tornado warnings right now moving through Central Florida. We have one severe thunderstorm warning still in play here. Osceola County into southern Brevard County. So thank you guys for hanging with us through the storms tonight. Really appreciate you all for hanging with us. Let me know if you've seen anything weather-wise out there that would any storm reports or anything like that. Thankfully, we have not had report of any tornado touchdowns in the Central Florida area. Of course, we had the really nasty ones touchdown in the Panhandle, Florida, early this morning, and then we had some that will be investigated on the Gulf Coast and then up around the Jacksonville area, especially through the Georgia part. But from what I can see now, it appears that we have not had any tornado touchdowns in the Central Florida area, even though we did have some pretty impressive signatures at a time southwest of Orlando and then moving up in between Oviedo and Chuliota. So if you saw anything, let me know. Post that in the comments as well. Appreciate you guys for hanging with us. Last gas coming out of Yeehaw Junction again. We're close to the Melbourne radar, so we do have some good radar estimates. Again, 60-ish mile per hour winds likely around the surface here. Yeehaw Junction. So again, early heads up. Grant, Valkyria, Palm Bay, Mico. We're not in that severe thunderstorm warning in Mico, but that potential is going to be there for some gusty winds pushing through. Again, on the order of 50 to 60 miles an hour. I want to zoom out and kind of show you here. This red box means that there's the tornado watch. The good news is that most of the state, like northwest of I-4, your severe weather threat is over. Okay, so that's some good news here. Flagler County, we've been allowed to see that expire. Gainesville into Ocala, Daytona Beach, Deltona, Orlando. Our severe weather threat is over. Kissimmee, St. Cloud, Point Siena. I think we're still technically in that tornado watch in Osceola County. But the last gasp is there again. Haines City, Lakeland, Bartow, we're good. Certainly out on the Gulf Coast, we are good. Still hanging on to that tornado watch towards Port Charlotte into Cape Coral. But still, I think we are certainly on the better side of things right now, as that line continues to push through. Again, one kind of last gas. This warning goes until 8 o'clock, so just about 20 minutes here. We'll kind of hang out with you guys. Again, if you saw anything, post in the comments what you were doing as well. Just reading some of the comments I may have missed since I was out on the green screen for a while. All right. So let's get in here. So if you're watching from, let's go back to the actual radar now, the reflectivity mode. Here's the DO coming through. There's not a lot of lightning. Again, we lost the punch with this. I'll turn the lightning back on. There are a few lightning strikes out there. But Melbourne, West Melbourne, we have the strongest part of the stuff we've dealt with all day today. There's nothing too concerning in here. Certainly we could have some damage. Watching like this little appendage, these are the things that always get weird when you see them start to do like that little hook, when there's like a little inflow notch right there. So let's watch that carefully over the next little bit. We're certainly seeing up there. There we go. Some reds and greens popping up. The shear showing that as well. So what we're going to do here in the severe weather zone of Brevard County into Indian River County, that's where the most dangerous part of this storm is right now. Right where we are seeing this happen. Boop, boop. Velocity mode shows that there. Let's sample some of these winds. These are, look at that. Wind gusts of anywhere from 60 to 70 miles an hour. I think that 83 is a little hot. I think it's likely closer to 70. Still, though, that is potential for damage being done here in western Brevard County to the west of Grant Valcaria and the actual town, and then to the west of Mico. This is all kind of sliding up just to the north and east. Again, watching that closely here as that slides through. Post in the comments where you're tuning in from if you're still with me. If you happen to find this stream helpful today and you want to stay updated on the weather in Florida, hit that subscribe button for me. If you, again, enjoyed this, please, relatively speaking, I mean, we don't enjoy talking about the bad weather, but hit that thumbs up button if you found it helpful. I would appreciate that. It helps us out a lot, seriously, as well. Just looking up another radar perspective here. So West Melbourne, it's going to get kind of nasty in a little bit. Nothing too concerning in West Melbourne. The strongest stuff, though, is right here. So it's going to be, let me zoom this out. And it's going to be right here. So, I mean, we're talking extreme southern Brevard County. Let me zoom in. Let me get the velocity out. So this is going to be on TM Goodwin Road, Fellsmere Grave, Willowbrook Strait, Great, I should say, Cavalier Street, and then Hereford Lane, Fellsmere Road, right on the Brevard Indian River County line. This is where we have those wind gusts, again, being estimated anywhere from 50 to 60, maybe even 70 miles an hour as that line comes on through. So, again, just keep that in mind as well. I think my chat is off. That is why. I got to turn that back on. Somebody messed with this whenever I went out into the thing. So that's why I'm not seeing your chats if you guys have been posting. So repost if you have any questions. I believe it is back on, and I believe it is flowing now. Let me refresh everything and post those comments back in there again. And if you have any questions, we will do our best to get to them all. I think the comment thing is just not going to work the rest of the evening. I think it's just had enough. So keep posting those comments. Again, I'm going to try to find a way to at least look at them. We've been running this stream now for almost, gosh, how long have we been on? Almost 9 hours. So I think the computer is sleepy. So let's hope we can keep this rolling here for the next few minutes as we're watching this severe thunderstorm warning. Good news is, notice the green color here. not that bright anymore. So we're watching this try to weaken just a little bit. Let's look at the reflectivity. Here it comes, and it certainly does not look impressive. It's not doing some of those weird things that it was doing just momentarily a few minutes ago. Let's get the dabber back on in here. Yeah, and okay, that is likely a false reading. I don't think we have 103 mile per hour winds out there coming through, but let me just sample some stuff in here. 29, 45, 47. That's more like it. I think that was, yeah, that's just a little speck popping up. So nothing to see here. All right, let's go to the storm relative velocity mode. Let's go back to the Tampa radar. Okay, everything's looking nice and clean. Okay, so this is good. This is all good. That severe thunderstorm warning again goes until, look at the lightning too. We talked about the lightning strikes. Let's go back up into Melbourne. If I have anybody tuning in from Melbourne, give me a thumbs up. West Melbourne, Palm Bay area, Malabar. What's going on, guys? It's 10 minutes before 8 o'clock. Timeline right on schedule here. We have some nasty weather right over the radar in Melbourne. That's what that little donut hole is. Right on through there. That's going to continue to work its way into Melbourne. Really heavy stuff, though. Gusty winds in Emerson Drive northwest, Pace Drive northwest, Babcock Street northeast, Port Malabar Boulevard northeast into Palm Bay. We're going to be getting into some rough stuff. Again, there is a severe thunderstorm warning with this. This is producing winds on the order of, and it's kind of hard to see now that we are so close to the radar. You don't want to be too close. You don't want to be too far away. Kind of just want to right be in the sweet spot there. And we are not at this present time, although we're sampling here, so 40 mile per hour winds getting to the surface. I mean, we're confident there that now we're talking about that actually reaching the ground. I mean, where the beam is very, very close to the ground at that point. So we are certainly seeing that happen and come into fruition there. But the line is weakening. We've been talking about this. We talked about this earlier. We had questions about Brevard County and Indian River County and Vero Beach that the severe weather threat would certainly be there, but we would watch for the potential for isolated damaging wind gusts out in this range here. So thank you for the guys and gals that have been hanging with us. Some weird stuff going on with this little kidney bean shaped guy. We'll check out him in a second, see if anything's kind of spinning down there. If it just looks a little weird on radar. Nothing crazy, nothing concerning at this point. Grant Valkyria, we're kind of straddling the severe thunderstorm warning right now. It'll be interesting to see if the Weather Service continues this severe thunderstorm warning in the next 10 minutes. Otherwise, again, we are looking pretty decent at this point. Just checking the various National Weather Service chats to see if I'll do it. Now we're gonna bring All right, hey, we're back again, guys. I just had to talk to our news crew here, just to verify some reports that we've been seeing throughout the course of the after and all that stuff. So thank you guys for being with us again. Right now, the worst of the weather is going through Melbourne. It's not as concerning as some of the bigger things around, but if you're living or watching from Melbourne, it's still pretty nasty out there. The rain's coming down. The wind is strong. Palm Bay, again, we're going to see a thunderstorm warning for the next 8 minutes. Malabar, we are as well. Same for us on the western side of Grant Valcaria. Miko, we're not in the warning. We're just hanging out. We're the last gasp here. Again, we're just going to watch this carefully here. We have these just little guys hanging here on the line. Right now, there's nothing too concerning. There's nothing really spinning out there. We'll take it. We will take it. Going forward. So thank you so much again for hanging with us. And we'll probably get ready to wrap up the stream here in about 8 minutes, unless they continue that warning, which they could, but still it does not look that concerning to me as well. But we just want to give our friends again in Melbourne, West Melbourne, as we're I knew guys are getting rocked right now. It may not be the worst, but we're still hanging with you. We want to let you know what is happening. Of course, Palm Bay, same for us, Malabar, Grant Valcaria, Miko. Looking out for you guys as well, even though those storms are just off to your west. Speaking of west, there's Melbourne Village into West Melbourne. Again, very, very heavy rain, gusty winds right now. No reports of any kind of damage in Brevard County. O'Galley and Aurora, Indian Harbor Beach. All the nastier stuff is coming towards you. I don't believe we are in that severe thunderstorm warning still until 8 o'clock. In Satellite Beach, Palm Shores, Sherman Park, South Patrick Shores, into Lotus, Cocoa Beach, Pineda, Bonaventure. We're not in that warning anymore. It's just kind of showery and kind of ugly out there. Some colder air blasts through behind this front. It's not going to be frigid by any means, but it's going to turn much colder tomorrow. 50s and 60s compared to the near 80 degrees that we were hanging out across parts of Central Florida today as that warmer air was pumped in. Palm Bay, Malabar, Grant Valcaria, Miko. We like to see these separated. We were talking on the TV side of things that, again, we like to keep that separated. That means we're not kind of watching this mesocyclone, that mid-level rotation come to be. So we like to keep that straight like that, or at least not touching. Just like there, we like to keep the reds and greens separated. Miko, we're still looking pretty good. We have some nasty storms off towards our west. No indication yet of if the Weather Service is going to extend its stuff. And by stuff, I mean warning. All right. Grant Valcaria, Melbourne Shores, Valcaria, Florida Dania Beach, Grant into Ballard Pines. We're not in the warning. We have some nasty storms coming to our west. We're just going to hang with you for a little bit. All right, so the Weather Service appears to be that they are going to reissue or extend that warning for southeast Brevard County just to clear as it pushes offshore. As they are still seeing the winds in there, like we showed you, of about 40 to 45 knots, so closer to 50 miles an hour. Which is below severe levels. Let me see what is going on here. Okay, sorry about that. I thought I lost the connection, but I hit a button. All right. So we are almost done, guys. We are almost done through the Central Florida area with these stronger thunderstorms. Grant Valkyria, these are right on our doorstep. Malabar, good evening, guys. Hope you're doing well. Palm Bay, just some nasty thunderstorms, run-of-the-mill severe thunderstorms into Melbourne Beach, Melbourne, Indian Harbor Beach, Satellite Beach, West Melbourne. We're drying things out. We're clearing things out. Same for us in Melbourne. Again, the worst of this is passing by. We're going to be done with this momentarily in Satellite Beach as well. Indian Harbor Beach, just some really heavy rain continuing right on down US 1, A1A, I-95, Melbourne Shores, Grant Valkyria. Let's go back out here. Just check up on some of these guys that are making weird shapes. And again, the good news is that we aren't seeing anything spinning, and there's now nothing too concerning in the wind department either. Let's bring the dabber back out, and let's actually get in here and see. I mean, 45 mile per hour. It is gusty. It is gusty. There is no severe wind popping up. We all had that back in kind of rural Brevard and rural Osceola County. So I am cautiously optimistic now that we are going to watch this go quietly. We may see them reissue this here at Thunderstorm Warning. The Weather Service out of Melbourne just said that, but there's nothing at all. It's going to look crazy at times. Again, the gusts are going to be there, but with that said, it's still going through. All right, so there is that new warning that just came through. 8:15 is going to be it for us. So we will hang out with you guys for another 15 minutes as this new warning just came through. We talked about it. Weather Service said they were going to do it, and there it is showing up on the screen here. That includes now us in Mico, Southeast Brevard County, Ballard Pines, Grant Valkyria. We're still kind of straddling both warnings now. That includes Melbourne Shores, Floridana Beach, Evans Pines, Ballard Pines, and then right on down into the Indian River County border. We still have some nasty stuff to Indian River County, but again, there's nothing too concerning out there as well. Velocity-wise, we're looking pretty good. Again, this warning just continues for another 15 minutes, and this is just to get the last gasp of storms out there kind of out of the way. There's still some nasty, really nasty weather going on in the Carolinas. All these little things that popped up are the storm report. So there's that funnel cloud. We were talking about this when we were jumped to the on-air side. Again, did never touch down, thankfully. But there is that report that came in. Emergency manager shared video of the funnel cloud near Palm Coast. So again, kind of scary, but thankfully did not touch down. We'll take that any day of the week, especially when we're in a primed environment for those thunderstorms. We have some wind reports here. Let's check these out. 44 mile per hour gust at ORL. That's going to be the executive airport. Reported a wind gust near 60 miles an hour at the Orlando International Airport. That would have been a rough landing. I'm sure they stopped the aircraft from coming in. And then a 51 mile per hour gust in, where is that? Osceola County, in Kissimmee. I don't think that's on the right. That's on the Orange County side. That's why I was confused. So I don't know why that's popping up in Orange County. Kissimmee's down here. Where we still have a tornado watch for a short time, but that's going to be dropped momentarily. Orange County, the northern half of Brevard County has been dropped from the tornado watch. Maybe it's even all of Brevard County. All of Brevard County done with the tornado watch. So Osceola County will be dropped shortly. I would imagine. I think they just wanted to kind of let that last little gasp get through, just to make sure that no shenanigans happen with that line coming through. But boy, there we go. Cocoa Beach, we're in the clear. Cocoa, we're in the clear. Rockledge, we're in the clear. South Patrick Shores, just about in the clear. It's still raining, but the heaviest is off and out to sea. Melbourne, we're good. Same for us in West Melbourne. Melbourne Beach, check mark. Palm Bay, Malabar, we're looking pretty good. Last gasp with some rain pushing through. Grant Valkyria taking it on the chin right now, 40 to 50 mile per hour wind gusts coming through. And then Mico, we're just seeing that leading edge of the storms work into our area as well. Let me get the storm report out of here so it's not blocking the screen, but there's an update that got a little Bowie. Sometimes the velocity takes a second, so we're going to watch this right in here as that kind of moves in that direction. All right, so let's see if the velocity, sometimes the velocity lags. We get the reflectivity scan first, and then those secondary products work their way through. And the velocity is a secondary product. And then there's the shear. Again, sometimes when you get the straight line winds like that, this little shear component on the computer, it wants to go a little bit nuts. And again, it's not really, we're not seeing that in any kind of the velocity scans. Might be something just very, very trying to get going here. And that's exactly where you would look for it from a reflectivity. Again, that's the main radar perspective here. Maybe something like up here. Nothing. Nothing. Good. Nice and clean. Nice and clean. We're just going to hang out here for a little while longer if you want to stay with us. And thank you guys for being here. Again, we'll say goodbye in about 10 minutes. We're going to let this warning expire. Just want to hang out with our friends in Miko here. Don't want to leave you guys hanging. We still have nasty storms on the way. Certainly not as concerning as what we were looking at a little bit upstream. But just want to still hang out with you. There's a severe weather threat, and I just want to make sure that everybody knows what is going on here. Velocity, we're looking good. 38 miles an hour inbound. That's what the negative means. All right, Polk County has just been dropped from the tornado watch as well. So now this is all dropping like flies. And again, this is just going to be your run-of-the-mill thunderstorm coming on for us in Miko. Even though there is a severe thunderstorm warning in effect, there's nothing concerning that I am seeing slide on through there. So again, in about 5 minutes, Miko, we are going to see just some really heavy rain. Not even a thunderstorm. There is no lightning in this. So it's just some very, very heavy rain coming through. Let me just double check to make sure I have the lightning tracker on, and I do. And no lightning. There are just a couple of strikes out over the Atlantic. The wind is behaving, and again, in about 5 minutes, we're going to get some heavy rains. So just hang tight. Don't take the dog out just yet, unless it's really, really quick. Miko, this is going to be here in about 5 minutes. Alrighty, guys. Thank you a ton for hanging out with us today. A lot of great questions here. I hope you found this stream helpful. If you did, please give it a thumbs up. It does help us out a lot. if you do want to stay updated on all things weather in Florida, of course, we are way away from hurricane season. Hopefully we don't have to talk about that anytime soon. We all know the deal, though summer's right around the corner. So if you want to stay updated on that, you've come to the right place. And I don't think we're over, unfortunately, with these severe weather events coming through, or at least the impactful weather events with some heavy rain, the clouds. The weird winter of 2023-2024 is going to continue, courtesy of El Nino. We certainly talk about that a lot on this channel, but that's the primary reason, again, that we had these nasty thunderstorms around today, kind of giving it that extra oomph, a shot in the arm, if you will, with the subtropical jet stream blasting across the Florida peninsula. So it's something that we're going to be monitoring over the next couple of months. El Nino, the threat for severe weather likely goes up as we get deeper into spring. The reason for that is, I think what prevented, again, from more nasty storms today and more damaging storms was the instability issue. We talked about that it was kind of a limiting factor, although we had more than a few weeks ago, and that's why we had all these warnings, and certainly that's why we had these actual tornado touchdowns in the northern part of the state, but the Panhandle part of the state. But nonetheless, as we get deeper into February and certainly into March, as we naturally get the sun angle higher again in the sky and we increase our solar heating and we can increase the heating just of the sun heating the ground, heating the air, that's what happens. We build instability. So we have to watch for these big dips in the jet stream to come on through. Long story short, as I ramble on, if you want to stay updated on all that stuff, the weather in Florida, whether it be these blasts of cold air or some storms around, or, again, that other thing that happens in 6 months, you've come to the right place. Really appreciate the conversation we had today, guys. Thanks for the great questions. Thanks for the great comments. Thanks for the storm reports. Again, Pinpoint Weather app, it's a free tool for the next time if you want to stay updated on the weather, especially if you're in the Central Florida area. It's free, best weather app on the market. And again, hit that subscribe button for us if you want to stay updated. We do these streams from a statewide look anytime that we are expecting severe weather like this. So thank you guys for being here. Thank you for hanging with me. Thanks for the conversation. Keep me company. We'll catch you next time, guys. Be safe out there.